I am silencing my cell phone as per instructions. Good evening and welcome to tonight's public hearing of the 2019 New York City Charter Revision Commission. I'm Gail Benjamin, the chair of the commission, and I am joined by the following commissioners: the Honorable Sal Albanese, the Honorable Dr. Lillian Barrios Paoli, the Honorable Jim Karras, the Honorable Lisette Camillo, Honorable Eduardo Cordero, the Honorable Stephen Fiella, the Honorable Paula Gavin, the Honorable Satish Nuri, the Honorable Dr. Merrill Tisch, the Honorable James Vaca, and the Honorable Carl Weisbrod. With those commission members present, we have a quorum. Before we begin the main part of our meeting, I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of the Commission's hearing held on May 7th at Lehman College in the Bronx, a copy of which has been provided to all of the commissioners. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Tonight we continue our second round of public hearings throughout the 5 boroughs in order to solicit feedback from the public on proposals the Commission is considering for changes to the city charter. As I have emphasized throughout our public hearings, as the city's foundational governing document, the charter plays a vitally important role in establishing the structures and processes of city government, which in turn affect many aspects of our lives every day. It has been our task to evaluate how the current charter has performed since it was largely put into place in 1989, and to identify areas in which improvements should be made in order to best serve the city for the next 30 years. At our first round of borough hearings in September, as well as through engagement online and in person, we received hundreds of suggestions for changes to the charter. The Commission ultimately adopted a set of focus areas which outlined those ideas, which we decided to pursue further, and then held a series of expert forums at which we were able to hear from a wide array of people knowledgeable in those areas. Following that months-long process, the Commission staff issued a preliminary staff report containing its recommendations regarding those proposals, which they felt particularly merited further consideration for presentation to the voters on the ballot this November. The staff report is what brings us here today. We look forward to hearing your comments about any recommendations in the report that you support or oppose, or ideas you may have for how best to craft specific proposals. Following testimony from the public, we will have some time to open the floor to commissioners so that we may discuss with each other the ideas and recommendations that have been raised. Now we will begin the public testimony. If you wish to testify and have not yet done so, please fill out a speaker slip and submit it to the staff. We will limit testimony to 2.5 minutes per individual in order to ensure that we can hear from everyone who wishes to speak. We currently have about 60 speakers who have signed up, so you can see that we will be here for quite a while. So if you hear what you're going to say and it's been heard by someone else, you may want to cut your own testimony short so that we can get to everybody in a timely manner. If you have copies of written testimony that you would like to submit, please hand them to staff when you are called up to speak. We will also accept written testimony via email until May 24th. Our email address is info@charter2019.nyc. I'm going to be calling people up in a panel, and I would like to ask, in order that we have an orderly hearing and we can hear from all of you, that we not take time out from the hearing to applaud, hiss, or boo. I won't be doing that, so I would encourage you not to do it. If you feel particularly favorable towards a proposal, if you want to use jazz hands. If you feel particularly opposed to a proposal, you can do it the other way, and we'll know, we can look out and see who is in favor and who is opposed, and that would be very helpful. I'm going to call people up in a panel of 4. When I call your name, if you could please take one of the seats that are to my right. I will then call you to speak, and after all of you the panel is finished, I will ask the members if they have questions for you. Everybody, any questions yet? Okay. The first speaker is John Manning, then Andrew Rain, Sarah Lind, and Bella Wang. Mr. Manning, if you would like to begin. Thank you for coming again. Is your mic on? If the red light is on, your mic is on.
Got it. My name is John Manning. I am a civil servant and a resident of Brooklyn. I testified last fall to ask the Charter Revision Commission to prioritize the issue of protecting our city and its communities from the negative aspects of overdevelopment. Control and policy input with the city's land usage and urban planning issues that empowers communities and respects the wishes of the citizenry have become major topics for the Commission. When finalizing a reform proposal for the public to vote on this November, please consider historic preservation, environmental protection, and the sustainability of neighborhoods that working people call home to be 3 vitally important concerns for the long-term future of our city. The City of New York and the Greater New York region have a rich heritage and a beautiful natural environment. This is the finest natural harbor on the Atlantic seaboard. Large sections of the city still abound with low-rise, historic, and community-friendly blocks and buildings. Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn are among the places where our nation's history began. My neighborhood, Bay Ridge, is zoned so that buildings are not taller than 6 stories. It is a wonderful community to live in or visit. Brooklyn Heights and other sections of northern and central Brooklyn are national treasures. 1 block from my apartment building, there is a small Revolutionary War cemetery. 2 blocks away, there is a botanical garden maintained by community volunteers. Due to the overwhelming political power and financial influence enjoyed by the Real Estate Board of New York, the General Contractors Association, other special interests, and their lobbyists, all over town there is an enormous square box high-rise going up. Many of these buildings are eyesores. Working class people and small business owners are being displaced. Communities that contribute a lot to the city are being destroyed. Apartments in these buildings are being peddled to foreign investors for $2 million plus in what can only be described as a financial shell game. It is absurd that government policy encourages this while our mass transit and infrastructure needs are neglected. In many European cities during the post-World War II reconstruction, there was a blend of modern buildings and the restoration of century-old historic areas and city quarters. We can do that here. Historic preservation is not just one building, it should be an area. Constructing new buildings and blocks that are aesthetically pleasing, neighborhood-friendly, and affordable for working people is something we can do. I asked the Charter Revision Commission, when drafting proposed city planning and land use law, to not be beholden to the rich and powerful, but to appreciate the need for a city that is enjoyable to live in, where people who work for a living have a secure place, and the importance of the legacy we will leave behind for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. Mr. Rain, and before you start, I'd like to welcome Lindsay and ask if you would like to be included in the vote on the minutes from last Tuesday in the Bronx.
Happy to do so.
Do you vote aye?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Rain, the floor is yours.
I'm Andrew Ryan, President of the Citizens Budget Commission. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. We've submitted written testimony, so I'll just briefly cover a few points in my 2.5 minutes here. The first is that we urge the Commission to proceed with extreme caution when proposing changes to the Charter's financial management structures. The current structures have served the city very well with almost 40 balanced budgets, and so extreme caution should be taken in any change to that system. Second is that an important exception to the Charter's otherwise strong framework is that it doesn't support certain structures needed to protect the city over the economic cycle or in the long run. And this commission could rectify this with two proposals. First, it was wonderful to see in the staff report the rainy day fund supported in that, and we would, again, highly recommend that the commission put this on the ballot for the voters to choose. A rainy day fund would require savings during the good times that could be used in the bad times to ameliorate devastating service cuts or counterproductive tax increases. We also believe that a companion of that would be to charter mandate the Retiree Health Benefits Trust, which is now de facto used as a rainy day fund. If that was properly structured in the charter, we would save for the long run and have a rainy day fund properly structured within a rainy day fund structure itself. And the details of how to do that is in the testimony that we submitted, as well as the report we attached to that. Finally, I would like to, CBC would recommend Commission not move forward with several budget-related proposals that are included in the staff preliminary report. The Commission should not recommend modifying the process for estimating non-property tax revenues. The current framework has reduced the risk of overestimating revenues while still allowing for substantial spending increases over time. Second, the Commission should not recommend independent or formula budgets for certain entities, since they would undercut the council and the mayor's power to set budget priorities. And third, while CBC understands the impetus behind the proposal to narrow the mayor's power to impound funds, this change should not be pursued, since the power has rarely, if not singularly, been abused, and there's real risk that narrowing these powers could have unforeseen negative consequences. Finally, there is a vast set of proposals being evaluated by the Commission. I would suggest, CBC would suggest that when you package them, when you finalize them, consider how you package them for the voters, and discrete, small, like proposals would allow the voters to choose ones they like, rather than have to hold their nose and choose something they didn't like in order to get something they do like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rain. Ms. Lind?
Hi, my name is Sarah Lind. I'm on the Executive Committee of Manhattan Community Board 7. I'm a Manhattan Borough Director for Amplify Her, which is an organization dedicated to electing progressive women. I'm a member of the Voting Reform Initiative of the League of Women Voters, who you'll hear from shortly, and a member of the Let New York Vote Coalition. So I first learned about ranked choice voting in my master's program at Columbia. And the more I studied different voting systems, the more I learned about ranked choice voting, I became convinced that this is the best and most democratic voting system. So, as part of the leadership team of Amplify Her, I implemented ranked choice voting for our endorsement votes. We've used it several times, and it's always been easy to understand, user-friendly, and also seamless on the back end. And we're a diverse group of women. We often have varied opinions on the best candidate to endorse. So ranked choice voting allows us all to express our preferences and also to feel more bought in on the final result. In fact, thinking through and talking through how we would each rank the candidates and why often illuminates things about our preferences that thinking in stark winner-take-all terms never would. So Amplify Her supports ranked choice voting because we know that it's the best voting system for empowering candidates who might otherwise be outside the mainstream. Because by giving people the chance to vote their true preferences without worrying about causing a spoiler effect, it's truly the most democratic voting system. Also, it's the best way to ensure that we elect more women, which is our mission, but also more people of color and more people who truly represent the many ways that New York is diverse. Finally, I believe that ranked choice voting should be used for all municipal elections. The municipal elections coming in 2021 will feature dozens of open seats with likely crowded primary fields. Ranked choice voting is essential to ensure that the candidates who ultimately come out of those primaries have majority support in their districts. Additionally, if we only use ranked choice voting for citywide offices, it would mean a ballot that has some ranked choice voting and some traditional voting, and this would be more confusing for voters than just purely switching to ranked choice voting for municipal elections. And speaking of potential confusion, it's essential that the city commit to robust voter education and outreach along with the implementation of ranked choice voting, particularly in communities that already struggle with low voter turnout. So I hope and trust that this commission will put ranked choice voting for all municipal offices on the ballot this November, and that New Yorkers will vote to pass it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lind. Ms. Wong?
Thank you. You'll excuse me, I'm a little bit sick, so I'm just gonna get through this. Good evening, Commissioner Benjamin and members of the Charter Revision Commission. I'm Bella Wong. I'm the chair of the Voting Reform Initiative at the League of Women Voters of the City of New York. Just to recap who we are, we're a multi-issue, nonpartisan political organization that promotes informed and active participation in government at the national, state, and local level. We're glad to see the Commission is exploring ranked choice voting. We've supported some form of it since 2010. Other people, I think, tonight are going to talk about its many benefits. So instead, I'm going to spend the remainder of my 2 minutes just talking about suggestions we have for implementation. First, we believe the ranked choice voting should apply particularly to primaries and specials for all city offices. We're also supportive of general, but we think it is particularly important for A, special elections, which historically have very low turnout with many candidates, and B, with primaries, which frequently have enough candidates vying for office, the winner gets far less than 50% of the vote, often requiring costly low turnout runoffs. Second, we believe that voters should have the option to rank at least 3 and at most 6 for candidates for a given office. A survey of ranked choice voting implementation around the United States suggests that the imposition of a limit is a common feature of implementation. It's not necessary, but having a limit on the number of candidates that may be ranked makes ballot design a great deal easier. So for instance, in the case of the recent public advocate special election, there were 17 candidates on the ballot. That could present a real challenge for ballot design, so we recommend having some kind of cutoff. Third, we noticed in the staff report a suggestion of the possibility of a hybrid ranked choice vote physical runoff system. We believe that should not be the case. We believe that ranked choice voting should happen in lieu of any head-to-head runoffs because one of the main impetuses for changing this system was to reduce the cost concurrent and turnout drop-off effects of having a physical runoff. So we should change this for that. We shouldn't have a hybrid system that maintains that problem. Lastly, to ensure that the initial round, the ranked choice voting, is effective and that people do rank candidates, we strongly believe there should be adequate funding for training, equipment, staff, and voter education. It's been run on a shoestring budget in other places like Maine, but it's better to have more money and more knowledge. Minneapolis conducted a test election to try out a ballot design, kick off voter outreach, improve ballot counting quality. That's a great way to start. And also the Civic Engagement Commission, Campaign Finance Board, and Board of Elections should be required to take an active role in informing voters. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wong. Are there questions from the panelists? I see Carl.
Ready?
Yeah, Carl.
Ms. Wang, I think you made the distinction between ranked choice voting in primary elections and special elections as a priority, and I'm inclined to think, as you do, that is a higher priority. But could you explain why you think that it's, in a sense, a higher priority to have ranked choice voting in primaries and special elections than in general elections?
I think the main reason really is just the history of what has happened historically. So you're much more likely to find a situation where you're in a primary with 10 candidates. So, you know, we support a general election as well, but if you actually look at the history, the vast majority of cases where someone might be thinking, gosh, a runoff might happen, that's going to be costly, that's going to have low turnout, it's not the general where that happens.
Thank you.
Jim?
My first question is for Mr. Manning. Do you have an idea of how your goals concerning reasonable development could be incorporated either into some kind of rationalization of all the city plans or any of the other, or do you have any other concrete proposals in terms of things that have been raised before the commission?
I comprehend your question. It's called zoning. Where in Bay Ridge, you can't build buildings taller than 6 stories. All over town, people that are putting up these buildings are getting around zoning restrictions, changing the laws. I think it's a very popular idea that we should do land usage and zoning for the benefit of the city and the community, not the real estate interests. I don't think I'm going off on a tangent. What would really impact, what would really be a game changer is democracy vouchers. Our political system, our government is for sale. And I mean, radical left-wingers, conservative Republicans, and everything in between, they kowtow. They worship the Real Estate Board of New York. They've been bought and bullied. And with democracy vouchers, which is one of the things you folks are considering, we can really empower the citizenry. We can have elections that are a level playing field, like a football game where both sides get 6 points for a touchdown and 3 points for a field goal, the same rules for all candidates. With democracy vouchers and more or less equal funding opportunities for all candidates, we can really change our system for the better. It's a winner idea.
Thank you. Can I, one more?
Quick.
Okay. Andrew, how does, you don't see a need to change a revenue estimating system where the council doesn't get the final revenue estimate until after the budgets are printed and laid on the council members' desks, so they have a budget that they don't know if they can pay for?
I understand I understand the history leading to your question. The current system with the executive budget and then the negotiation between the mayor and the council has generally served well. There are additional revenues that come in, and funding priorities have been decided between the executive and the adopted budget, you know, throughout history as you've been involved, and figure out what those revenues are, what those funding priorities are, and coming to a final number. And the system has generally worked very well. The risk of changing it would be to change a system that might overestimate revenues, and when the economy turns, everyone's really smart until the economy turns, and they overestimate revenues. And so the conservative nature, relative conservative nature, not extremely conservative nature of the system protects against that, while we have increased spending 5.4% annually over the last 18 years on the current system. So I think it actually works pretty well.
Just to be clear, that my question went to not who does the revenue estimate, but just that the council should get it before they finalize the budget, not the day of budget adoption, when they have a budget set out and they still don't know what that final number is.
I think they go through the process in the negotiation from the executive to the adoption, you know, in an interactive fashion.
Thank you. Sal?
Mr. Ryan, we've had this discussion. One of my concerns is the performance of our pension plan, where in New York City, this year alone, we're contributing about $12 billion to that plan. It's going to only increase. And I know that it underperforms other plans around the world. Their structure is better, they're more efficient. And one of the things that I am proposing is that we, as part of this Charter Revision Commission, we mandate a blue ribbon commission to study other plans around the world, other pension plans, so that we can maximize the performance of our plan here in New York City. We are the financial capital of the world, and I've described, and others, our plan as a clunker. It's just not designed for maximum efficiency, and the taxpayers and the retirees are paying a price for that every single year, and it's only going to get higher. So the question that I ask is, would the Citizens Budget Commission support such a proposal?
We certainly would support looking at relative systems, both how it invests and the structure, as we have multiple systems, and the overhead that is, you know, that those multiple systems cost. We'd certainly, you know, support looking at other systems for models to see if there's more efficient ways to organize our system, and ways to relatively have good returns with the appropriate conservative investments that our workers certainly depend on. Whether it's a blue ribbon commission, I don't have a particularly a specific answer on today, but I do think that some view of other systems looking at that and reevaluating how to do that would be very prudent.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the panel and call the next panel.
Madam Chair, may I?
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve.
I don't want to let this panel go. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Ms. Wang, Ms. Lind, and Mr. Manning, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Manning, thank you. I think you're probably number 2 in the record holder by this point. Commissioner Albanese has convinced me about democracy vouchers, so I want you to know you helped along the way. But
I'm not one to blow my horn, but 100 years ago, my grandmother was the Brooklyn chair of the Women's Suffrage Party, and 85 years ago, my grandfather was Mayor LaGuardia's Corporation Counsel. When he was cleaning up Tammany Hall, a police officer had to escort my mother to school. Democracy vouchers are a winner idea. They're the smartest proposal that you have.
I am sold. Thank you. Okay. But my question, because my number one, having said that, I support that initiative along with a couple of others, but my number one priority is the Revenue Stabilization Fund or a rainy day fund. I went into my attic when we started this process, Madam Chair, pulled out some boxes from previous work, my time in the council and the 2 commissions. Here's what I said in '97. A government which robs Peter to pay Paul can always depend on Paul's cooperation. We're Paul. Paul is the now. We as a society are more than willing to spend the money that has yet been earned by the unborn children that we don't even know of yet. I said early on here in this room, our work is that of civic surgeons. We should take a scalpel. This is one area where I think the '89 charter just left one important piece out of the puzzle. I agree with you that the framework is a good one. We have a good budgetary framework in this city. And in 2005, a charter commission I sat on imported into the charter some of those measures to ensure that they're here for perpetuity. One area where we fell short, and we've tried and tried over 25 years that I'm aware of, is this area. Can you explain, Mr. Ryan, and by the way, I just want to say, he was one of the expert witnesses earlier in the year, and I asked CBC to submit some follow-up. We got it a couple of days later from the president, and I really appreciate that. And I ask all of the commissioners to read the report for April, because this is about as good a testament to why we should move on a revenue stabilization fund as anyone could make. But could you explain to all of us why we shouldn't just allow the Retiree Health Benefit Trust Fund to serve as a quasi rainy day fund?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the compliments. The Retiree Health Benefits Trust Fund was set up, smartly, because current workers earn benefits that are enjoyed by all of us today, but those benefits will be paid in the future. You set up a trust fund so that you can pay for those current, accrued benefits today, and you put them in and you pay them later, like a pension fund. We have liabilities of $104 billion for those benefits right now. It's a really good structure to put money in and then pay it when put money in when you should, and then pay it when you need it. Right now, we use it as a rainy day fund. It happened in the last administration. This administration has put historic amounts into that fund, which is great, but also talks about that it might use it if times get bad. If we use it when times get bad, we're basically taking money from the future, as you were saying, and using that money today. So they have to pay, our children have to pay our bills. If we put it in the charter and structure it properly, meaning that you put money in every year, at least what's called the pay-go amount, the amount you'll owe, and a little more, save a little more, and then not be able to take it out except to pay for those benefits, we would use it for its stated explicit purpose, and then with a companion rainy day fund, make sure the business cycle doesn't hit us.
Thank you for your consistent advocacy in this over the years, and for the work of the Citizens Budget
Thank you.
Commission.
It would be a real historic achievement if this commission move forward with a rainy day fund.
Oh, thank you. Lindsay?
One follow-up question for you, sir. I would be curious to hear, I apologize, I have not had a chance to read your response memo. What are the Citizens Budget Commission's thoughts on impoundment?
On impoundment, you know, we've thought seriously about this, and we understand why people have raised this issue. The current structure, though, hasn't been a problem, except for potentially once in the eyes of the beholder, but understand that. There might be risks if we start to narrow the mayor's impoundment powers that we haven't thought through. Since the current system hasn't been a problem, we would suggest not changing it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try thanking the panel again and calling up the next panel. Lynn Ellsworth, William Raudenbush, Arnold Weiss, and is there someone named Theodos? Do we have a Mr. Arnold Weiss?
That's me.
Okay, we have Lynn Ellsworth.
Yeah.
We have Mr. Raudenbush. Oh, no, we should have four. Oh.
Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Ellsworth?
Okay, great. Is this on? You can hear me? Okay.
If the red light is on, your mic
I'm
is
on.
on.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for your service here. I'm Lynn Ellsworth. I'm chair of Human Scale NYC. I'm here to talk about conflicts of interest. When representatives of a regulated industry end up ruling the agencies they are supposed to regulate, foxes are guarding the henhouse, and management by recusal will not help. Such is the case with the Department of City Planning and the Board of Standards and Appeals. Professional lobbies have also infiltrated our community boards. We also urge the Charter Commission to repair this situation. And the fix, we think, is simple. Create rules that forbid people with systemic and professionalized conflicts of interest from serving either on community boards or on city agencies in which the industry has a stake in the outcome. It means ruling out professional lobbyists, advisors to the affected industry, and employees of organizations within the industry who regularly do business with the city. Consider 3 cases. Let's take DCP. Of the 13 appointed commissioners, 1 is a former lobbyist for the real estate industry, 6 are developers, 1 is a large donor to the mayor, as well as a hedge fund investor working on a $75 million real estate opportunity fund in Brooklyn. Another manages the Grand Central Partnership, a big real estate bid that drove the heavily contested Midtown East and Vanderbilt upzonings. 3 others have prior experience as real estate developers for large governmental projects that also face substantial opposition. Only 2 have degrees in urban planning. Then we turn to BSA. I'll just say that the current chair is a longtime partner at the law firm Bryan Cave, who advises, according to their website, over 50% of the world's largest real estate private equity investors. The vice chair comes from the lobbying firm of Capellino. And in a scan of 2018, we did a scan of Manhattan Community Board committee chairs and executive teams. We found 29 questionable appointments. These include senior lobbyists from Rebney, Capellino, 3 Square Land Use, New York Hospitality Alliance, Westside Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing, Inside Associates Land Use Consulting, NYC Bid Managers Association, Nightlife Association founders, and a consultant to the taxi medallion industry. We also found senior employees to the big real estate dominated bids, such as Downtown Alliance, Hudson Yards, Hell's Kitchen Alliance, Harlem Valley Heights Corporation. I could go on. I have a full list of the 29, but I think you get the point that we think.
And you're free to submit that.
We will.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is William Raudenbush. Excuse me. I am also with Human Scale. And I'd like to talk to you today about the Euler process and a proposal for a modest improvement. In 1976, a sociologist wrote a famous essay decrying what they described as an urban growth machine composed mostly of real estate developers and their dependent politicians. Economist Jason Barr calls the same thing a, quote, skyscraper industrial complex. Some just call it the real estate lobby, which includes architects, big construction firms, and real estate's many lawyers, advisors, and lobbyists. And they have a stranglehold on our city government. The problems we face in reforming any kind of planning in New York City is that this growth machine has seized the reins everywhere and twisted our planning process to its own ends. It dominates the campaign finance system and has an ideological hold on many city agencies and real estate-funded think tanks that have to do with land use. So it's very difficult for any improvements. What we propose is a ULURP tweak. Any tweak of ULURP will not be a panacea because it cannot be a panacea because there are so many city agencies and so much broken in our local government. But what we support today is the creation of a new ULURP we dub a notification of intent to consider a rezoning. What this would do is it would take place at least 1 year prior to any certification. It would be a 2-page form consisting of a brief statement of whatever public purpose the possible rezoning might fulfill, a short paragraph describing the rezoning idea, and on page 2, a map of the area under consideration and a list of who requested the rezoning or brought the idea to the attention of city planning. It would immediately trigger a speculation real estate tax on all transfers until the question is resolved. Such a notification would take place before anything else official is done, before an EIS scoping session, before any studies are done at all. In the very beginning sections of ULURP, there's a point where you do a worst-case scenario report. I mean, I'm talking the very beginning here. The form would be published in the DCP website and distributed to council members, community boards, and borough presidents. It would allow the public time to react to prepare for their own counterproposals. As these things go now, we are given a done deal, and then the public is asked to comment. We oppose the creation of AstroTurf advisor groups, working committees, and their ad hoc planning groups under the control of the appointing politicians. We do support allowing 501c3 nonprofit groups to prepare their own 197A plans for submission to community boards and support a rule change that would allow communities to appeal to the City Council if DCP reacts negatively to their 197A plan. Right now, the parasite is killing the host, and if you want to know what the consequences of our current city government are, look no further than Amazon. That's what happens when we go so far to one edge that people push back so hard that they get rid of 25,000 good-paying jobs because the infrastructure is in crisis, the city is far too dense, and there's hardly any planning going on at city planning, just rubber stamping. We need to plan better for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rauschenbusch. The next speaker, I only have one name, Theodos.
Yeah, that's my last name. My first name is Kirsten.
You have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Kirsten Theodos. I'm also part of Human Scale NYC, and we'd like to discuss conflicts of interest in campaign finance. Preventing politicians from making questionable appointments to city agencies or to community boards cannot be solved only through changes to the conflict of interest rules. We have to help them to stop feeling obligations to whatever industries dominate their campaign funding, which is mainly real estate. Excuse me. The Charter Commission should fix that problem by tweaking the campaign finance law. How so? Lower the maximum donation to 0.1% of the median New York City household income. This year, that would make the largest contribution just $560. Such a figure has a virtue of having a logic to it and empowering the middle class rather than the wealthy. We ask the City Charter Commission to take on this change because the City Council is not capable of legislating such a maximum on its own. It is too much against their own immediate self-interest, as we have learned from one council member who was sympathetic to our position. Therefore, the change would need to come from the Charter Commission. Tweaking the law would immediately weaken the influence of real estate and other wealthy interest groups on our politicians. The Mayor's Charter Commission of last year brought the maximum donation down to $2,000, which is merely a start in the right direction. But that figure does not even remotely serve its intended purpose. A live example of this is a list of donors to Brad Lander's campaign for controller that proves the same people you ask for $5,000 are the same people you ask for $2,000. The list of The list of donors to Bradlander's current campaign for controller can be made available upon request, but we're providing a sample below for the official record, including people connected to the Gowanus rezoning.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weiss?
Thank you. My name is Arnold Weiss. I've been a lawyer for 60 years. During these 60 years, I've also been very active in community affairs, civic affairs, and political affairs. Just to give you a small idea of the things I've done, I was a campaign chairman for Ed Koch, Bella Abzug, and the statewide chairman of the New Democratic Coalition, a very powerful progressive organization, which I'm sure some of the older people in this group, like I am, are aware of. At any rate, I come here to speak about the Elected Civilian Review Board, which I think is important for the fairness and safety of this city. In the 60s, I was very active in getting that board approved by the voters and put into place. Unfortunately, when it got into the hands of the politicians, it was severely undermined. It's illustrated by the fact that we went to the public and asked them to go for a civilian review board, emphasizing the civilian participation in a review board to make it fair. When the politicians got a hold of it, they called it the Civilian Complaint Review Board. They dropped out the public participation and just went with a civilian complaint. I want to talk to you today about the New York Times article, which is right on point here. First of all, the article points out, or the article isn't called "Chokeholds Still Being Used by Police, Records Show." And these are the records of the Civilian Review Board itself. The article points out that chokeholds were barred by the police department in 1933. And after the Eric Gardner disaster, when he was killed by a chokehold in 2014, Commissioner Bratton, quote from the article, promised to retrain officers and crack down on the dangerous practice. Now, I'm going to read to you from this article, which tells you about how this Civilian Review Board has terribly failed. The Civilian Complaint Review Board, civilian complaint, not Civilian Review Board anymore, an oversight agency that investigates allegations of police misconduct, has substantiated significantly more complaints each year than it did before the Gardner case. Finding evidence that 40 officers have used chokeholds since the beginning of 2015, just 4 years ago. Still, only 10 of those officers, 40 officers, are known to have faced discipline for their actions. The board's data shows. All told, less than 2% of the 820 complaints over the last 5 years are known to have led to an officer being disciplined. Listen to that, 2%. That suggests that 98% of the complaints were ridiculous. Most officers who were disciplined received either remedial training or the loss of paid vacation days. In at least 3 cases, the police commissioner overturned the guilty verdict against the officers. We need a city that is fair and safe, and I urge you to turn your attention to this subject and getting an elected civilian review board, which is not going to be tilted to the police. And that has 3 main points. You'll hear more about this from other speakers.
Mr. Weiss, could you sum up, please?
Yes, I'm going to sum up. Point number 1, elected so that they're not tilted to the police. Second of all, make the police commissioner take away his power to reject all the hearings. And third of all, to have an independent prosecutor prosecute anybody found guilty rather than the district attorneys who work with the police every day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you.
Satish, you had a question?
Yes. Thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Weiss, my questions are for you. I'm an attorney as well. I work at the Legal Aid Society, and we were the attorneys for Eric Garner before he was killed. What I want to know from you and from anyone else here who's going to testify about an ECRB is why an election would solve the problems that we all agree, or at least I agree, are significant problems.
Okay, that's
And
not,
as a follow-up to that, if you would, did you read the staff report and the 5 recommendations in the staff report? And can you or anyone else who follows you in detail describe why those recommendations will fail? And as a final thought, we elected Donald Trump, so elections aren't perfect, right? And we're dealing with, if we are to be honest, a very powerful block of voters, police officers. There's a lot of them. So how do we ensure that if we elect a civilian complaint review board, that things are going to be better? So that's what I want to hear about.
okay. Some of the speakers will cover that. I'll cover a part of what you're saying. First of all, the way it is now, the people who serve on the board are all appointed by major politicians in this city who have to work with the police every day, and these people who are appointed do also, and so they tilt themselves toward the police. That's the main reason that we want an elected civilian review board, so the people sitting in this room, responsible people, can be hearing these complaints. That's the main point, and that's why we think an elected board will make a difference.
Sal?
I want to direct my question to Ms. Ellsworth. Thank you for your testimony. One of the things that we as a charter should be focusing on is how do we minimize or eliminate conflicts of interest? And I think what you described is pretty devastating in terms of conflicts that certainly at our at some of our bodies, particularly the City Planning Commission, and you obviously have done a lot of research, and I think that the issue of campaign finance reform is essential to all of that. I know you've got a proposal. You know I support democracy vouchers, which I think will eliminate all of that stuff. What do you specifically propose in terms of the City Planning Commission to minimize such conflicts?
First of all, I just wanted to say about democracy vouchers. You know, we have long supported them. We interviewed you long ago on a TV show about democracy vouchers. I thought we had the general impression that it may not fly with this particular charter commission, and we see a second best solution as a dramatic drop in the maximum contribution, second best solution. As for the conflict of interest, I think it's really easy to tweak the language in the charter. The sections doing with the conflict of interest board at the end of the charter, it's toward the end, section, I forget the name of the section, and also in the sections when you describe how appointments are made to the various commissions. You just have to insert language that says, you know, you can't be in the following categories. You know, you just rule it out. So you can't be a lobbyist. You can't be from the affected industry. It's pretty simple.
I mean, similar to the conflict of interest board, I think there's language to that effect. You can't be a lobbyist. You can't have a business before the city, and so on and so forth. Although there are problems with the conflict of interest board, you know, I'd like to see those donations, people on that board banned from donating to political campaigns. I was shocked that they were able to do that. But what about the issue of urban planners on the commission?
I think urban planning is a degree that is widespread. Lots of people get MAs and PhDs in urban planning. I think it's useful to have a number. You know, it's reasonable to say, well, the majority of commissioners ought to have a degree in urban planning. That doesn't mean that other people who don't have a degree don't have a huge experience to offer. This is a big city. It's a big country. There's a lot of different views about how planning should take place. You know, New York has its own internal bubble about planning equals affordable housing crisis. So there are other views and schools of thought out there that are legitimate both in academia and in the practical planning world. I think it'd be easy to, you know, carry on without the conflicts of interest.
Thank you, Sal. Jimmy?
Ms. Ellsworth, I'm doing this a long time, and listening to you tonight was an eye-opener for me. When you mentioned the City Planning Commission, I'd like you to go over those numbers again. How many are developers? How many are lobbyists? I want to know this again because I didn't write down everything. This is a commission, just 2 nights ago when we were in the Bronx, I said that they were a rubber stamp. I said that they do, what they often do is copy and paste from one development to another. They copy and paste and they produce the same EIS and EAS statements. But this is a commission that neighborhoods go to in all good faith, asking for their rights and their issues to be addressed and for applications to be modified or voted down. So I just wanted to know again, what did you say is the composition of the commission right now?
Of the 13 appointed, one is a former lobbyist for the real estate industry. 6 are developers of various kinds. 1 is a large donor to the mayor, as well as a hedge fund investor who has a $75 million opportunity fund that he's setting up to invest in Brooklyn. Another manages the Grand Central Partnership with, all you have to do is look at the board of the Grand Central Partnership. It's got the Real Estate Board of New York. John Banks is on there. Drove the Midtown East rezoning and the Vanderbilt zoning. 3 others are civil servants who have prior experience as real estate developers, I would say, for the side of the city, but often from the period of time when sort of the big vision projects were coming out, being sort of steamrolling over community opposition, which is deemed as NIMBYs, So, I think that is not a good profile.
I think especially when we're talking about neighborhoods who are concerned about overdevelopment, out of context and inappropriate development, this worries me. Also, just for the record, and then I'll conclude, when we had witnesses, expert witnesses come before this commission from the City Planning Commission, I mentioned how I felt about City Planning Commission, and they said, but Mr. Vaca, all of our votes are basically unanimous. I'll leave it at that.
Any further questions? I thank the panel, and I will call the next panel. Chad Elson, Pamela Monroe, Melissa Michio, and Larian Angelo.
Can she sit on the end? She has a. You want to sit?
Good idea. Thank you.
Oh, there she is.
Mr. Elson.
Good evening. My name is Chad Elson, and of all of the bona fides I might share with you, I'm most proud of the fact that I moved here 40 years ago and immediately joined the Village Independent Democrats. I ran parts of Mario Cuomo's campaign, reporting directly to Andrew. I was the advance person for Frank Barbaro when he ran for mayor, and I worked as a special assistant to Mayor Dennis Kucinich in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm here to talk in favor of the there are many words to use, but the diversity officer that we've been told would be a good person to have as a deputy mayor. I think that's exactly true in the case. I think that probably each of our agencies should have someone with that sort of a focus, in addition to a deputy mayor who would be in charge of diversity. I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but our own Comptroller Scott Stringer speaks to this issue by making reference to the fact that 19 billion of our city spending on goods and services, of that, only 5% go to certified women and minority-owned businesses. And while women comprise nearly half of New York City's workforce and contribute almost $100 billion annually to our economy, they're paid as little as half of the average earnings of white men in significantly high earning wages and businesses. I think there's no doubt that we need somebody to focus on these issues. There are certainly extraordinary individuals who fall within this category of women and minority, individuals who are very capable and who I think we need to bring into this circle of providers of services and goods to our city.
Thank you, Mr. Elson. Ms. Monroe, I'm sorry.
My name is Pamela Monroe with the Campaign for an Elected Civilian Review Board, also known as the Campaign for an ECRB. I've been present for most of these hearings and have spoken at a few. In the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. After members from the Campaign for an ECRB, our endorsers, the community, elected officials, and other concerned with the lack of police accountability have testified at all of the preceding hearings about the obvious problems with the current CCRB. After we've come to you with suggestions and even submitted a draft of a completely revised Section 18A of the City Charter and its accompanying administrative code, both of which establishes and addresses the CCRB, you, oh Lord, where did it go? You question whether the city charter can be changed to reflect an elected civilian review board. How do you think the CCRB became part of our charter? Via a charter amendment. Can you see why I'm tired? On your staff report and addressing police accountability, starting on page 15 under proposal, it reads, the legal framework governing police discipline in New York City is a complicated, delicate balance between local laws and state laws relating both to police discipline and more broadly to collective bargaining. You go on to say that because of the complexity of the various legal structures and risks mentioned above, many of these proposals should be pursued through the state legislature rather than a charter change, end quote. One would think that as you were providing footnotes in the staff report, you'd reference the state law you're so concerned about contradicting. But the only state law you reference is an 1897 and 1873 version of the state legislation. Yes, I'm speaking in the years of 1897 and 1873. There was not even a CCRB in 1873 and 1897. Do you see why I'm tired? It is because of this document titled Revising City Charters in New York State from the Governor and Secretary of State's Office, and this document, New York State Law Municipal Home Room, that we are here tonight and that the CCRB was added into the city charter. At the time the CCRB was added to the charter, there was not and there is not state legislation that mandates a police oversight board be either appointed or elected. As my colleague Jed Holt stated last Friday at the Brooklyn hearing, the city charter giveth and the city charter taketh. New York City Civil backs that up. It empowers local authorities to determine discipline as outlined in Section 75. The hearing upon such charges shall be held by the officer or body having the power to remove the person against whom such charges are preferred. Civil service law explicitly acknowledges that a government body such as a proposed ECRB or even a CCRB can have disciplinary authority. With regard to the question of whether the ECRB would change officers' police bargaining rights, police officers are already precluded by law from addressing disciplinary procedures in contract negotiations. Reference the city of New York versus McDonald. I'm not going to go.
Ms. Monroe?
I'm going to wrap it up
Okay.
because he asked the question. In your recommendations, you want to talk about the recommendations. You recommend that the police commissioner establish guidelines that establish clear penalties for misconduct. Why? Who's going to make the police commissioner enforce those penalties? Our submitted revised Chapter 18A of the Charter would require the police commissioner to enforce disciplinary decisions. We recommend that if the police commissioner does not follow, you recommend that if the police commissioner does not follow disciplinary recommendations, he or she should provide a memo to the CCRB and the Deputy Commissioner of Trials, the DCT, with a comprehensive explanation, as if that's going to save some lives. Currently, the police commissioner often deviates from the CCRB. A memo for every time the police commissioner deviates from a recommended discipline is not holding the police accountable. It is wasting paper, time, and resources, and is not saving lives. You recommend the empowerment of the CCRB to investigate and recommend discipline when there's evidence that an officer has given a false statement during a CCRB investigation. Investigate the falsified statement, and then what? Recommend a penalty so that the police commissioner can write a memo to deviate from that recommended discipline?
Ms. Monroe?
Last point. Your recommendation of an appointed board by the City Council and the public advocate is not going to hold police accountable. Why are you afraid to open the board up to marginalized and oppressed community members? Is it because you know that the people, the communities, the family members of those who suffer from a corrupt justice system, who are sick and tired of being sick and tired, will be the vast majority of people running to fill those seats? Are you afraid of that? Are you afraid of the PBA? None of your recommendations will hold police accountable or save lives. Change the charter to reflect an elected and empowered civilian review board where decisions are binding and there is a special prosecutor. Be bold, be of purpose.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. Melissa Miccio?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Melissa Miccio. I'm with the Freedom Socialist Party and also a concerned citizen. I've come in solidarity with an ever-growing list of victims, mostly people of color, which we all know the issue of police brutality disproportionately affects. I know a moral outrage when I see one. You've heard many people testify in these proceedings of the dire circumstances at hand, yet you seem more concerned with ranked choice voting than with abuse and murder. The Charter Revision Commission has a real solution to the crisis of police accountability handed them in the formation of an elected and empowered body, complete with an independent special prosecutor that asks only that the police be subject to the same laws it is their civic duty to enforce. This simple request is not radical at all. It's merely asking that officers show respect and decency in their daily dealings with the public. Only an elected civilian review board can provide the protection ordinary citizens sorely need. Whose side are you on? When a person is bleeding to death, do you hand them a Band-Aid? You still have time to do the right thing. Let the people decide. I urge you, please, to place this sweeping change on the ballot in November 2019. Think of the lives it could undoubtedly save. Let the people of New York, don't let the people of New York City down. Until there is justice, there will be no peace. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Ms. Angelo?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Larian Angelo. I'm an economist, and I worked for the council for about 15 years as your first revenue forecaster, and eventually as the finance director. I also worked for OMB for about 9 years as a deputy and first deputy director. I had the good fortune to stand on both sides of City Hall, and I certainly understand why each side gets very frustrated with the other. But I will say that with only one exception, the revenue forecast is always a negotiated part of the budget. Forecasting revenues is both an art and a science, and I can't think of a negotiated budget where the mayor's and the council's forecast did not move closer to each other. I've seen forecasting from both sides. The council revenue team is a group of smart professionals who can hold their own in any negotiation with OMB. The OMB revenue staff are also accomplished professionals who really do try to get the forecast right. As professionals, both sides are responsible and cautious in their estimates. I do not believe the IBO's forecast can be the default when the mayor and the council can't find a compromise. The IBO also has many talented professionals, but the problem is they're not elected. The budget authorizes the city to tax and spend, and I believe only those who are elected and have to face the people for their choices should have the authority in the budget process. 1998 was the first and the only time the mayor and the council could not reach a compromise. The council at that time exercised its charter-given powers with skill and dexterity, and working within the rules of that charter, passed a very acceptable budget. Given the city's $2 billion surplus, the mayor's reduced revenue estimates were greeted with skepticism, and several months later, both sides found a compromise. Switching to impoundment, I believe the commission is correct. The mayor should never use impoundment as a negotiating tool. But I find it difficult to understand how you can craft language that would not end up handcuffing the mayor at precisely the moment he or she needs to do impoundment.
Thank you very much. Are there Carl, Sal, Steve, and Jim?
Thank you, Ms. Angelo. I think you perhaps are uniquely qualified to see the budget issues that are before us, having
If someone could turn their phone off, please.
budget issues that are before us on having been on both sides of the aisle, as it were. On both impoundment and revenue forecast, therefore, having had this experience, would you recommend at this point any changes in the charter with respect to revenue estimates or impoundment?
I don't believe I would recommend any changes to revenue estimates. Impoundment, I understand the frustration, having been here in 1998 on that side. But I think you'd have to see the language. It's very difficult to craft language that would be both effective but not prevent the mayor from doing what might have to be done in an emergency.
And likewise on revenue estimates, given, as you say, the negotiations that as a practical matter go on from each side, you would also recommend that we leave the current charter language as is?
Yeah, I would recommend that it stays as is. It forces the council and the mayor to come to a compromise, to find a way to compromise and get the budget done.
Thank you.
Sal?
Ms. Angelo, how are you? Great to see you. I'm familiar with your work, and I have tremendous admiration for your experience and the work that you did on the council and the other areas that you worked on. So you're uniquely qualified to comment on some of these budget items. Would you suggest any change in the charter to make the budget process more efficient and more participatory on the part of the council?
Well, I served on the Mayor's Charter Commission and the last one, and I think the addition of participatory budgeting actually brings a lot of democracy to the budget, so I certainly supported that.
Anything else? So, well, a participatory budget is I think it's a good thing. I don't know how many people actually participate. I mean, that's, Practically speaking, I don't think anyone even knows that it exists. A couple of, maybe in Park Slope, a couple of people come out, but generally speaking, it's tinkering around the margins. But basically, your conclusion is that the budget process is fluid, it's effective, and it should stay as is.
It's generated for the last 30 years balanced, fiscally responsible budgets that allowed spending to increase without triggering a control period. And there was only one instance where I think most people would point to the behavior of the mayor as being less than appropriate in the budget process.
You want to ask about the rainy day fund? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, if you want to.
Steve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Angelo, I'm going to piggyback on Commissioner Weisbrod and Albanese's assertion that you are uniquely qualified. I'd even go further. 20-some-odd years ago, I had the privilege of working with you here, and you were my tutor in many respects. There are a handful of people in this city, and one or two of you are in this room right now, who know about as much relating to the city budget as can be known. So what you say will certainly mean a lot to me. My question relates to the subject matter that I broached earlier. I find myself, first of all, agreeing with you with respect to the charter, I think, being a good framework as it exists right now. We've had 30 years of balanced budgets. That's a great thing. But could you speak to the long term? Specifically, do you think the use of the Retiree Health Benefits Trust Fund as a rainy day fund is a sound fiscal management tool? And secondly, do you think the perpetual use of what we call these rolling surpluses is really a misnomer and creates a false sense of security, that they're really not surpluses, they actually just roll over and from year to year, but they don't do anything to address the long-term systemic unfunded liabilities that the city faces? Could you address the notion of that revenue stabilization fund from your perspective?
I think when you look at the current budget over the last few years, you see embedded right in the budget in a very open way a $1 billion revenue stabilization fund in every year of the budget. In addition to that, you see a $250 million capital stabilization fund also sitting very openly and clearly in the budget. Those are reserve funds, and they're there for that purpose. I think, I must admit, when I was in the council, I actually proposed several rainy day funds that didn't go anywhere. But barring that and the difficulty of getting it through Albany, I think it's very hard to craft language like that. Once again, language that allows the thing to be effective, but also gives you sufficient flexibility.
Well, just one follow-up, and then I'll stop, Madam Chair. Difficult to craft language, maybe, right? Would it be a step forward to say that the Retiree Health Benefits Trust Fund should be there for retiree health matters, not current fiscal downturns? And could you give us an example? Let's say we had a typical recession. How prepared are we? And would we be able to avoid service cuts and/or tax increases? And wouldn't a rainy day fund help us to avoid those severe measures? So wouldn't it be a good thing if we could craft the language to make sure that we're thinking for the long term so that we could weather the storm, as the report that I alluded to earlier is titled? If it could be done, would it be a better mechanism than we presently have in place?
Well, obviously, you'd have to see the language and think about it. I mean, I'm a budget person, and we love reserves. And the more the merrier, and the bigger the better, and it makes us feel very happy and very relaxed. So we certainly support reserves of all sorts. It was my impression that the Retiree Healthcare Trust Fund was always used to pay for that current year expense only for retirees' health fund. So it's not necessarily a rainy day fund. I mean, it is, but it does give some form of relief when a recession hits.
It's always good to see you. Thank you for all you did for me 20 years ago. I would just close by saying it also gives a false sense of security in my estimation.
Thank you all for your
Thank you.
very kind words.
We have more kind words, or words, from someone who used to work for you, Jim Karras.
Thank you, Larian.
How are you,
I was
Jim?
I'm good. I was Larian's finance counsel for many years, and she taught me most of what I know about the city budget. So you can actually blame Larian when I go after OMB, you know, when they come to testify.
And as I said, you guys are more than capable of holding your own in any negotiation.
And I wanted to, you talked about the impoundment powers and the frustration from our side. And what would you think of a very carefully crafted provision that allowed the mayor to impound for any economic reason? So the only things he would be prevented from impounding are for policy, he didn't like the program, or political reasons.
Yeah, definitely the mayor should not impound for those last two reasons.
But the one time it was used, it was ostensibly for those reasons.
Yeah, it certainly appeared that way. And in the court of public opinion, it also appeared that way. To impound when there was a $2 billion surplus.
I mean, if he can't point to any economic reason, shouldn't that be the reason he shouldn't impound?
Yes, although I could actually think of another reason. I mean, there might be a need to impound funds because you were looking at a contracting process that wasn't correct. So, but leaving that aside, it's very hard, though. It's very hard because how do you measure it? So I'll give you an example. So, you know, we all know that we're dependent on Wall Street. And there's volatility. Now, if there's volatility in August, sometimes it's a signal that you're in a lot of trouble. And sometimes it just passes and you're quite all right. Very hard to distinguish until you actually get knocked on the head. So it's tough. It's a tough moment. And I haven't heard of a mayor who actually tried to impound because they saw volatility, but if you wait until it happens, it's almost already too late. So it's difficult.
My second question, short, is:
Hurry, yeah, Jim,
do you
come on, give me a break.
Do you think that the I don't know whether Giuliani actually did an official impoundment or if he just held back funds. I think it was the latter. But do you think that holding back of funds for what appeared to everyone to be not economic reasons had an effect on the council's willingness over the next many years to take on the mayor over budget issues in significant ways?
It may have, but I think it also may have caused the mayor's side to think about taking on the council. I thought the council did actually a pretty good job, given the constraints of the charter, in taking on the mayor. This afternoon I spent some time looking at the press stories around that time period. And, you know, frankly, the mayor, no one was applauding him for doing this. As the negotiation dragged on, at a certain point, the press was also saying the council should come to the table. But I don't think that, I think if a mayor was looking at that experience, they wouldn't be very happy to jump into that again.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions for the panel, I thank you. And I'm calling the next panel. I would just remind everyone, when the little buzzer goes off, your 2.5 minutes are over and you need to sum up. Dave Smausch, I think it's pronounced. Gail Brewer. Merrill Brodsky. And Craig Seaman.
Doesn't matter.
So.
Thank you, Gail. She's in motion, that one.
Mr. Smausch?
Hi, thank you. My name's Dave Schmau. Hello, everybody. I'm a member of the Freedom Socialist Party and a 32-year resident of Manhattan. I'm also here tonight to speak in favor of the Elected Civilian Review Board proposal that you've received. You've heard about this from many people before me. The legislative package is only part of the extraordinary amount of work which has been done by a broad and diverse coalition of dedicated New Yorkers. For 3 years, we've been building the foundation of a movement for real police oversight in New York City. In case you think we're just a bunch of angry people who want to vent at you, I want you to know that during these 3 years, we've had regular monthly meetings, working group meetings, street outreach, done exhaustive legislative research, organized fundraising events. We've spoken to students and church groups, countless hours spent by ordinary New Yorkers united by their outrage of the rampant and unchecked police misconduct and criminality in this city. It's in the papers every day. Taking the pulse of the city in this way, we confirm daily the total lack of credibility in the current structure, that is the Civilian Complaint Review Board. We are building a movement because we know that historically any major reform which benefits ordinary people has only come through mass organization, and the process in this room expresses the magnitude of our job. We also know that even if our suggestions were to be wholly implemented and adopted, their true effectiveness would only be as real as the community activism behind them. We are in this for the long haul, and we will continue to build. Your website proclaims this is a fresh start. Do you really mean that? We come here because you have the power to offer the possibility of real change via the ballot in November. Unfortunately, your preliminary report disregarded all 3 of the essential points of our legislation. I'll say them again: that the boards be elected from communities that they serve, that the police commissioner be bound to carry out their decisions, and that an elected special prosecutor be in charge of cases of criminal conduct, such as the case of Officer Pantaleo, who killed Eric Garner. So I have a couple of questions for you. Number one, the conclusion of your staff report mentions that state law is a major obstacle to implication of our ECRB. This contradicts the research we have done on this issue and have addressed in previous testimony. If you have a basis for this conclusion, please explain it. And number two, do you think that the recommendations on this topic are equal to the task at hand, which is to reduce the suffering and injustice it creates? And Mr. Norrie, to your question, you seem to intimate that ordinary New Yorkers can't be trusted to make the right decisions regarding police oversight in their own city, the logic of which leads us to think that elections are not going to be valid anywhere. And when you talked about the last presidential election, you basically made that argument. So are you saying that elections... I'll respond. Oh, okay.
Ms. Brewer?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commission, for all of your hard work, and congratulations on a good turnout for Manhattan. I'm very happy about that. On land use in particular, I'm going to summarize this because you have a longer version. I want to emphasize the pre-planning aspect. I can't tell you how many times, if the City Planning Commission begins a discussion, the ULURP is not enough time for these rezonings, so you have to have a longer process. And I want to add that the charter should be amended to provide that the procedure for submitting amended applications during the ULURP period should allow the borough presidents to submit amended applications with their ULURP recommendations, again, to get more information that is from the community. I think we've discussed a citywide plan, either every 10 years, to see how the city is changing. We need to not have an ad hoc approach to neighborhood planning, and that does feel, despite the efforts, what it is now. There are some issues that I think did not get discussed in your recommendations, We want to have a procedure for the removal of deed restrictions that includes ULURP. We all know what happened in some of the cases that have been in the papers. Number two, the zoning lot mergers. We want to recommend amending the charter to require that requests for zoning lot mergers and easement agreements be made public because nobody knows that they're taking place. Number three, the process and standards for modifications of CPC special permits must be clarified. There are so many ways in which it is not clear to the public, and again, much of that is discussed in longer material that I sent to you. The Charter 4 should be amended to authorize the City Council to determine if modifications to zoning are within the scope of the existing application and environmental review. I know you've heard a lot about the EISs. Again, the same issue of transparency, not clear in the current process. And I also just want to say on other issues that are relevant, the director of the city planning should not also serve as chair of the planning commission. I know this is not something that is universally supported here tonight, but it makes, again, for too much power in one person. The appointment of the chair should require the advice and consent of the city council, and because the chair and the commissioner should be at arm's length, in my opinion. Number two, different topic, rank choice voting. I strongly support your recommendation for that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Borough President. Meryl Brodsky.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm Meryl Brodsky, a Turtle Bay board member. Okay. Turtle Bay board member and district leader in the area spanning the UN to Grand Central Station, north to Bloomingdale's in the East 60s. I addressed two land use questions of interest to Turtle Bay and a little bit about governance. First, should the charter include a city plan? ULURP, a charter amendment of 1975, devised to limit Robert Moses' mega projects, abandoned citywide planning. The Bar Association's Charter Revision Task Force states, the charter establishes a variety of planning processes under Section 197A, but does not require the creation of a single comprehensive plan to guide land use. We think this ought not be changed at this time, absent careful study. And we generally agree with that. However, if the disposition of land is unfair, planning might address inequities. For example, East Midtown rezoning in 2017 compelled a council subcommittee to vote on elements of the plan. Complaints from Turtle Bay caused lawmakers to nix 5 blocks on the east side of 3rd Avenue altogether. Remaining were two hotly contested elements concerning the sale of unused development rights by property owners, including St. Pat's Cathedral, and how much dough the city would take from each transaction. The plan proposed a floor price as a guarantee that money would flow into the Public Realm Improvement Fund. Property owners and the Real Estate Board of New York opposed the idea, saying it would stifle sales in soft markets. Emanating from developers' profits, the Public Realm Improvement Fund would be used for infrastructure. But infrastructure requires massive input from Con Ed and communication, construction, and engineering entities, exceeding any developer's capacity. Cost overruns would preclude infrastructure. Planning that overhauls some developer zoning rights or mandates affordable housing might be better. Second, should ULURP pre-certification be extended? The 2018 Charter Commission did not change the 7-month timeline. A former chair of the City Planning Commission on the expert testimony people recommends 30 extra days for community boards in complex cases and allowing the Department of City Planning to enforce zoning laws. Also, grievance procedures for too tall as-of-right buildings, which might be incorporated into ULURP. Okay, I want to conclude. The most important part of what I had to say was, since this is public participation, a question of community board participation, Turtle Bay is strongly against term limits and would much prefer that each board decide whether or not it wants term limits, which would seem the democratic way to go. So in general, we're for a longer pre-certification, as I think Borough President Brewer mentioned, and term limits decided by majority vote of each board. Thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brodsky. Mr. Seaman, I believe we've seen you before.
Yes, you have. Once again, I'm Craig Seaman, Green Party State Committee member, former state chair, and former New York City Council candidate. And I do support ranked choice voting, specifically to include the general elections. And I'd like to address some of the concerns that have been raised in some of the previous meetings. One is the access of information. First of all, I think you'd agree that the internet is probably the most readily available source of information about candidates. Even those candidates with limited means use it as a key point of distribution. Well, this February, Pew Research reported that the access gap to the internet between race, ethnicity, and income, whether low income, under $30,000 a year, non-white, or those people with only high school education, still have over 80% of that group has access to the internet. So the access is there. On understanding ranked choice voting, because this is something that also comes up, 3 weeks ago, Social Science Quarterly did a study on understanding of ranked choice voting, and they reported that they studied between white and non-whites and voting systems, various voting systems. They showed virtually identical ease of understanding. The difference between white and non-white was less than 3% across the board, and they concluded we find no apparent effects of race or ethnicity that are specific to the self-reported understanding of ranked choice voting. And importantly, the impact on voter turnout. Kimball and Anthony at the University of Missouri did a study in October 2016 on voter participation, and they found that ranked choice voting compared in primaries, runoff, and general elections, which I support, that showed an increase of 10% of the turnout in the November elections, which is one more reason why I think ranked choice voting be included in the general elections. And comparing the number of candidates specific to Minneapolis, one of the largest cities that supports ranked choice voting, in 2005, which was the last year preceding the introduction of ranked choice voting, they had 13 districts that had a total of 25 candidates. By 2013, their second election cycle, they had ranked choice voting. In 10 of the 13 districts, they had more than 2 candidates. They had over 47 candidates. So if you want diversity of participation for the candidates and diversity of choice for those voters not affiliated with the political party, just as in Minneapolis, which is the DFL, the Democratic Farmer Labor, ranked choice voting in the general election will open this system to more voters.
Thank you, Mr. Seaman. Questions for the panel? I have Steve and then Sal.
Thank you. Madam Borough President, first I want to say thank you for being here. In so many respects, you are one of the founders of this group. I hope we deliver on something that benefits the city. So thank you for your vision and your leadership in bringing us about. You testified last year, and I talked about my priorities. I have 2 that are important to me. That doesn't mean I don't support other things. Rainy Day Fund, which I've already spoken about extensively, and the other was borough empowerment, right? Yes. Could I just, looking at my notes from 2005, could you tell me if this still, in your view as a borough president, and it's important that we get that perspective, if this is still the problem? The charter grants you as a borough president the power to propose modifications to the budget proposed by the mayor. Section 245B says you get to do that, but that you've got to also propose equal offsets in your borough. The problem, as I recall, was another section of the charter doesn't grant you the level of specificity. You don't know what the departmental estimates are, so you therefore can't fulfill your duty to recommend the cuts. Is that still a problem?
Absolutely. Obviously, you're dealing with units of appropriation, so it's a problem when you and I were in the city council, and it's a problem as borough president. So without units of appropriation, it's very hard to do. I mean, the borough presidents, and I look at the borough president of Staten Island who walks on water, as far as I'm concerned, how strongly I feel how great he is. And I would say that I would say that there are not only budget issues. I mean, the issue, of course, the formula for Manhattan, and I think maybe for Staten Island, is very skewed in terms of how much capital you get, not just on the analysis of the budget, but the borough presidents, how that is allocated is also very challenging. In Manhattan, for instance, in terms of borough reference, we have a certain percentage that is based on a formula, but it's only based on the residents. We have 1.6 residents and 2 or 3 million coming in every day. So we don't really have the dollars for the infrastructure because of the formula. But what you're talking about specifically, yes, we submit, this is what we think should be the budget. I don't know what happens to that material, just like the district service material that the community boards put together. I always worry, does it really get impacted? Is there some way that the OMB pays attention to it? And they put a lot of time into it, as you know, the community boards. So I would say that without units of appropriation, it's very hard to know what should be added to and what should be cut. Even as a council member, you don't know.
So how important do you deem it for this body to address this particular issue of trying to find a way to make this opaque process less opaque so that you could discharge your duties in a meaningful way with respect to budget? I'm leaving land use
No, I understand
aside,
that.
just budget.
I think budget is incredibly important. I know you've had some discussions from the mayor's side stating we need this large non-unit of appropriation because we want to be able to move money around. I totally disagree. It's the public's money. They should know exactly what's in that unit of appropriation so that you could mold it toward and mirror it towards an actual program. If you're talking about homeless services, you're talking about mental health, what exactly is it doing for that amount of money specifically?
Thank you so much.
That's a Jimmy Otto issue also.
I'll take that back to him.
Please.
Sal?
Borough President Brewer, welcome.
Yes, Sal
and,
Albanese.
good to see you.
Nice to see you.
I want to echo what Commissioner Fiala said. You're one of the prime movers behind this unique commission, so congratulations on that. And thank you for your thorough analysis of the different issues that we're grappling with. My question is about the Conflict and Interest Board. I mean, I quote from the city charter here: the people are chosen for their independence, integrity, civic commitment, and high ethical standards. And while they're serving, they can't hold any public office. They can't seek election to any public office, be a public employee in any jurisdiction, hold any political party office, or appear as a lobbyist before the city. My question is, should we not add that people who sit on this commission should not be able to donate to candidates for municipal office?
People who sit on this commission.
Correct.
Well, you're talking during the time period that the commission exists, or
Yes.
even into the future?
During the time
That you're
that
sitting
they
there.
sit on the commission. Obviously, when they
Later on.
retire or they move on, they can do whatever they want. But you know, we established these standards to obviously create objectivity, independence, because the Conflict of Interest Board mediates conflicts, and we want to eliminate the people who are addressing these conflicts from having their own conflicts. And we've seen a couple articles in the Times about this recently, actually a couple of days ago, and a piece by Willie Newman about the Conflict of Interest Board. I personally don't understand how they're allowed to donate to campaigns, yet we have these other standards. You can't be a lobbyist. You can't. So I wanted you're a student of government. I know how
I don't know
knowledgeable
if I'm a
you are.
student in government. Just like you, I try to have the highest ethics possible. I think if you did that, then you'd have to have some broader situation where it's not just this commission, but commissions in general couldn't during a certain time period. So I don't know if it should be just for this commission. I'd have to look at it, Sal, to be honest with you.
I'd appreciate that, but
I don't know offhand. I didn't know about this particular issue, so I'm a little not quite able to state. But I do think, in general, the way in which it would operate here would operate across the board. This commission isn't going to last forever. There may be other commissions that have similar time periods and sunsets. and that too might be relevant.
I'm not talking about this commission.
No, I'm talking about in general.
Yeah. Specifically the Conflict
Conflicts of Interest Board.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'd love your thoughts. Think about it.
Okay.
Contemplate deeply, and I'd love to hear your
Okay,
comments.
I'll let you know. All right,
Thank you, Satish.
thank you. Oh, sorry.
All right, get ready. So I find it ironic that we are standing in front of a statue of Thomas Jefferson and debating the merits of democracy. But don't get me wrong, we are on the same page. I've been fighting for 18 years as a lawyer at legal aid for accountability, for transparency, for justice for the underrepresented. But if you haven't noticed, our democracy is flawed. The issue, other than this one that we're discussing here today, more than any other, is whether our democracy works. That's why we're talking about ranked choice voting and democracy vouchers and so on. And so it troubles me that we're hinging this discussion on an election when every other discussion we're having is about how our elections are so flawed. And so I want to be convinced that this is possible. And at this point, I'm trusting the staff report that it is not possible. But you're telling me that it is possible. So I'm an open-minded person, and I'm willing to reconsider that position. But I'm asking that, it be, flushed out as we continue tonight.
I'll take a minute to respond.
Just one.
1 minute. I love being in this room. You mentioned Thomas Jefferson. That's really nice, because it reminds me of how far we've come, sort of. The iconography in this room, in total, represents a time when the only people who could be on community boards and participate in elections were white men who owned slaves. We've come some way from there, but what's going on in the streets of New York today shows that the Civil War is not finished. We have movements to build. We have a long way to go. And I say it again, if we can't trust ordinary people with a subject like how they want their police to act in New York City, I don't know who we can. You're making an argument that we have to turn it over to our betters, and we see where that goes. The logic of it is what we have at the federal level. I think we need to build a movement, and we need to trust ordinary people to do the right thing.
Thank you very much. Are there, Jimmy?
Thank you, Commissioner Camillo, and the chair, of course. Borough President Brewer, first, I think you're great. So
I think you're great also, Jimmy.
I think you're awesome. And it was well, no, she walks on water too. And I wanted to comment on a couple of things. I have to inject for a second on the COIB. I did send out a view today to my fellow commissioners. I don't have a number, but I would guesstimate that 90% plus of the cases that go to COIB are cases brought against city employees who work somewhere in the executive branch. They work for an agency or an authority controlled by the executive branch. It doesn't make sense to me that all 5 commissioners are appointed by the mayor, who's the head of the executive branch, whoever that mayor is. This is nothing personal. So whoever that mayor is, I don't understand how they have the authority how they have been given the authority to appoint COIB commissioners in total, all 5. And I've mentioned that we may want to look and that we should look at another appointment method. I suggested, but I'm open, but I suggested that the public advocate appoint 3, the mayor 1, and the controller 1. And I think we have an opportunity to do so. I especially want to commend you for all you've done, Gail, in advocating for community boards. Your office, you set an example, and you've given them so much technical assistance and training. But many community board members throughout the city, and I'm a community board person for years myself, they are frustrated with not feeling engaged enough, that they are listened to. Their powers under the charter are strictly advisory, and that sometimes is a difficult thing to accept. So what do you advise, where do you advise that we do more with community boards, and that how can we get them more at the table when decisions are made?
I appreciate that question very much. I mean, we obviously do try by creating the fact that when we make our decisions in the borough president's office, we listen very, very carefully. I do think that the advisory portion would be something to look at. They are stuck often with that clock being hit by City Planning Commission and 50 or 60 days in which to respond. And it's not enough time. It's simply not enough time. And of course, in my opinion, with these crazy term limits, it gets even worse. So it would be great if this commission would take the advice of those and we heard a little bit about the need for people to be part and trust people in terms of the CCRB. I would do the same thing for the community boards. You have to trust that their suggestions may not be just advisory, but they have actual real teeth. It would mean a different kind of appointment process. I'm very proud of our process, and I think it would have to have something that was monitored in terms of people having, not being absent and being very, very careful and very committed to the process. But I think that would be, and very transparent. But I would love to see the communities have a lot more input. And of course, you want the community boards to be representative of the demographics of the community. That also, I know the city council is looking at that. We do that in our borough. So we'd have to have some, I think, input and some monitoring and some more, as you said, training to go with real teeth in terms of their suggestions and their recommendations. The same thing with the budget. I mean, I don't know that anybody takes those amazing amount of district need statements as seriously as they should. It's back to this issue of, I heard earlier, what is your proposal for making sure that people know what is in that budget? The community boards are often in the dark about that.
You mentioned planning quickly. You mentioned planning. Are you in support of a planner for community boards?
Yes, we need planners. We need more technology. Yes, we are I don't quite understand the Mayor's Civic Commission. I wasn't supportive of it. I don't understand if those planners should be selected by the community boards and not by the mayor's office, however.
Thank you.
Carl?
To that point, Madam Borough President, because as Commissioner Vaca said, and I think we all recognize, you've done a really remarkable job in raising the quality of community boards and community board members. Do you think, and there's been a lot of discussion about enhancing the planning capacity of community boards. We, as our chair noted the other night, we have no appropriation power here to do that. But if that capacity was increased, would it be better to have planners in each community board, or in your view, would it be better in terms of the role of the borough president to have an enhanced planning capacity at the borough level that could then be allocated as determined by the borough president to community boards as necessary?
Yes, I mean, obviously, I think that would be fabulous. I do think that community boards, however, should literally have some say over whom that staff is. I don't want, even though I'm the borough president and I feel very proud of our office, I was on a community board, and I think that they should pick the staff. That staff perhaps could work more cohesively, from a central office. We do that, for instance, when we're doing technology. We have a huge technology effort on behalf of the community boards now, working out of our office. And as you know, Scott Stringer put graduate students, which work a little, but they disappear after their academic year. And that is challenging in itself because you work with them and then the person is gone. So yes, I think a staff that was well-trained on planning with the appropriate academic qualifications, but selected by the relevant community boards. Obviously, input from the borough president's office, but the final say of who the persons are should come from the community boards.
Thank you.
Can I ask Gail?
Yes. Yes, Meryl?
Gail.
Yes. Hi, Meryl.
Hi, honey.
You look great.
So do you.
Thank you. I'm just wondering.
I've been around a long time, audience, just so you know.
Directly into the mic.
That's a good thing. Experience is good.
Yes.
Gail, I'm wondering in the report, the recommendations on the role of the public advocate.
Yes.
If you could give us your great common sense and wisdom.
Well, I was there for 4 years under Mark Green, and I'm familiar with the office. I do think that the ombudsman function is not highlighted enough. That function is complicated. It could, on a regular basis, if done with tenacity and finesse, it needs both, could work with elected officials in a more holistic fashion to get the systemic problems, because that's what's not happening. Whether it's the Water Bureau or the other bureau. Nobody's going to share all their list of constituents, just turn them over to the public advocate. But if there was a situation where the people's person, which is basically what an ombudsman is, was to work with the appropriate communities' electeds to say, let's work together on the systemic issues, I think it would be a good counter to whatever any mayor is trying to accomplish. We're all doing it individually, and then you end up with the press conference and the one-day shot, and not necessarily the systemic change. The second issue, of course, is the issue of the budget, and I do think it should not be the whim. I was in the budget negotiation committee for 12 years, and I must admit there were times when money was tight, and we say cut the borough presidents, cut the public advocate. We didn't have any reason to do that, except we didn't have a lot of expense money. So it needs to be tied to something, so it's not at the whim of the city council and the mayor, to be honest with you. But the ombudsman function, and of course, subpoena power, others can decide how that should or shouldn't work. But there isn't enough teeth to be able to do this kind of real systemic, these are the challenges, I think. And city council does some of it, but they do it with the hearing structure. And the public advocate with the appropriate staffing, I think could really be a challenge on that front.
Thank you, Gail.
Mr. Cordero?
Being that we're asking, Madam Borough President, your opinion on a few things, what's your opinion of the ECRB?
The CCRB? Okay. I do think, there are systemic changes that should be made. I'll be honest with you, I appreciate very much what he had to say, but I am not necessarily supportive of the vote, only because I was a school board member 100 years ago, and people, when they vote, they don't turn out for elections that they don't understand. I know that they should, but they just don't. So, however, there are other changes that could be made, I think, even before we talk about that. Changes to the appointments, the imposition of certain obligations to the police commissioner, the delegation of subpoena power to staff, the granting of permission to the board to investigate and impose discipline in cases of false representations. There are lots of necessary reforms. The charter should be amended to codify the MOUs, the Memorandum of Understandings, which I know is very controversial, that provide for the prosecution unit. And I think that the budget should be set at a certain amount, not dissimilar from the independent budget office, which is set to a percentage of the Office of Management and Budget. The CCRB budget could be set at some percentage of NYPD's budget. That's what I would, some ideas. I understand the need for elections generally, but I've just been around too long and know that people just don't turn out. Now, that's not to say that there might be a different process for the appointments, more transparency, different ways. I was chair of the Manhattan delegation, and I'll be honest with you, the Manhattan delegation is supposed to come up with certain, in the city council, appointments. It's not a great process. You got somebody, it was very haphazard. So the appointment by the city council of the different appointments from the delegations perhaps needs a different process in itself. So that might be where you have hearings and you have people who are more qualified than perhaps people think are on the board now. That could be discussed, or even who the mayor's people are and how they are appointed. But I worry that in an election situation, you wouldn't necessarily get a good turnout, and people would be campaigning in some kind of weird ways. I think it's good that judges go through appointments and elections, but it's still got some challenges.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
No. Yes?
No? If not, I'd like to thank the panel.
Thank you very much.
And call the next panel. I have Wendy Garcia, Terry Hagedorn, Aida Camp, and Sean Ahern. And just so you can get ready, the panel after that is Amy Jew, Howard Slatkin, Noreen Weissel, and Jordan Whoop. Ms. Garcia?
All right, thank you to the Charter Commission revision for allowing me to testify tonight. My name is Wendy Garcia, and I'm the Chief Diversity Officer for the Office of the New York City Comptroller, Scott M. Stringer. I'm here tonight because the preliminary staff report did not go far enough. Anything less than enshrining a Chief Diversity Officer in City Hall and in every single city agency in the charter is simply not enough to tackle the problems that the city faces. We need a government that prioritizes closing the racial and economic gaps in New York and to establish real consequences when there's inequity. A chief diversity officer as a top official in City Hall will be able to address the pervasive patterns of discrimination that have plagued our agencies for decades. They will set the tone of inclusion at the very top. And with support of CDOs in every single mayoral agency, they could hold city government accountable every single day. By conducting internal audits, assessments, a CDO could reveal new data about discrimination patterns in workforce and procurement. They could use data to show when people say, "We've tried our best," but that simply won't be good enough. And they could work closely with the mayor and agency commissioners to implement effective programs that deal with transparency, metric goals, and more importantly, something that government lacks, accountability. And as I've said before, the role must be supported by chief diversity officers at every single city agencies. Agents and CDOs will be able to take a look under the hood. They have a microscopic view on how specific agencies must address systemic inequities. We believe that this will stop the pattern from repeating itself, because what we have learned from history is that we have not learned from history. Of the 6,700 certified MWBEs, 80% of them are not getting contracts today. Of the $19 billion that the city spends, only 5% is going to MWBEs. And out of all the city agencies that we have, only 4 have CDOs that report to commissioners. We know that this works and that it's time for reform. In our office, we went from 11% to 29%. We tripled that in just 4 years. In our pension funds, we grew it from $8.9 billion to $12.5 billion. We did that in 4 years. And when we looked at a corporate governance team, and I'll sum up, we made sure that we asked for diverse directors across the nation, and we were able to get 54 new ones across the nation. This has never been done before. Municipal government has never thought of this in a way where we take equity into compliance. So I ask you that today you take the uncomfortable step, that you charter a chief diversity officer at the very top and at every single city agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Hagedorn?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. My name is Terry Hagedorn, and I'm a volunteer member of Represent Us, which is a nonpartisan anti-corruption organization. It's national, but I'm a New York volunteer. One of the core platforms at the national level is election reform, and ranked choice voting is a critical component of the reform. There are myriad benefits to RCV, which you've been hearing about, from ensuring that candidates with the most votes and broadest support actually win the election, to eliminating vote splitting, reducing negative campaigning, and cutting cost of elections. One concern that has been raised about ranked choice voting is ballot exhaustion, which occurs when all the candidates a voter ranked have lost, even though 2 or more other candidates remain in the race. When this happens, the ballot is considered exhausted and is no longer included in the tally of the winner. This can happen when the voter chooses either not to rank all the candidates or when the ranking is capped at maybe 3 candidates. 2 points to consider on that. One, there's a difference between exhausted votes and exhausted voters. Before Bay Area cities adopted RCV, the average decline in turnout was much greater in runoffs than the proportion of ballots that came to be exhausted under RCV. On average, runoff elections saw a 23% decrease in voter turnout compared to a only 12% average level of ballot exhaustion for RCV elections. So put another way, there were nearly twice as many exhausted voters with runoffs as exhausted votes under RCV. And it was acknowledged in your commission's report that runoff turnout tends to decrease dramatically here in New York City. For example, there was a 61% decrease in turnout from the 2013 Democratic primary to the runoff for public advocate, and decreases of about 35% in the 2009 Democratic primary runoffs for comptroller and PA. Exhausted voters also tend to be those who cannot afford to take more time off to vote again, meaning runoffs unfairly disenfranchise lower-income people. The second point to consider is that if the number of candidates a voter can rank is increased from 3 to 5 or even beyond, the risk of ballot exhaustion naturally declines. Represent Us advocates for applying RCV to all elections and all offices and allowing voters to rank at least 5 candidates. In closing, if New York City adopts RCV, as many other cities and states have, we will be much closer as a country to using RCV for federal elections, a truly positive outcome for our democracy that you have the ability to impact today.
Thank you, Ms. Hagedorn. Alita Camp, I'm sorry I pronounced your name wrong the first
It
time.
happens a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Benjamin and Commissioners. My name is Alita Camp. I'm Chair of Community Board 8 Manhattan. We've testified at prior Charter Revision Commission hearings and have attached resolutions to my testimony that I've submitted. CB8 is concerned that there is insufficient public input into the land use process. We ask for more time and an earlier time to review and comment. The purpose of ULURP is to allow communities input into land use decisions that impact our neighborhood. Therefore, we urge the Commission to include a pre-ULURP review period for community boards. In addition, we need 45 additional days beyond the 60 required as part of ULURP to allow us to provide public notice and have sufficient time to evaluate and vote on the applications. Community boards meet once a month. If the application comes in just after a board meeting, it will be approximately 28 days or longer before we meet again. That is simply insufficient for meaningful review and comments. The clock should not begin to run until whichever happens later. City planning certifies the application is complete, or it does not certify the application is complete until submission of the final and partially prepared EAS with a negative declaration. If we discover an inaccuracy in the application, we ask that the clock start again. There were other concerns with ULURP. For instance, an EIS written by an environmental company who is paid for and engaged by the developer is not impartially prepared. We ask that the environmental company or law firm be paid by the developer, but be drawn from a list maintained by the city to ensure greater objectivity. Because ULURP is designed to provide for public input and an analysis of the various impacts of the project at issue upon the community, we ask that As of Right Buildings notify community boards of filings and that the DOB notify boards before approving plans. We ask that there be greater transparency in the RFP process and that communities participate in RFP development. The RFP process should be treated more like ULURP because the impact on communities is just as great. While growth is important, there are other parts of city life that have equal value: affordable housing, quality education, effective and efficient infrastructure, small business vitality, neighborhood preservation, and vibrant communities. We are concerned that these values have eroded in favor of an exclusive interest in growth. Articulation of this values in the document that governs New York City would help ensure that the city remain a vibrant urban environment. Therefore, we believe that a comprehensive plan that recognizes the importance of issues other than growth is essential to a livable city. Current thinking appears to be that the poorly coordinated reports and ordinances now in place constitute a plan for the city. We disagree. We need a coordinated plan that addresses these and other issues. I just would like to sum up by referring to Commissioner Vaca's comments about the need for changes potentially to overdeveloped communities whose new buildings are out of context and inappropriate. Community Board 8 would fall into that category. We can't seem to get city planning to look at altering the zoning to provide for more affordable housing, to save small businesses, and to provide buildings that are more in context with our neighborhood. We further support the comments that Borough President Gail Brewer made and those provisions of the report that relate to the Borough President. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Camp. And now Sean Ahern.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sean Ahern, and I'm Director for the Center for Advanced Research of Spatial Information, also a professor in geography. And I'm here to talk about the creation of the position of Chief Geospatial Information Officer in city government. Since the early 90s, I have worked with the City of New York to build its geographic information infrastructure. In a collaboration with the Department of Environmental Protection, my Center for Advanced Research of Spatial Information managed and conducted quality assurance for the first photogrammetric base map in 1996 called NICEMAP, to which all the city's geographic layers were referenced. We continued to manage NICEMAP until 2006 in collaboration with DOITT. The 9/11 crisis helped crystallize the importance of geospatial information for emergency response. Under the leadership of Alan Leidner, DOITT Assistant Commissioner and Head of Citywide GIS, a 24/7 mapping and data center analysis center was set up at Pier 92. The preparatory work done prior to 9/11 to establish GIS for the city and the mapping and data analysis center set up during the crisis helped the city get back to normal many days, even weeks sooner than without this preparation and leadership, saving the city hundreds of millions of dollars. In 2010, CARSI, my lab, managed and did quality assurance for the first high-density LiDAR data acquisition for the City of New York. These data supported the creation of the city's first solar map. A byproduct of this work was the first digital surface model of the city at a resolution of 1 foot. This product can be used to very precisely calculate which parts of the city would be flooded given different storm surge levels. Despite these data being delivered to the city by my lab in the fall of 2010, this work was never done. Nor was the relationship between flooding levels and critical infrastructure ever analyzed. This oversight resulted in the Con Ed station blowing up, darkening Lower Manhattan for days, and the loss of electricity at the NYU hospital, to name but a few of the avoidable disasters that occurred during Hurricane Sandy. In total, billions of dollars needed to be spent that could have been avoided had the above analysis been done. What happened? Between 1999 and 2004, there was a head of citywide GIS, Alan Leidner, at the assistant commissioner level. After 2004, there was no one in the city with the same level of authority to coordinate geospatial activities of strategic planning, data acquisition, and standardization. It is time to make the position of Chief Geospatial Information Officer in city government a requisite part of the city's management structure. It is also necessary to develop a strategic plan for GIS and set up a steering committee to develop it and provide oversight for all GIS activities in the city. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ahern, I understand that Mr. Leitner and others may be working with the City Council for a bill that would do just that. Are you aware of that? Is that?
I am.
And that is the case then?
I believe so, but they would have to talk. It's in early stages, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Paula Gavin?
I have a question. Excuse me. I have question. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name about RCV and voter turnout. I'd just like you to talk about other things we might do connected to RCV to really spawn the turnout that we want.
Vouchers. Vouchers. I'm a big proponent of voucher systems. We've studied that at Represent Us. I mean, I don't know enough to be dangerous, but it's something that I felt really inspired by. I think, you know, when you talk about, I mean, I was a big advocate for what came onto the ballot in November about increasing the, you know, the public match, and I think that's great because it's based on the system that we have had. But if you really want to change the game, I feel like that is your way to go with vouchers.
Can I ask one related question? I'm sorry, Sal.
Just wanted to say that I appreciate the feedback on democracy vouchers, which is, if you've been at these hearings, you know that I'm certainly a big fan of vouchers. I think that would change the game. It's happening in Seattle, Albuquerque, and Austin will adopt. Senator Gillibrand just proposed it on a national level. It will really, it's real democracy. You know, I'm a critic of the matching system. I think it's ineffective. I think it only helps insiders. But your organization is doing good work across the country. And thank you for being here tonight.
Thanks.
Thank you. Carl?
Mr. Aaron, is that
correct?
I just want to follow up on the chair's question to you, which is, if in fact the City Council is talking now about legislation, why shouldn't, which can be done in a rather deliberative process through hearings and the like, shouldn't that, and this can be accomplished through legislation, isn't that the better course of action rather than doing a charter amendment?
My expertise is not really in city government, to be honest. I'm a professor in a technical area. You know, that's certainly another avenue that could be pursued. I don't know New York City's charter well enough to know at what level a position like that would be, you know, enshrined in the charter. So I can't quite answer your question. But we're certainly open to any avenue to achieve that goal. Okay?
Understood. Thank you.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I hope, sir, that you saw the newspaper yesterday where they showed a picture of years after Hurricane Sandy. The big solution was the large sandbags that they placed on the seawall. So I think you make a very compelling argument, and I'm happy I came tonight to hear you, as all of you.
Much of what happened should not have happened if the city had this position in place and the correct organization and analysis was done. The data was there, and it didn't happen. It's truly disturbing.
Truly.
Steve?
Mr. Ayer, I want to associate my remarks with Commissioner Weisbrod and Dr. Tisch. I just want to commend your organization. You, like so many here on these other issues, have been steadfast in turning out and providing a level of expertise that, quite honestly, is difficult for me to grasp. And I think Commissioner Weisbrod hits the nail on the head when he talks about a legislative process vehicle being appropriate. I can't speak for this commission, but what I can say is that I'll propose, as we do with everything, you know, we may not take up things, but we do our best to try and farm them out. And I think your organization and the nature of the topic that you've presented as thoughtfully as you have would be of great benefit in this room, in another forum with the City Council, through multiple hearings where you can really take a deep dive. So at the very least, you're on the map. And I just want to thank you all for coming out over and over again. I know there was a judge here the other night, and it's not lost on us. That's all I want you to know.
Well, thank you for the comments. Being on the map for me is very important, so I appreciate that.
Commissioner Vaca?
I want to thank you all. I especially want to thank the lady from the community board who spoke, and thank you. The boards are very important.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, honey?
Ms. Camp.
Ms. Camp, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know something, again, you mentioned the community boards in relation to the City Planning Commission. So I was a district manager for a community board for many, many years, and I want you to know something. 2002, overdevelopment was ravaging my community. Overdevelopment, out of context. We yelled and we screamed. City Planning Commission did not want to listen to us. They did not help us until the local civic group had a town hall meeting. And Mayor Bloomberg came and saw hundreds of people, and all of a sudden, we were now subject to a contextual downzoning. So
That would be our goal.
this is an example of, don't get me wrong, I'm glad the mayor at that time was responsive. But the community boards don't have that kind of sway. They can fight for years and have every fact on their side representing their neighborhoods, and they will go nowhere because of the current status and composition and the way the City Planning Commission is set up and ruled. And I'm glad you brought that up.
And that goes to the comments that were made earlier about the composition of city planning and the potential conflicts of interest. It's something that affects all community boards, all communities, not just in Manhattan, but around the city.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And seeing no further questions for this panel, I thank you and ask the next panel, to come up and take a seat. And that panel is Howard Slatkin, Amy Ju, Noreen Weissel, and Jordan Wook. Ms. Zhu.
Good evening. My name is Amy Ju, and I am a resident of Brooklyn, and I rise in support of the GIS Charter amendments to Chapter 48. Do it. I work at Hunter College as a geoscience college laboratory technician. I received a BA in geography from Hunter College and a Master's of Geographic Information Science, GIS, degree from the University of Minnesota. What attracted me to GIS was the ability to model the real world inside a computer system. I was fascinated with all the things one could do with a GIS: map making, modeling, forecasting, events, location analysis, decision support, marketing, routing, and visualization. The need for geospatial intelligence systems is a high priority and inherent to any discussion related to the strength and resilience of critical infrastructure. I concur with colleagues who have testified before you, and I would like to add, my family owned several businesses and homes throughout our lifetime, one to include a 25-year run in Coney Island. I'm a survivor of the Great Nor'easter of 1992 that washed away 100 feet of the Steel Chase Pier in Coney Island. I also survived Hurricane Sandy in 2012 with 6 feet of water in my home. I also survived Hurricane Maria in 2017 with a home that was affected in Puerto Rico. Having been on different sides of the fence, I can give you a firsthand account and ground-level assessment of where we can all do better. But I want to testify today about the vital role that city government has played in disaster mitigation, emergency management, relief and recovery efforts, helping neighborhoods and communities rebuild, and the human toil in healing. 9/11 was one of the darkest days in America, and in spite of the horrific tragedy and the trauma we endured, the GIS community was rallied together by a single email sent out by Gizmo, asking for volunteers to assist in the mapping efforts. The GIS community sprang into action, accepted the challenge, reached out to key stakeholders, and worked together towards common goals and a shared vision. We collaborated at federal, state, local, regional, and international levels. One of the greatest lessons learned from 9/11 was the absolutely critical and essential need for coordination of efforts at the local government level. It takes a uniquely qualified individual to do the job, someone who is intimately familiar with New York City geography, protocols, geospatial data, data acquisition and dissemination, interoperability, standards, quality assurance, and quality control processes.
Ms. Zhu, could you begin to sum up, please?
Oh, sure. All of these that I've mentioned, usage of drones, GPS, surveying, ground truthing, and field methods, all of these are embodied inside a New York City Chief Geospatial Information Officer. Such an individual would manage not only technological devices, but the human interactions among technology constituents. Today, we are nearly 20 years from 9/11, and local government is without a commissioner to assume this vital role and responsibility at the do-it level. Of greatest concern is our safety and security. New York City is the financial capital of the world, and we don't want to be caught with our pants down again.
Thank you, Ms. Zhu. Mr. Slatkin?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Howard Slatkin. I'm Deputy Executive Director for Strategic Planning at the Department of City Planning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you again. I'm going to offer comments directed toward the staff report's recommendations for land use, specifically on ULURP and citywide planning. The department is sensitive to the demands that the ULURP process places on community boards. They are volunteers. Their step is the first in the ULURP process, and this gives them less lead time than other parties in the process to schedule and prepare for their review. We see the recommendation in the report as reasonable to extend the time allotted to community boards for their review of ULURP items by 15 days during those times when scheduling can be particularly challenging. The idea of requiring applicants also to provide 30 days notice of an upcoming ULURP item to community boards and borough presidents, we also see as a reasonable one in order to help promote early dialogue with, between applicants and community boards and borough presidents without undermining the core functions of the land use process, the ULURP process. However, it's important to understand this as advance notice about the basic parameters of the upcoming application and not an additional formal comment period prior to the formal comment period that will follow, involving submission of drawings or other detailed application materials. By design, the advisory recommendations in the ULURP process are delivered to decision makers, the Planning Commission and the Council, to inform their decisions. The addition of a 30-day comment period before the community board's review would be followed immediately by a 60-day comment period by the same community board. A formalized review stage would introduce a structural incentive to delay the start of ULURP, which is contrary to the purpose of the process to be predictable and accessible. Also, by definition, discussions prior to certification really can't be informed by a verified, complete, and accurate set of application materials, because this is, of course, what certification is. It's the act of city planning verifying that the information provided is complete and ready for public review. On citywide planning, regarding the recommendations about the planning documents laid out in the charter, the staff report outlines an approach in which planning documents can be coordinated and streamlined. This would be conducive to responsive strategic planning that informs and shapes further actions without presupposing the future actions of the parties that the charter assigns to make those decisions. I'll go quickly to wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
One item in this section we find of concern, we don't believe it would, I'd say a city planning document, a citywide planning document can identify existing plans and planning processes that are underway, can also describe growth trends, broad needs for the future, and the types of strategies that can address these needs. But it should not be expected to prematurely suggest potential projects that have not been the subject of engagement with communities. This would be needlessly provocative, would undermine productive engagement with communities, and could have unintended side effects such as unwarranted and undesirable land speculation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slatkin. Ms. Weissel?
Hi, thank you for having us all to speak with you about the charter. I am a resident of Manhattan, a researcher, archivist, a teacher, and an entrepreneur. And I'm here as a board member of Gizmo, which is a GIS mapping organization, where I have been leading an initiative called Cogito, which is a coalition. It's kind of an informal coalition of information technology organizations on whose behalf I'm speaking today. Members of this coalition include a number of research institutions at major universities in the city, including Dr. Ahern's laboratory. Also, GIS professional organizations like the New York State GIS Association, Society of Women Geographers, and the Open Geospatial Consortium, and then civic action and meetup groups who are interested in using the open data system and understanding and providing services that they can through the access to that data, which was made available through the 2012 Open Data Law. And these communities have grown and become very robust data consumers and have added a great deal to the New York City economic development operations and citizen services. While a data portal has done a good job making agency data available to the public, and efforts are moving toward more structured data formats, data standards are not rigorously enforced. Most of the data produced by the city is geocoded, which requires management by a central governing entity that can ensure that the processes and data are standardized and interoperable across all city departments. And it also ensures the protection of sensitive data and ensures that location-based data in particular is not inadvertently harming citizens and their privacy when it's made available to the public. We're proposing that a Chief Geospatial Information Officer at DO-IT, along with a GIS steering committee made up of department GIS leaders, would be something that we could add to address your concerns about Dr. Ahern's testimony. That the charter in Chapter 48, which describes the operations of DO-IT and the responsibilities of DO-IT, can actually have something codified and written in there to provide for a strategy, some kind of body, which we're saying should be a commissioner, deputy, or assistant level commissioner, and a group of people that would represent the different departments in the city.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Wook.
Jordan Woke, good evening. I'm taking the solicit feedback literally. I'm not representing anyone except that I go to an awful lot of CCRB meetings and I make a great effort to understand their material. And the first item I want to talk about is page 18, which is to provide variance memoranda to the CCRB. In fact, this was the first question that I raised to the board when I was working through an executive director's monthly summary. I said, well, what are the reasons for which the police department is doing this? And they said, well, we're working on that. So I guess it's taken a little bit to get here, but it was obvious to me on the first day that it was missing. As to the matrix, yes, the matrix is needed. The CCRB is discussing a matrix already, and ideally it will be aligned. As to the details of this process, I'm not going to comment on that, but clearly it's necessary, and they're working toward it at the CCRB. The subpoena power. The charter in C3 says that a majority vote of the members will be needed to require the production of such records. Well, that's a practical problem. If you wanted the chair to sign off on it, that's practically difficult because the subway ride is at least a half an hour to get there and a half an hour back. And they're only asking for the senior staff members, which is, I think is only one, and the police response that they want the majority board vote as a safeguard against overly broad demands and demands for information that may not be relevant is shocking to horrifying for me, because supposedly these two groups work well together. So that this would be the police objection is quite surprising to me. False statements. The patrol guide 203-08 says that if you make an intentional false statement in a material matter that will result in dismissal from the department absent exception conditions, and you look through the data that was presented by the staff, it's pretty clear that either there are lots of exceptional conditions or not. And so the idea would be that the professional prosecutors and lawyers who work for the CCRB would put together a full presentation and case that would go before the APU. And so I'm in favor of that. On the budget, there's a lot that can be needed. If you'd been there last night in the Bronx at the meeting, you would have heard many people ask for more outreach. Well, that costs money. I spoke to one of the staff members who had had 5 outreach meetings that day. And so a lot more work can be done. If in fact truncations can be reduced, that means there'll be more work needed to do investigations. And the video is very expensive. Yeah, you may have 5 minutes of video, but that doesn't add 5 minutes. That adds a lot more. I don't know the details of how to do it, but something must be done to address the budget issue. On a matter related to CCRB APU trials, this coming Monday, the trial of Police Officer Pantaleo is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. in Room A at One Police Plaza. I've been to several trials in that room. It holds fewer than 100 people. I personally have already received 2 fill the court requests. My guess is that scores, if not hundreds of people will come to observe. As late as 10:45 this morning, Room A is still the venue. I called the courtroom to ask about overflow and was again told that seating will be on a first-come, first-served basis with priority to family members. I've been to trials at the Moynihan Courthouse, the trial of Sergeant Barry in the Bronx, where overflow space was provided. Possibly somebody in this room or somebody listening out there can communicate to the New York Police Department that they're heading for a public relations disaster as hundreds of people stand in the building because they cannot be admitted to observe.
Thank you. I have Steve Fiala had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Slatkin, I just want some clarification. This is one area, quite honestly, so I'll start by saying this. I believe 99% of the reforms that we hear about start out with the best of intentions, but they often can have serious unintended consequences. There's one area that we're dealing with that, quite frankly, I find very difficult to tinker with, and that's ULURP. I realize that we're often not happy. As a councilman, I was often at odds with city planning, very often. But that didn't necessarily equate to ULURP being a bad structure. I just want to make sure, since we're talking about city planning's perspective, that I understand what city planning thinks would be an okay measure for us to look at, because I don't want to do anything that undermines what is a carefully calibrated a structure. Again, we may not like outcomes, but in terms of the level of complexity of ULURP, this was something given a tremendous amount of time on when it was crafted. And it's one of those things, like that game with all the blocks, I don't know what it's called, but you pull one out and the whole thing comes crumbling down. So could you clarify specifically what you think would be an acceptable tweak to the existing process that does not undermine the process itself?
Right. I think you make excellent points, Commissioner. The fundamental structure and procedure and order of operations of the process is not something we're suggesting to modify. There are, and I think you heard actually from some speakers tonight, there can be some challenges for community boards to execute their review in the time allotted, and I think the staff report highlights in particular the summer months when we frequently hear concerns from community boards about the difficulty they may have in scheduling committee meetings, public hearing, vote, committee votes and then full board votes within the allotted 60 days, depending on when a certification lands within their schedule. And so we think that we wouldn't want to undermine the predictability or the finiteness or the overall length, modify the overall length of the process, but allowing in those circumstances an additional 15 days for review of an application is seems a reasonable measure.
And what about this notice of advance notice?
Right.
This 30-day advance notice, isn't there the likelihood that it would just evolve into a comment period anyway? I mean, how do you keep it from being what you don't really want it to become?
That's an important question as well. I think the transparency of the process and the flow of information in order to help the public and community boards equip themselves to be prepared for the process when it does formally begin is important. And in addition, while we would not suggest formalizing a specific type of engagement between applicants and community boards, we do, as a matter of practice at the department, encourage applicants to reach out to community boards beforehand. There should not be community boards that are only aware of the existence of a proposal the moment that the certification notice arrives on their desk. We think it's reasonable that they be given some heads up or lead time to understand that that is coming. The majority of applicants, we think today, do already do this and adhere to this process and reach out during the earlier stages of their, the pre-ULURP portion of the process. Certainly the department, on our own proposals, spends extraordinary amounts of time engaging with communities on actions that we are proposing locally. But this seems to be something that is reasonable and could be helpful to capture those instances when applicants are not doing so already of their own volition.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, I thank the panel and call the next panel. Roxanne Delgado. Roxanne? Jim McCabe. Carmen Vega Rivera. Michael Sisitsky. Hi, Roxanne. You can begin when you're ready. Good to see you again.
Thank you. I'd like to say first that I'm not sure how I feel about the electable CCRB or ranked choice voting, but there has been so many people who've been asking for that to be on the ballot. It's not about me, and it's not about anyone on the commission. It's about the people. If they want it on the ballot, let it be on the ballot, and we could decide on the issue. So, and I saying this is a movement, and we should not be quashing the movement based on our biases, based on unfounded fears. You could vote against it on the ballot, but it belongs on the ballot. Yes. They have made their point several times, so kudos to them. I like to say first that regarding term limits, again, the will of the people. There's valid points for and against term limits. Nonetheless, people have a say on how they want the government to be run. And they have said 3 times loudly that they want 2 4 terms for the elected officials. But some people, even one on the commission, decided to go against the will of the people and give themselves 3rd term. Now, what I don't like is that now we have musical chairs where elected officials are termed out, go to another office, and return back to the same seat that they were termed out. That's against the spirit of the term limits. That has to be addressed. Because this basically, people want term limits because they want to change. How is it change when you reuse the same dirty diapers? That's not change. Sorry. Lastly, community boards. I do not want community boards in power for several reasons, which is why I was very vocal for term limits for community boards as well. First of all, community boards are advisory, and they're appointed by the elected officials that many I have issues with. Second, community boards actually are a barrier, a shield for the elected officials. So they actually are the ones that take the heat from the public and shielding the elected official who's pulling the strings behind closed doors. Lastly, community boards, which recently received $42,000 community enhancement money, didn't use that to do outreach to get more people involved in the community meetings. Instead, they used it for breakfast and luncheon, and I have the full request. And it's shameful, and the OMB needs to look into that. Lastly, regarding community boards basically are using city services, allocating it to their block where they have their block clean, and they have extra trash cans, and they have police presence, while the rest of the service area is neglected because we're not on the board. So again, this needs to, I don't believe in empowering community boards because we did not elect them, and I let them be. Honestly, I'd rather abolish them, but that's not on. And lastly, public advocate. If you're going to put on the ballot that you want to empower, provide him with more powers and more responsibility, you should also have the flip coin for people to decide if they want to eliminate it or empower or strengthen the office. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Mr. McCabe?
Good evening. My name is Jim McCabe. I'm a 24-year resident of Manhattan, and I currently serve as Secretary of the Green Party of New York State. I'm here today to support ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting should become the standard for all municipal elections in New York City. It makes no sense and would complicate tabulations to have one set of rules for special elections and party primaries and another for general elections. This is a matter of expanding voter choice, of moving beyond the current winner-take-all system where voters often feel their choice is limited to voting for the lesser of two evils, rather than the candidate who has the policy positions they agree with most. If we want to move away from cynicism and voter apathy towards increased civic engagement, voter turnout, and voting our hopes and not our fears, ranked choice voting is the way to go for all elections, especially general elections. RCV will incentivize candidates to appeal to the electorate more broadly while campaigning. It will demonstrate stronger consensus support for the eventual winner, and it will eliminate the cost of holding separate runoff primaries. On the issue of ballot exhaustion, there's no compelling reason to limit the number of candidates that a voter can rank. Voters should have the right to rank the candidate they most prefer and all other candidates who are acceptable to them in order of preference. Limiting the voters' ability to rank all candidates is undemocratic and only increases the chances that ballots may be exhausted before any candidate surpasses the 50% threshold. That defeats the value of ranked choice voting. With respect to electoral fusion, the Green Party runs its own candidates and offers an independent electoral alternative. We would actually like to see an end to fusion voting in New York State. However, the existence of fusion is not a valid justification for keeping ranked choice voting out of general elections. Voters are used to already seeing a ballot that lists some candidates on only one party line and other candidates on multiple party lines. It would greatly simplify matters if the municipal elections ballot were reconfigured so that a candidate is listed only once and all party line endorsements are listed underneath the candidate's name. This was once the case here in New York City. Ranked choice voting ought to be implemented for the 2021 municipal elections. If there are any special elections before that could be a test bed. I have additional points in my written testimony in support of lowering the signature requirements to get on the ballot and opposing nonpartisan elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCabe. And right under the wire, Ms. Rivera?
Good evening. My name is Carmen Vega Rivera, and I'm a Casa Leader with the Thriving Communities Coalition here tonight. I witnessed firsthand through the Jerome Avenue rezoning how broken the current system is and the need to change it to better serve communities like mine in the South Bronx. The city's current land use process severely underestimates displacement. For example, the EIS projected in our community that only 18 residents will be directly displaced in a 92-block rezoning. Rent-stabilized tenants, tenants with Section 8 or other vouchers are not considered in this assessment when often we are the most impacted. We know that previous rezonings have displaced Black and brown residents. After the Williamsburg rezoning, the Latino population decreased from 59% in 2000 to 34% in 2014, while the white population increased from 37% to 54%. In the 125th Harlem rezoning, the Black population decreased from 73 in 2000 to 56 in 2010, while the white population increased from 4 to 16%. Despite the numbers, the city continues to rush through the rezoning and refuses to acknowledge the valid concerns of the communities. Throughout the EULA process, hundreds of Bronx residents testified to voice strong oppositions and concerns to the Jerome Avenue rezoning. However, we were repeatedly ignored, including in public hearings, while the process was fast-tracked. Communities need a substantial accountability process that doesn't allow the city to ignore concerns. Lastly, after the rezoning was passed, the majority of the housing that will be built is not affordable to the majority of the residents, many who are already paying 50% or more of their income in rent. We were promised only 2 schools in an already overcrowded school district. These commitments are not enough and should not only be given in exchange for rezonings. We need the city to take responsibility for its land use actions, and the time is now, through the City Charter Revision Commission. The Jerome Avenue rezoning is a perfect example of how flawed the current system is due to the lack of responsible displacement assessment, transparency, community engagement, and substantial commitments. The city needs to and must intentionally plan and invest for communities if it wants to assure an equitable, diverse, and thriving future for the city. The city will get when it plans accordingly what the voices of communities need.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rivera. Mr. Sizitsky?
Thank you. My name is Michael Sizitsky, Lead Policy Counsel with the New York Civil Liberties Union. We testified at the hearing on police accountability, so I'll try to keep my remarks brief. I just want to reiterate the recommendations that we made back in March and respond to some of the recommendations that were part of the preliminary report that came out last month. With respect to police accountability and discipline, the proposals that were included in the preliminary report may lead to some modest increases in transparency and make some CCRB operations go a bit more smoothly, but they really, with one exception, don't alter the structural imbalance of power between the NYPD and the CCRB. So there was one recommendation to give the CCRB jurisdiction over cases where an officer is found to have lied in the course of a CCRB prosecution or investigation. But beyond that, the recommendations don't fundamentally address the root problem of police discipline in New York City, which is that the charter gives complete plenary discretion to the police commissioner to decide the outcome in all disciplinary matters. And if the Charter Revision Commission is going to take on the issue of police accountability in New York City, that discretion needs to be addressed head-on, removed, transferred, cabined in some way. We can't allow the NYPD to continue operating in an environment in which it is accountable only to itself. And the last issue that I want to address actually came up in the preliminary reports section on budget transparency, which really used a great example of just how the NYPD evades accountability to the communities for how they police New Yorkers, and in particular, how they police New Yorkers using invasive, expensive, and really troublesome surveillance technologies. So the NYPD acquires and deploys surveillance technologies, things like cell site simulators that mimic cell phone towers and sweep up personal information, mobile X-ray vans that can be deployed to literally look through walls and expose New Yorkers to radiation, and countless other forms of technologies known and unknown because they evade any real public transparency and oversight. They acquire these technologies in secret using loopholes in the procurement and contracting process, where they seek private sources of funding from groups like the Police Foundation. They register contracts with the comptroller in secret, and they push back on any kind of public request for access to information on what the tools are, their capabilities, and how much public funds are being spent on these technologies. There's legislation in the City Council that would require transparency on what those technologies are, and basic information on what policies are in place, but we urge the Charter Revision Commission to change the way that the NYPD actually gets approval for purchasing these technologies. Places like Oakland, California, Seattle, Washington, Cambridge, Mass., Nashville, Tennessee, all require their police departments to seek specific and individual approval from their local city councils before those police departments can acquire and use technologies to allow the councils to exercise a veto over those acquisitions. So we would encourage the Revision Commission to pay attention to those issues in budgeting and transparency as well.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the panel members? Sal?
Is that Ms. Vega, is it? I wanted to get your view on what specifically you'd like to see amended in the city charter to make those zonings fairer and more responsive to communities.
I spoke at the panel with the commissioners by my side, and at that time I specifically mentioned the secret technical manual. It's one of the things that has to be addressed, and we, the community, should be there to help modify that manual. It's 30 years old. I understand there have been a number of revisions, and hopefully there will be another one. The revisions that exist right now and the reforming of it is insufficient. So in order to level that playing field, and so that I'm not thinking every day if I'm being displaced, is that secret manual has to speak truth to the community's interests and the community's vested concerns. Now, I would start with that. Also, the EULA process. Once it's in that process, it's fast-tracked, as I indicated. It's moving so fast that you have very little opportunity to have any voice or input. I've spent my entire 3.5 years in the rezoning of Jerome Avenue. I gave data, I get testimony, I helped develop a lot what was in the Bronx Coalition for Community Vision, yet it went to deaf's ear. For us to get 5% of affordable housing when our community, 45% are making less than $20,000, another 78 are making $50,000 or less, speaks to the fact that no one listened, fast track was moving ahead, and that secret manual, they hid behind it as the reason and the excuse of why things couldn't get done differently.
So, specifically, by amending the manual by point, would it be feasible to say that when it comes to affordable housing, it should be affordable to the people who live there instead of...
I recall again at that same hearing or presentation surrounded by CPC and the DCP executive director that they kept referring to that they were thinking and prioritizing the influx of folks coming into the city. Well, I differ with that. You need to prioritize the folks that stood there. In the South Bronx, we didn't burn it. So the new burning of the Bronx is exactly what's happening to us. It's the rezoning, it's a gentrification, it's all the rent laws that are displacing us. So to fast track and to say, let's focus on the influx that's coming, speaks to the fact that we don't count. Well, I count. I'm educated, I worked, I contribute. I still contribute as a person with disability and on my Social Security income. So you have to be fair-minded that when we were asking for 50% of affordable housing based on the number and the problems in my community, and we got 5%, there was fuzzy math going on.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. The next panel, I have a question. Is Stanley Richards here? If you are, please raise your hand. Robert Cohen or Martha King? The next panel is Charles Brisky, Barbara Turkowitz. David Schleicher. I've probably mangled that. Is there a David Schleicher, S-C-H-L-E-C-C-H-E-R? Are you David? Okay, we're gonna... Jonathan Rabar or Rabar from Manhattan Community Board 5. Are you here, David? Okay. And Tom Speaker? Tom Speaker, are you here? Come on down. Mr. Brisky.
Good evening. My name is Charles Brisky, and I'm the Deputy Director for Expense and Capital Budget Coordination for the Office of Management and Budget. Charter Commission's proposals must be evaluated in light of the city's financial history and the potential impact on our fiscal stability. The legislature passed the Financial Emergency Act in the 1970s to impose fiscal discipline on the city. The city then revised the charter to strengthen the executive, yet maintained a balance of power between the mayor and the city council. These changes were made to increase mayoral accountability and are based on principles of sound fiscal management that have been proven over 40 years of practice. Rating agencies have praised our strong fiscal management. In March, Moody's Investors Services upgraded the city's general obligation bond rating to AA1. This is the first rating upgrade in nearly a decade, and it's the highest rating in the city's history. I would like to now address 3 commission proposals that impact the city's budget. First, regarding units of appropriation. OMB believes the definition should remain the same. Changing the number of units of appropriation should be resolved cooperatively by the council and the administration. And this process can work. As the speaker announced Monday, we agreed with the council prior to any adoption to add more than 30 units of appropriation to the upcoming adopted budget. Second, the mayor's authority to impound funds should not be altered. Changing impoundment authority prevents implementation of immediate fixes in response to severe shortfalls. The public and investors rely on our ability to take quick action in response to crises. The impoundment power has only been invoked once formally, nearly 20 years ago and 2 administrations ago. There's no reason to tamper with this today. Third, the mayor must be solely responsible for setting the revenue forecast, as he or she is legally responsible for balancing the budget and accountable to the citizens if vital services are not delivered. Shifting the responsibility leaves the mayor accountable to an external and possibly flawed process, and the consequences are severe. The city could lose control of its finances to the Financial Control Board if the budget is imbalanced by even 0.1% at our current revenue and spending level. The charter provisions regarding fiscal management have served us well. Making fundamental change now puts financial stability and progress at risk and will be critically received by our fiscal monitors and rating agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Turkowitz? Would you take the mic?
I'm here as a 26.
Make sure it's red.
I'm here
Now
as
you're
a
on.
26-year veteran of city service, having worked at the City Council and then at NYCHA. I worked in management analysis, in policy and planning, and in change management. And I'm here today to oppose the staff recommendation to give the public advocate subpoena power. I believe that it's incredibly costly and time-consuming to do a lot of these audits, and that there really are a lot of places that do these audits that are doing oversight now, including the City Council, both in its substantive committees and during budget hearings, DOI. We have state and federal agency oversights, and then there are news organizations. In addition, I think these are often politically driven. So I would like to support what Gail was saying earlier, which is that the role of ombudsman or advocate is really an important one, and really the idea of this person being a watchdog should be struck from the role. The real reason I'm here today, or at least my primary reason, is to talk about planning. I've learned from years in government how expensive and time-consuming planning can be. I think it's critical to plan well, but equally important to have planning activities that result in plans that can and will be realistic. For this reason, I recommend that in lieu of a master plan, the charter explicitly include priority city goals and require an assessment of the impact of any proposed plan, land use or local law, on these priority goals. I would like to even tell you what I think the goals should be. I think they should be, and they reflect what other people have been saying here also, improving environmental sustainability, advancing economic and environmental justice, and expanding housing, especially for those with low income below 50% of AMI. I think it's important to provide a roadmap of how to do that, and I think in order to do that, there should be an assessment done by each person who's coming up with a plan or local law. It should include a stakeholder analysis, true risks and benefits, and these should be in comparison to the existing status quo as it pertains to these goals. And for laws and regulations, I think it should also include a risk assessment, something more like an actuarial assessment, which weighs in the probability of something happening as opposed to simply saying something can happen. For example, I think a strategy like this would make a change in terms of the use of basements as living units. Right now, they're not allowed because of our fear of fire and lack of fresh air. But I think if we evaluated this and looked at the real likelihood of those events and compared it to the benefits of having better health outcomes and more housing for people, you might see a very different solution. And with that, I close. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Turkowitz. The next speaker is Mr. Raybar or Rarbar.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Raybar, and I'm a member of the Land Use, Housing, and Zoning Committee of Community Board 5 in Manhattan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We support a number of recommendations, and we will focus on the ones we believe should be prioritized. Community Board 5 supports the proposal for the ULURP pre-certification notice and comment period. It is essential that community boards have an opportunity to be notified and involved ahead of a ULURP application being certified. The current ULURP process provides insufficient opportunity for meaningful community engagement. Community boards should be notified of ULURP intention when an applicant initiates the process with the Department of City Planning. It would allow true engagement, give the board an opportunity to make meaningful recommendations, and offer more transparency for the community. Community Board 5 also supports additional ULURP review time. The time period for Community Board review under ULURP for those applications certified by DCP must be extended when Community Board's review period falls within the months of July and August, as our Community Board does not hold meetings in August. Surprisingly, CB5 has noticed that a large number of ULURP applications we review get certified at the beginning of summer, rendering our opportunity to review the complicated components and issuing an educated recommendation difficult. The charter should be revised to allow more time for the ULURP applications. We believe that the Commission should also consider the following recommendations. Access to air and light is a right that should be strongly protected by our city charter. The zoning resolution unfortunately has no mechanism to protect our parks and open space against shadows cast by tall buildings. In our district, Central Park as well as Madison Square Park have been devastated by shadows cast by luxury towers. The charter should guarantee that sunlight belongs to all and should not become a scarce commodity in New York City. We also recommend that the scope of a land use application should be modifiable by the City Council. Often, Community Board 5 reviews land use applications for which there was no scoping session. The scope is single-handedly determined by the Department of City Planning without consultation with other stakeholders. Currently, the scope of a land use action can only be altered at the discretion of the DCP. It is crucial that the City Council be given the power to make minor modifications to the scope of an application, and the charter should be modified as such. On other topics, Community Board 5 supports enhancing the ability of the borough presidents to obtain information and meaningful engagement from city agencies. And then just to wrap up, Community Board 5 also supports ranked choice voting. We support the Commission looking further into establishing RCV in New York City for municipal elections as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Raybar. And Mr. Speaker?
All right. Good evening, Chair Benjamin and members of the 2019 Charter Revision Commission. My name is Tom Speaker, and I'm a policy analyst at reInvent Albany. reInvent Albany is a watchdog organization that advocates for open and accountable government in New York. reInvent Albany urges the Commission to propose a robust ranked choice voting process in New York City. 1 state and 11 cities, including San Francisco and Minneapolis, already have ranked choice voting, and it is proven and effective. New York City voters should have the same opportunity to make their preferences known. We believe a robust ranked choice voting process will apply RCV to all offices, all elections, limit the number of rankings on the ballot to 3, implement an instant runoff rather than a hybrid version of ranked choice voting. reInvent Albany supports RCV for many reasons. RCV will save voters millions of dollars by sparing them the cost of a runoff election. It may reduce polarization by encouraging candidates to run more positive campaigns. But we believe that RCV's greatest benefit is that it creates a democracy in which voters have a say, more voters have a say in who becomes their elected representative. Given the limited time, I'm going to skip ahead to the rankings. Since ranked choice voting will be a significant change for New York City. To ensure that the new ballot process does not overwhelm voters, the Charter Commission should allow voters to rank a maximum of 3 candidates. One consistent theme in RCV ballot design research is that new voters to RCV favor simplicity. A 2017 study by the Center of Civic Design gave voters the option of using a rank 3 system, a rank 6 system, a grid system, or handwritten ballots. Among the optical scan ballots, voters overwhelmingly preferred to rank 3. More recent research from the center suggests voters are open to ranking 5 to 8 candidates. Reinvent Albany believes that in the early going, it is better to be on the safe side and limit the number of choices to 3. In future elections, that number could be raised, as is about to happen in San Francisco, but keeping the system simple in its initial stages will help ensure its future success. More than anything, we strongly oppose the use of a grid ranking system, which voters and studies have consistently found frustrating. In another 2017 Center for Civic Design study, 63% found a grid system the most difficult to use. So we urge the Commission to be bold in its proposals and create a ranked choice voting system that applies to all elections and offices. The 2010 and 2018 Charter Revision Commissions reviewed the idea and did not act. One of the aims of the Charter Revision Commission is to build a city that allows for more New Yorkers to have a say in the decisions that impact their lives the most, and ranked choice voting is one of the best ways of achieving this goal. We thank you for your time and welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I have questions for 2 of you, maybe 3. Mr. Raybar, I have a comment for you, which is just that your concern about modifications. The City Council can and does make modifications, as you know. They go back to city planning for a determination as to whether they're within the scope of the environmental review and within the scope of the action that was certified into ULURP. Whether the application goes back to the City Council, to the City Planning Commission or not, they would still be held to that same standard. City Planning's role under the Charter is they may comment on whether they like it or dislike it, and in fact, they have at times said, while this is within scope, we think it's a bad idea. But the City Council, irrespective of whether the gatekeeper was the Planning Commission, would be bound by the exact same rules in considering the modification. And I wanted to ask Mr. Speaker about ballot exhaustion, which is something that has come up on several occasions, particularly with 3 choices. One of the earlier speakers spoke to that question, and I looked to the last public advocate election as to whether too many ballots would have been exhausted with 17 candidates, and we would have still had to have had a runoff. How would you respond to that with 3 choices, since you're advocating not 6 or others have had, it's a relatively small number?
Yeah. As others have noted, when you have just plurality voting and then you're going from a primary to a runoff, there's less votes to get counted. There's altogether more exhaustion than there would be in a process where you're just ranking 3. So, ideally, you could have a system where you could have a write-in ballot. There's been a positive response to that type of ballot, but because of the legibility issue, it doesn't really seem feasible. We think that if you had a grid where you were ranking up to 17 candidates, it would be overwhelming for voters and possibly endanger the reforms because it could just be too frustrating to look
Although presumably voters, as they do now, could stop before they get to 17. Right now, I live in Kings County. We frequently have elections for judges. There are 12 people on the ballot. They tell you to choose 6. I certainly don't always get to those 6. People stop when they run out of people they have any interest in. I don't think they necessarily have to go to the 17, but there would be a more potentially robust ballot so that if your number 1 and number 2 were dismissed, you wouldn't just end up with a number 3 because that's all that's left.
Right, so I haven't seen, or we haven't seen any types of ballots that would allow for 17 candidates to be ranked other than a grid system. And as I've said, in most research on ranked choice voting ballots, voters seem to find those types of ballots to be the most overwhelming, and we think that using that type of ballot might ultimately be counterproductive to implementing ranked
But
choice
do you
voting.
have an opinion on 3 versus 6? The League of Women Voters suggested 5 or 6 as the number.
Right. We're not necessarily opposed to using 5 or 6. We just think in the early going it's better to be on the safe side, as I noted in the testimony. Most of the cities that have implemented ranked choice voting successfully are using 3. I would say it's the most common number, but some have gone up to 5 or 6. So we don't think it would be bad for ranked choice voting altogether. We just think it's better to be simpler in the beginning.
Thank you. Sal, and then Steve, and then Jimmy.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Britsky, thank you for being here. Last week in Brooklyn, the Deputy Director, a colleague of yours, and the General Counsel of OMB testified, and we had a dialogue about this subject. Units of appropriation have gotten a lot of attention with this commission. It's one of those complex things, trying to get just, it's the Goldilocks thing, right? It can't be too hot, can't be too cold. You got to get it just right. And getting it just right is very, very hard. What I questioned a week ago was there dialogue? And the answer was it's underway. You've brought some, from my perspective, big news. You said there are 30 units of appropriation that are new that have been agreed to between the Speaker and the administration?
Yes.
Could you tell us, for example, how many departments or agencies are those 30 spread out over? And is one of them the police department, for example?
I can't go into the details because it's confidential between the Speaker and the Mayor at this point. We haven't released beyond just saying that we've agreed in concept that we need more units of appropriation and that it will be included in the adopted budget. The precedent here is that the adopted budget doesn't come out till June 6th. We are now in May, and we're beginning this discussion of units of appropriation a month early and have already reached agreement on that. That's major progress in this area. And the number 30 at this point is a substantial amount compared to what has happened in the past.
So, did I hear right that conceptually, there's an agreement conceptually between the administration and the council that there is a legitimate need for additional units of appropriation and that both parties are undertaking efforts to facilitate that?
Correct.
Thank you.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Gail. Ms. Turkowitz, I very much appreciated your testimony. You did talk about the public advocate. You do oppose subpoena power, and so do I. I expressed my concern about it. I take your concerns seriously. But I do have to tell you, I think the commission has to look at the public advocate in a serious way. What do we do with the office? Many people feel that we should do something with the office or eliminate the office. I think we have an opportunity, and I wanted your opinion on this, to look at the public advocate's office in terms of dealing with issues about open government, community engagement, and I did recommend more involvement in the COIB and ethics. If we look at that framework for the public advocate, it may be that we have to recreate the office a little bit, but I think many of us are looking for something for that office to really have something where they can put their teeth into. My concern is that you mentioned here about the public advocate where you recommend that, and you say the public advocate take complaints, investigate the complaints, and work with agencies to ensure residents receive needed services. Well, you just described the community boards and their function under the charter. Basically, you describe what the borough presidents do, and you describe what the city council members do. But more than anything else, the community boards are charged with that responsibility, and the public advocate is supposed to be a citywide ombudsman that looks into problems that relate to multiple agencies and multiple communities. So I wanted your opinion on my comments.
So I think that what Gail said earlier this evening and calling it an ombudsperson, I think that in some of the earlier incarnations, what that office did is it took complaints from people who were calling them as a last resort or in lieu of one of the other groups that you've said, and it can look and see patterns of what's going on and then try to work to resolve patterns of problems within that office. I think that every elected official at the end of the day does constituent services. So it doesn't make it unique, but if you say this is a place you can go specifically for this and you can pull together, these sort of systemic problems and try to help address them, I think that is a real thing that office can do. It doesn't mean that I think that some of the other things you've outlined aren't also reasonable things for that office to do. What I don't think it should be doing is going out and doing all these individual investigations. I think that it's cost prohibitive for agencies to have so many people investigating them. I know when I was at NYCHA, we spent thousands and thousands of staff hours putting together materials. And often the way I feel about this is that office, it didn't necessarily find that there were problems. They just substituted their own business decisions for our business decisions. It's a tug of war, and it was used to be able to say, there are these problems with the administration. I think if you're going to have a public advocate be the number 2 person to take over from a mayor, you want them to be closer to the same page. You don't want somebody who's there trying to figure out, what can I do to get this position next? It's not a helpful way to actually work from that office. I don't think it would be horrific if you got rid of the office, but if you kept the office, I think that the office should be changed to be less confrontational and more supportive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, I thank the panel, and I call the next panel. Catherine Bornschlegel. Have I said that correctly? Catherine, are you here? Okay. Paul Epstein. Sammy Vasquez from good old Lower East Side. Stephen Albanese. Stephen Albanese, are you here? Okay, who am I missing? Mr. Epstein, please raise your hand. Mr. Vasquez, please raise your hand. Mr. Albanese, please raise your hand. Mr. Albanese's first name is Stephen. Edward Rosenfeld, are you here? Please step right down. Mr. Epstein, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My qualifications are on the handout you should get, so I won't go into that. I'll jump right into my affiliation. So I'll jump right to business. And by the way, I think what my proposal will address some of the things raised, at least partly raised by Gail Brewer, raised by the woman from the Jerome Avenue area of the Bronx, and others. I think it will help empower communities and borough presidents a little more. So I am pleased that your staff report attempts to address flaws in land use engagement that I and others raised in earlier testimony. However, the recommendation for ULURP pre-certification is too weak. It may suffice for private developments in which the city administration takes no interest, but for projects led or supported by the city, it is wholly inadequate. It would not fix the way the city rigs the system against community alternatives. It would not. For example, in a rezoning, a community board or borough president may want to add limits in one part of a neighborhood to balance increased development proposed nearby. In our separate testimonies, we didn't consult with each other, but we said the same thing. Both Borough President Brewer and I, this is back in September, used examples of store size restrictions to help preserve locally owned small businesses consistent with City Council's Retail Diversity Report. Another example could be tailored zoning limits to match as-built conditions for a few buildings to maintain neighborhood character while many other sites are redeveloped. So it still allows for lots of development, but it allows certain limitations where the community knows best, not necessarily the proposer, the EDC, the CPC, the DCP, or other proposers. But the problem is if the city does not want such community proposed limits, no amount of added pre-certification time will help. Once the proposed action is certified without those alternatives, they cannot be considered by CPC or City Council in their land use decisions, as they will be ruled out of scope, which is an issue you just raised, Madam Chairman. To give communities and borough presidents a little more leverage in land use, I propose that their alternatives, whether full-fledged plans or just limited changes to proposed actions, also go to DCP for a limited review, not as much review as they do the proposed action. And as long as DCP finds they're legal, go forward in ULURP along with the certified proposal. I've used the phrase here, qualified alternative options. Then no parts of those alternatives would be considered out of scope. The CPC or City Council may choose any elements of those alternatives to modify the action. In earlier testimony, I asked that alternatives that get enough signatures from residents be included, but if the commission feels that would not work, I will accept that only alternatives proposed by a community board or borough president be included. To enable a community board to hold meetings and vote on alternatives, probably a little more than the 30 days proposed would be needed, but 45 days would probably do it. This may not add more time to the overall process, as most cases, DCP is already reviewing projects before certification. Finally, for projects with a positive declaration, all qualified alternative options must be considered in the EIS, at least in the alternative section of the final EIS, if not earlier. So I urge you to please give communities and borough presidents more leverage in land use by adding formal consideration of their alternatives to ULURP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. Mr. Rosenfeld.
Good evening. My name's Edward Rosenfeld. I'm a partner in Rosenfeld Media, a small 8-person company that works on an international scale, publishing high-quality books, producing corporate conferences, and doing corporate training for people in the user experience design world. I've had a long business career, including 15 years as second-generation CEO of a furniture rental business that we sold to Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway Corporation, 15 years as a growth and succession consultant to family-owned businesses, and 6 years with a New York City nonprofit consulting firm focused on small New York City manufacturing businesses. I'm here today to speak in support of 3 revisions to the New York City Charter. First, I'm here in favor of implementing ranked choice voting. I think there's been quite a bit of talk about that, and so my written submission should be sufficient for that. Related to that, though, is I'm also here to speak in favor of repealing term limits. With the trends towards greater openness, greater democracy, including implementing ranked choice voting, I think that that we need more democracy and participation in our political process. And there's a common misconception that term limits are the solution to a corrupt and anti-democratic election process, that if voters can't be heard or have their votes count, the chance towards electing a candidate who's in favor of representing the public interest rather than special interests, then why not throw the bums out by term limits rather than voting them out? And term limits were really put in with a campaign by wealthy activists, Ronald Lauder and Richard Parsons. And I think the only effect they have is to churn government and guarantee that the first term public servants are inexperienced and that the second term public servants are distracted by their focus on their next campaign. for another officer trolling for a private sector position. I have more comments on that, but given the time, I've run out anyway. I just want to say briefly, and if you look at the comments, I'm in support of directing the charter revision staff to study appointing a deputy mayor or other individual as a direct report to the mayor to advocate for both small business and minority and women and business owned enterprises. As I said, I'm out of time. Please read my comments. Small business is the heart of economic development. It's the democratic way of achieving the American dream, and it needs to be elevated to a level in the city that is addressed in the same way as all the small business small business services has really given short shrift to that mission. And I thank you for your endurance tonight. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez from good old Lower East Side. Got to turn the mic on.
Okay.
When it's red, it's you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening to the City Commission members, charter members. My name is Samuel Vasquez. I'm a lifelong resident of the Lower East Side, and I'm here to speak to you about changes to the New York City Charter. I want to thank good old Lower East Side and the Driving Community Coalition for having me speak with you here today. We are all here to demand that the proper amendments occur within the newly revised New York City Charter. It is an honorable document, and any modification made to it should benefit all New Yorkers. The New York City Charter is supposed to represent the best in written social policies, so we feel obligated to hold the charter mission, the charter mission accountable to it. Our message is to the mayor of New York City and to our Manhattan Borough president and to our local city representatives. We, the citywide members of Driving Community Coalitions, are here to remind you that we are the driving forces of neighborhoods across the New York City region. The organizations here with us today have indicated a need to create an update to what this distinctive document was originally intended to do. Organizations representing all New York City came together to collectively create a 7-point principle to recommend to the Charter Commission to add to the City Charter. These changes are what New Yorkers wanted to see. From the moment they became aware that the Commission was revising the New York City Charter for over the last 30 years. We provided input we expected to be acknowledged within the revised city charter provisions. This will increase inclusivity of community members in the decision-making process in the city government democratic process. This is what we expect of the Commission. Grassroots groups went into communities for input from New York City, from all races, all religions, and all affiliations. So there is no reason to assume that we, the people, will forget if you turn your backs on us. We are 7 million New Yorkers strong. The 7 principles developed by the Driving Community Coalition will improve the lives of countless New Yorkers if added to the city charters. Help us make this law of the land, a driving force for economic reform that benefits people first, before the profits of corporations and big government. It is supposed to be about the people, always. We are here to remind you to take the appropriate actions. Don't perpetuate the status quo, but be the changing force that we believe you all can be as representatives of New York City communities. To our elected officials, to the city charter commissions and the ones who appointed them. I have a couple of questions, and this is my final comments. Where are our public officials at, especially here in Lower Manhattan? Why aren't they standing here by my side? Why they ain't standing behind me? Who are they representing? Corporate interests? And I hear over and over tonight, sitting here in the front row, that it's the people who make the government run. And I hope that the right thing is done by the city charter body. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight, ma'am.
Very well said. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you all.
Mr. Albanese?
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Stephen Albanese, and I'm with the Municipal Art Society of New York. MAS has provided input on the city's charter revision since our inception in 1893. From this historic perspective and through our advocacy, we see an increasing number of neighborhoods facing impacts of unsound and inequitable land use policy. Many New Yorkers believe they do not have a true voice in decisions regarding the allocation of funds, changes to zoning regulations, and overall development. We see an opportunity to effect meaningful changes to remedy these issues, and we have the following comments and recommendations regarding the positions taken in the staff report that we urge the Commission to consider. Public advocate. We agree with the staff's view that the Commission should expand the power of the public advocate. More specifically, we recommend that the Commission increase the public advocate's responsibilities on issues related to equity and planning processes. MAS firmly believes that incorporating the voice of the public advocate into these processes will empower the public advocate to better serve as an ombudsperson for all New Yorkers. Borough presidents. MAS recommends that the Commission amend the charter to require that agencies provide borough presidents' offices with documents and records relating to matters in their jurisdiction. This is especially important for projects subject to ULURP, where borough presidents' input often carries significant weight and frequently results in modifications to rezonings and other projects that require discretionary approvals. With this in mind, we recommend that the Commission give borough presidents power to make binding recommendations on land use applications subject to ULURP and certain zoning actions not subject to ULURP, such as text amendments. Land use. We strongly recommend that the Commission establish a pre-certification engagement process to provide more time and an earlier opportunity for community boards and borough presidents to weigh in. We recommend a minimum 60-day process, which must include a public hearing hosted by the affected community board and borough president. Along with improving the ULURP process, we strongly recommend strengthening the seeker process, especially mitigation requirements for projects. And finally, planning. A clearly defined comprehensive planning process that represents a shared vision for the entire city should be undertaken every 10 years. It should include citywide policy recommendations with coherent borough-based plans for achieving these goals and targets. Furthermore, it needs to consider issues on a community, county, city, and regional level in conjunction with the capital budget. It must take a balanced approach to limited citywide resources and unique neighborhood challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albanese. Are there questions? Then I thank the panel, and I will call the next panel. Sharona Salam. Sharona, are you here? Okay. Emily Goldstein. Elena Conti. And Meredith McNair. Yes. Sharona, if you would, Ms. Salam, if you would like to start.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here this evening, and I'm even more pleased that I'm still awake because it is past my bedtime. Let me just say, I'm Sharon Salam. I'm the mother of Yusuf Salam from the Central Park Five. I have been on the Community Board 10 for a number of years. I'm no longer on the board at this moment. I have worked diligently in this community on behalf of children and their families who have been caught up in the system. And what I really was planning on talking about this evening in terms of the elected civilian review board, I really want to change it up a little bit since I only have a few minutes and talk about police accountability, because no one was held accountable when my son and the other boys went to jail. And I'm saying that because that is a very normal thing, that no one is ever held accountable. Crimes are committed by police officers, and there's no system in place to punish them for the most part for their crimes, other than just to put them a slap on the wrist. And if they retire with pay from their jobs because of their action, they just move on to another jurisdiction where they continue to do the same types of behavior that exists before. I am pleased that our government has decided to retrain the police force, even though in my pleasure I see that their crimes have not diminished because of their retraining. I don't know if it means that they are addicted to this type of behavior because of the racial implications involved, because I notice that white people don't suffer in the same way as people of color. And it seems to be the darker you are, the more you suffer. We in our community of black and brown people are being terrorized by police, terrorized by their actions. We have no confidence in their ability to police us, protect us, or evaluate their negative behavior. With a civilian complaint review board, with the DA's office, or anyone else. All they get is a slap on the wrist for their actions. We need to fix this system so that all communities have a respect for police, which doesn't exist today. Even now, I have grandchildren, and I wonder if they'll make it home alive, and they're just 7, 8, and 9. Will the police kill them for some strange reason because they were holding a silver candy bar wrapper in their hand and they were frightened and they shot them in the back? We must fix this system, and you all are in a position to do it, because they're not going to listen to me, because I'm the mother of a convict that was, a rapist who was, and who became part of a group that never raped anybody. But in many people's minds, they're still guilty. And you wonder, well, why were they paid compensation? You can never pay compensation for the crimes that was done to us. People sent me death threats, and I know my time is up. But I've been waiting here all night to let you know how it feels to be on my side of this situation, because I was counting the number of white people I saw up there. And I was saying to myself, those people will never know how it feels to have police brutality or police unaccountability, because they are not the right color to experience it. I feel sorry for you all, because I'm talking about something you don't have no idea of what's happening. And I'm trying to make it real so that you can see that a change needs to happen, and it needs to happen right now. Excuse me for going over my time.
That's fine, Ms. Salam. Thank you very much. And I am... Ms. Goldstein?
That's hard to follow.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Emily Goldstein, and I'm the Director of Organizing at ANHD. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you again tonight. For the past 9 months, I've also coordinated the Thriving Communities Coalition. You've heard from some of our members already, and we'll hear from others. In reviewing the preliminary staff report, ANHD was disappointed to see that several recommendations we believe are necessary to address problems within the ULURP system were left out. However, we think the preliminary staff report's recommendations regarding comprehensive planning are promising, and specifically appreciate and endorse the following ideas: coordination of the city's various needs statements, policy statements, agency plans, land use plans, and spending plans, and to take stock of indicators reports when planning. Inclusion of statements of need as documents that should impact planning and budgeting, alignment of planning and budgeting processes, disclosure of future land use and development plans for communities, and indicators measuring progress over time. However, we strongly believe that in its present form, the recommended version of comprehensive planning won't accomplish the depth of changes our city needs. The charter must spell out clear goals of reducing neighborhood-based racial and socioeconomic inequality that comprehensive planning, from our perspective, should be intended to address. Without explicit, clear goals, it's impossible to measure progress. You have to know what direction you're trying to go in. It's also crucial that any process of identifying needs specifically separate out assessment of existing residents' needs from projected future needs of residents. Without this clarity, less powerful communities will continue to risk having their existing needs met only in exchange for future growth or in relation to planning for future populations. Finally, the charter must make clear that the public and stakeholders not only have an opportunity to weigh in, but that people with a wide range of perspectives and experiences representative of our city's population have actual seats at the decision-making table of the comprehensive planning process. Too many communities have participated in too many processes that encourage but then ignore their input from their perspective. We've been using the current process for land use and planning, or not quite planning, for 30 years. The outcome has been increasing inequality and decreasing affordability and diversity. The outcome has consistently been that DCP and developers run roughshod over the priorities and needs of low-income communities of color. The outcome has been distrust and disillusionment on the part of most New Yorkers whose experiences with rezonings tell them that they are not the people who matter in this process. At some point, the process can't be divorced from the outcomes. It's time we adopt a new process, a comprehensive planning process with real teeth, requiring that future budget and land use decisions move our cities towards outcomes that align with the values and principles we espouse. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Ms. Goldstein. Elena Conti?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Elena Conti, Director of Policy at Pratt Center for Community Development, part of the Thriving Communities Coalition. First off, I really want to thank the commissioners and the staff for the inclusion of the topic of comprehensive planning in the preliminary staff report, or whatever name it may go under. Your inclusion of that is recognition that there has been major public outcry that the current planning system is failing to support the New Yorkers of today, and that is not set up to meet our increasing future needs. The status quo just cannot stand with regard to planning and with regard to the outcomes of planning. I've had the privilege of testifying in multiple arenas on this topic, and I look very much forward to participating in upcoming working meetings to address the details of operationalizing the recommendations. But for tonight, and in respect to all the members of the public who are still waiting for your attention, the most important point I want to raise is that as a city, we can and must build on your preliminary recommendations and go deeper to make meaningful changes. We are prepared to work closely with you to do so and to arrive at the best, most feasible outcome that goes for the big thing, right? To your question of whether those who are united in their call for comprehensive planning are clear in their vision for it, we've submitted an 8-point summary that aims to clarify the major components for you. There could be lots of different roadmaps to those components, and again, we'd love to work on it alongside you. I'll touch on points 3 through 6 right now. Number 3 is citywide and localized analyses. These are cohesive data analyses well within the existing capacity of the Department of City Planning, and many aspects of it are currently being performed, but just in ad hoc and distributed ways, streamlining it and adding a few key measures that don't yet exist, such as the citywide displacement risk analysis, will strengthen existing systems as well as make it easier for communities to get the information they want to know at intervals when they need it for planning, not just when considering development proposals. Number 4, process for balancing local and citywide needs. The local engagement and investment in planning will build buy-in to the entire process and allow for communities to choose the ways they want to move forward, squarely in the context of being part of a larger whole, to whose goals they also contributed, instead of being told what those citywide goals are down from on high, right? The next piece is equitable distribution of resources. To achieve it, all the goals and targets need to be in one place and need to speak to each other, as well as be measured and reported on. And then coordinating with capital budget. I could say more about that, but in sum, a comprehensive planning cycle must result in a single, easily identifiable framework to repair our broken piecemeal system. Integrating and aligning the planning, policy making, and in the budget in an intentional way is needed to achieve this. Let's step in together. You're brilliant, the staff is brilliant, advocates are brilliant. We can challenge ourselves to strive more, and let's just get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conti. Meredith McNair.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Meredith McNair. I am a community planner at Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation. I'm here tonight to ask the Commission to think big on comprehensive planning. Comprehensive planning is not an advanced concept. It's not so complicated. It's well studied and practiced in cities all over the country. New York is an outlier for not having such a plan, and it shows. When East New York was rezoned 3 years ago, residents got organized and put a tremendous amount of effort into negotiating with the city for infrastructure investments and anti-displacement policies to help the neighborhood withstand the added density. But it shouldn't take a rezoning for neighborhoods to get the investments they've needed for decades. These resources should be distributed to communities based on their current needs, regardless of future growth. East New York has witnessed firsthand how the city's current rezoning process leads to rampant speculation, rapid increases in housing costs, and displacement. We don't want to see one more neighborhood undergo this type of top-down planning siege. What we need is a coordinated system that distributes growth across all types of neighborhoods, not just low-income communities of color, that uses both data analysis and deep community engagement to shape priorities, and that promotes equity and access to opportunity for all New Yorkers. In order to work, the plan must be enforceable, measurable, and tied to the capital budget. This would result in better outcomes for communities and also greater clarity for developers. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to set in place a comprehensive planning process that would finally give New York City a vision for its future, one that is shaped by residents and responsive to both citywide and community needs. Let's make the most of this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sal?
Ms. Conti, did you say that you are working with staff on our staff on comprehensive planning?
I said that we are ready, willing, and able, and we have multiple requests in that I anticipate by the positive initial response will result in sitting down to do that work.
So you haven't gotten any response yet?
No, we have.
Okay.
We just have not sat down yet.
Okay. Thank
you. Are there other questions? I'd just like to thank Ms. Salam for sharing with us. I really appreciate it. I know how hard it is, and I know the kind of pain you must have, and I'm very sorry. I believe this panel is finished, and I will call the next panel. John Baldwin, are you here? J.T. Falcone? Michael Parsons? Michael Parsons, are you here? Yes. And Ed Morris. Mr. Baldwin,
Yes,
you have the floor.
thank you very much. My name is John D. Baldwin. I'm a Green Party member, and I support ranked choice voting, including in general elections. This sheet that I received when I came in seems to present RCV as a cost saving measure. I think it's a democracy saving measure. The plurality system of voting, the system that's currently in place in most of America, is a fear-based system. People very often don't vote for what they want, but only against what they don't want. A system in which voters vote defensively rather than freely distorts democracy. Let's give a hypothetical example of how the system as it now exists works. Say that there are 3 candidates in a local election, a third-party candidate X and the mainstream party candidates Y and Z. Say that candidate X is fighting for innovative new policies, and voter Tom Smith would very much like to vote for her, as those proposals would positively impact the low-income community in which he lives. But under the moribund plurality system, Smith doesn't dare give his vote to X because candidate Y might lose to candidate Z, whose policy positions are furthest from what Smith wants. Because many people think like Tom, candidate Y wins. The third-party candidate gets only 2% of the vote, and her ideas, which deserve a proper hearing, get buried. Now, say that the election had happened with ranked choice voting in effect. Under the RCV system, Smith votes for X as his first choice and Y as his second choice. X, the third-party candidate, now receives 19% of the total vote, and neither Y nor Z gets a majority. So all the votes for X, the least successful candidate, are transferred. Most of X's voters did what Tom did and voted for Y as their second choice. So candidate Y easily wins the election on the second round. Now, a cynic might say, what's the difference? The same guy won in both scenarios. But it doesn't escape the winning candidate's notice that the third-party candidate received nearly a fifth of the total vote by championing innovative proposals. So now that he's in office, he embraces those proposals to capture the support of those voters. Having RCV in primaries and special elections, but not general elections, doesn't make any sense. To do so would be empowering the parties that already have power and disempowering third parties and their innovative ideas. The Greens support RCV for all elections. It will not bring chaos, but true order to the electoral process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin. And the next speaker is J.T. Falcone.
Thank you, Chair Benjamin and members of the Charter Revision Commission for the opportunity to testify today. My name is J.T. Falcone, and I'm a policy analyst at United Neighborhood Houses, UNH. For over a century, UNH's member settlement houses have strengthened communities across New York, offering a wide variety of programming for New Yorkers of all ages and backgrounds and leading social reform movements. UNH was disappointed in the Charter Revision Commission's decision to walk away from addressing land use and procurement reforms, such as implementing ULURP for NYCHA, land dispositions, and contracting reforms for the city's human services sector that deliver vital services for New Yorkers. Unfortunately, the Commission has missed an opportunity to make positive, long-lasting changes at a time when they are desperately needed. But I am here today because the Commission has chosen to consider comprehensive planning, and I would like to urge you to put a meaningful comprehensive planning proposal on the ballot in November. Along with fellow member organizations of the Thriving Communities Coalition, UNH is concerned that the staff report outlines only modest changes to the city's land use processes when what is needed is real reform to empower disenfranchised communities and fight deeply entrenched racial and socioeconomic inequality. While the alignment of existing planning mechanisms and the creation of a planning cycle would streamline the process, it would not affect the underlying mechanisms themselves and would therefore do little to disrupt a status quo that has seen astronomical increases in rents, continued divestment in low-income communities of color, and low-density preference shown for wealthy white communities. Because of the sheer number of complicated mechanisms involved in the city's existing planning process, it's easy to be overwhelmed and overlook the fact that all of this planning is currently being done piecemeal. As the staff report shows, the charter asks only that our elected representatives who are creating and operationalizing these various plans consider, consult, or reference each other, and many of the plans require no meaningful community input whatsoever. This process allows too much to slip through the cracks. Despite the fact that the staff report also recommends amending these processes to give the public and other stakeholders an opportunity to meaningfully weigh in on the plans, your average New Yorker would need an advanced degree to meaningfully and proactively engage with the myriad proposals currently laid out in the charter, and even the most knowledgeable New Yorkers likely lack the time to engage with so many concurrent processes. While the mechanisms of a comprehensive plan might be complicated, the concept is not. A comprehensive plan should be a roadmap for growth and priorities for New York City that exists outside of any one particular administration. While the staff recommendations for inclusion of short-term, intermediate, and long-term issues got the timing right, I'm here to urge the Commission to get the questions right too. And there's more, but I will let you read it. Don't want to take up everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falcone. The next speaker is Michael Parsons.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Parsons. I'm an acting assistant professor at NYU School of Law and an adjunct fellow at Fair Vote, which advocates for ranked choice voting. The Commission's already heard about RCV's benefits, so I'd like to focus on the concerns raised in the report. I brought a presentation that addresses several, but for my remarks, I'll focus on two. First, ballot exhaustion, which we've heard about, and second, concerns that unpopular or unexpected candidates might somehow win. With the first, as other speakers have noted, New York City's primary runoffs entail steep drop-offs in voter participation, 61% in 2013. These are voters who have no impact on the final round in our current runoff system. By comparison, in Santa Fe's 2018 RCV mayoral race, only 4% of ballots were exhausted by the final round. In Maine's 2nd congressional district race, this was only 3%. In short, RCV would ensure far more New Yorkers have their voices heard in the final round than under our current system. The staff report does raise one outlier worth noting, a 2010 San Francisco Board of Supervisors race where 57% of ballots were exhausted by the final round. Interestingly, this race offers an example of RCV performing well under highly unusual circumstances that would have taxed the legitimacy of a traditional runoff. That race had 21 candidates, and voters were only allowed to rank 3. And there was a virtual tie among the top 3 candidates in the first round, with all earning roughly 12% of the vote. Under a traditional runoff system, the third candidate, Malia Cohen, a woman of color who has since gone on to win higher office in California, would have been excluded from the runoff entirely, despite earning comparable first-choice support in the first round. Instead, she went on to win in the final round, and allowing voters to rank more choices would have dramatically curtailed ballot exhaustion in that race. It doesn't need to be 3 or 17. We would recommend at least 5, but it can be 5 or 6. Second, the San Francisco race is also a good example to address the second concern that candidates without widespread support might somehow prevail under our RCV. The exact opposite is true. RCV produces candidates with broad support. A candidate cannot win under RCV with 4th, 3rd, or even 2nd choice rankings alone. A candidate must have strong first choice support to win. In all multi-round RCV elections on record, the candidate who was leading in the first round won in the final round 86% of the time. In all but one of the remaining races, the candidate who was second in the first round prevailed in the final round. Only in the 2010 San Francisco race I discussed before did a candidate who was ranked 3rd in the first round go on to win, and as I said, this result makes sense. Each of the top 3 candidates in the first round got roughly 12% of the vote. Each had an equivalent base of first choice support. In short, an RC winner will always be a candidate who would have a reasonable chance of prevailing in a traditional plurality election. Thank you for your service on the commission, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ed Morris.
Hi, I'm Ed Morris. I'm a philosopher of nature, and I'd like to share with you a crisis that is going on right now, and hopefully in your new charter, this won't happen again, but it's happening right now. And I refer to the Elizabeth Street Garden, the Nelson Mandela Garden in Harlem, and the Pleasant Village Garden in East Harlem. They are all under siege by the city. Now, what is the excuse? The excuse is affordable housing. Well, I live across from Essex Crossing, and it's obscene. The garden where I volunteer, the Elizabeth Street Garden, is 1 acre. There's a football field of acreage across from the street at Essex Crossing. Chris Marty, who ran against Margaret Chin, said that it was originally slated as 50% affordable. That's a joke. It's sickening. Well, they have a home there for Trader Joe, good old homeless Trader Joe. Regal Cinema gets 4 theaters in its home. Disgusting. The Mandela Garden is a beautiful asset, and Nelson Mandela's grandson came and he plugged it. Well, it's padlocked right now. HPD has put the bead on the Pleasant Avenue, East 116th Street Garden, and now it's going to shade the rest, this tiny bit that's left. We cannot allow this. I'd like to mention 3 dirty words. One is the Essex Crossing. The other is Extel Towers, and the other is Hudson Yards. These are obscene. When there are 700,000 requesting housing, why is the city not looking at them? Why is it looking at these poor little communities who all they have is a little patch of green and stealing from the poor and not from the rich? So I want to say, I hope this doesn't happen in the future, but right now I'd like to share my anger with what's happening to nature right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Any questions?
Just
Paula?
Excuse me. This is first a thank you to everybody who is testifying, particularly for the areas they care so much about. I particularly am interested on the planning and thank the multiple groups who have come together. It would be great to know all the different organizations. I know that UNH represents, but all the other coalitions. It would be excellent for us to understand how many and what different types of organizations have been involved in thinking about planning, which obviously you know we all care about. So if you all could come together and get us that would be great. Thank you all.
Sal?
Thank you for your very, very good testimony. And Mr. Morris, I visited Elizabeth Street Gardens a couple of times, and it's just a beautiful oasis. Hopefully, the city will see the wisdom of keeping
it's really
that
what
awake.
Mr. Vasquez said. If the city doesn't, the 7 million people are going to. One old lady from Chinatown told me, she said, Ed, this is my garden. If they come with the bulldozers, I'm going to be padlocked to the front gate. So I'd also like to tell, if anyone doesn't know, because this often come up in tonight's hearing, the role of the community. The community board has voted unilaterally not to have it, quadruple it, split it in any way. 100%, we want to keep it. Oh, funny, the community, what's that?
I would urge that anyone who hasn't visited the Elizabeth Street Gardens go and visit.
Do you know who hasn't? Margaret Chin and de Blasio. And they boast that they haven't.
Well, I'm not going to comment on those people. Mr. Falcone, are you engaged with the staff as well on the comprehensive planning?
Very happy to be. Thriving Communities Coalition, we heard the request to get the information on which groups are working together and coordinating on that, and would love to be in conversation about comprehensive planning and what that could look
Have you reached out to, you've reached out to staff?
like. In the same sense as Elena, yes. By which I mean through Elena, not myself. No perjuring up here.
Are there any other questions? I thank the panel and call the next panel. Robert Kremer, are you here? Douglas Davis, are you here? If you are, please raise your hand. Okay. Michael Dardia, I know he has gone. I saw him earlier. Maulin Mehta from the Regional Plan Association, just in case I mispronounced. Benjamin Nectar from the Manhattan Democratic Party, are you here? Excuse me? Oh. Okay. Sarah Doherty? Jake Schmidt. Okay. And Ellen Martin. Ellen Martin, are you here? Whoops, sorry. I have to take my glasses off to read, but then I can't see anything else. Clint Schmelzer. Okay. Yeah. No, Mr. Mehta.
Good night, I guess, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to the staff report. My name is Maulin Mehta, and I'm a senior associate at Regional Plan Association. We are also a member of the Thriving Communities Coalition. And we're here today to respond to the staff report's recommendation around comprehensive planning. We're glad that the preliminary report took the step in calling for coordination amongst the dozen planning processes currently in the charter. However, we do share our partners' frustration that given this once-in-a-generation opportunity, bolder steps are not being taken. The 8 key elements that members of the coalition and the Progressive Caucus have discussed around comprehensive planning should be a guiding framework for developing a more robust planning process. And we should not take for granted that we do have some progressive momentum in this city. As we've stated before in previous testimony, a values-driven approach in the charter would help put equity up front in the planning process, regardless of any administration that might be in charge. As Elena had stated earlier, there are many routes for how the 8 elements play out, and I'll be focusing also on the third element, which is the city and local analysis. And specifically on an idea of some form of an equity index that we've been thinking about at RPA, which speaks to the data-driven needs assessment process of comprehensive planning, an equity index that evaluates infrastructure, services, economic conditions, and growth opportunities across the city should be tied to the planning process and used in a way to prioritize investment. Such an index could be used to place neighborhoods on a spectrum, looking at the comprehensive nature of what makes communities thrive and assets that need to be protected. Things like diversity, its people, sustainability, community centers, parks, etc. Development of the index could also include community engagement in a process to evaluate more nuanced measures, such as social networks. The index could in turn be used to identify areas for city initiatives to improve access to opportunity, those that have the capacity to absorb new growth, areas for which transit expansion should be a priority, more holistic investment in protecting against climate change. Areas with a lower score would indicate another type of prioritization, one that would push investments in foundational areas to meet existing needs of those communities that have been historically underserved or those that are at high risk of displacement. Each indicator used in developing an index would also have further scrutiny to make sure that they are capturing something more than a binary yes/no, and I'm almost done. For example, access to transit would not just be about station proximity, but also looking at things like service levels, ADA accessibility, and capital needs. Cities across the country use this kind of an index. In Denver, for example, it's been used to help build their 2040 comprehensive plan and has been used in their 10-year bond program to target specific dollars to communities with the highest level of inequality. I know New York City is doing better than many municipalities in moving some progressive policies forward, but we cannot take for granted this momentum. A comprehensive planning process guided by sound analysis and equity principles only works if our city's constitution requires it to be undertaken and provides mechanisms for enforcement and budgeting. So thank you again for your time, and as always, RPA and the coalition stand ready to serve as a resource.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta. Benjamin Wetzler?
Wetzler.
Could you spell that for me so I can?
Wetzler.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ben Wetzler. I'm an elected Democratic Party district leader for the 76th Assembly District, covering the Upper East Side and Roosevelt Island. I'm here to testify in favor of changes to the city's land use process outlined in the preliminary staff report and make suggestions for their improvement. New York is in a crisis of housing affordability, and it is an open secret that this is due to poor planning. This makes it ultimately a political rather than an economic problem. Last year, New York was dead last in per capita housing construction relative to other major cities. This failure to meet our needs has caused a crisis of homelessness, displacement, and overcrowding due to the lack of affordable housing. As the staff report made clear, New York has no planning process to address this in a comprehensive way. Instead, we have a system of ad hoc rezonings negotiated between the mayor, the city council, and developers, which guarantee development decisions will be guided by politics rather than need. A 2010 Furman Center analysis of zoning changes during Mayor Bloomberg's first term showed that the new housing made possible by city-initiated rezonings was nearly entirely offset by new restrictions put in place elsewhere, with new development being limited in wealthier, whiter neighborhoods and pushed into lower-income, predominantly minority ones. This reluctance to upzone wealthy neighborhoods has continued into Mayor de Blasio's tenure. I say this knowing that I represent one of the wealthiest communities in the city, and all other things being equal, my constituents would probably prefer that this practice continue, but if we are going to solve the housing crisis, this disparate treatment by neighborhood must end. I believe this can be done in the following ways. First, the staff report called for clear instructions on how the myriad city planning documents relate to one another. The updated charter should require that these plans begin with the assumption that population growth is a natural part of neighborhood planning, and therefore spills into other neighborhoods when it is not met with a commensurate growth in housing. This is consistent with academic literature on housing affordability and would make clear that it is ultimately the city government's responsibility when neighborhoods end up overcrowded, gentrified, or experience significant displacement when the city does not adequately plan for growth or does so unevenly between neighborhoods. Second, the charter should mandate that the CPC initiate rezonings in any neighborhood that consistently fails to meet a fair share of the city's anticipated housing need. It should further state that these rezonings shall go into effect within some reasonable amount of time if the council, community board, or borough president does not offer a comparable alternative. Community groups and their elected representatives should be an integral part of determining how their neighborhoods will grow, but they should not have the authority to simply say no and walk away from helping meet the city's housing needs and pushing them entirely onto lower income communities. Allowing them to do so is incompatible with good planning and only ensures our crisis of affordability and our history of exclusion and gentrification will continue indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wetzler. The next speaker is Mr. Schmidt.
Hello, my name is Jake Schmidt. I'm a member of Open New York, which is an all-volunteer group that advocates for building more homes in New York, especially in high-opportunity neighborhoods. I want to talk about land use and specifically the recommendation around comprehensive planning. Regardless of the comprehensiveness of the process that we recommend, I think it's critical that the planning process acknowledge that New York has a housing shortage. For 5 decades now, we've failed to build enough housing for everyone who wants to live here, and the humanitarian and economic consequences have been disastrous. Our zoning pretends the city doesn't need to grow, which means we push people out. This exclusionary system has to change. One of the earlier speakers talked about conflicts of interest in community boards and city planning, and that got a lot of attention. I want to talk about a type of conflict of interest that's absolutely endemic and which goes pretty unremarked in discussions like this. I hope this can shape how we think about the issue, because I think it's under-discussed. The problem is the power of homeowners. When we say real estate lobby, we don't include homeowners, even when they're lobbying on real estate issues. And the problem with that is people who own real estate have a financial interest in housing scarcity because they own the scarce asset. Like anything else in high demand, if you restrict its production, which we have, the price goes up. It's as simple as that, and then homeowners benefit, and renters, like me, get screwed. So against that background, the current system for land use in New York is at its core, we have very tight zoning coupled with ad hoc exceptions that are approved by the local community boards and city council members. And let me tell you, my group spends our time advocating for more housing in front of community boards and in front of the city council, and it's wall-to-wall homeowners. We don't usually describe it as such, but they form a real estate lobby of a kind, and we have to stop allowing them to restrict the construction of new homes. Now, I want to be clear, I'm sure a lot of people are feeling a little attacked right now. I don't think these homeowners are bad people. I think they're just advocating for their interests. I think everyone should be able to do that. But that's why this system of ad hoc exceptions that we have doesn't work. We need to ensure that the charter sets up our land use processes that actually produce enough housing for everyone who wants to live here in the greatest city in the world. Because the current system privileges a very specific set of voices, and by any metric it's failing. I have some specific proposals for how we can incorporate this into the current language of the staff recommendation, but I appear to be out of time. I'm happy to go into detail on that if anybody would like, and I'll include it in my written testimony when I submit it online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt, and I would appreciate your submitting your suggestions online, as you said. Clint Schmeltzer.
Yes. Hi, I'm here representing Community Board 3. We put together some recommendations.
In what location?
Oh.
Manhattan, Bronx,
Oh,
Brooklyn,
sorry.
Queens, or
Sorry,
Staten Island?
Community Board 3, Manhattan. And after reviewing the report, we have some recommendations. First thing is we recommend that community boards have independent baseline budgets with a guaranteed minimum level of funding. These baseline budgets would allow the boards to responsibly plan for future years and not have the constant threat of their offices being reduced. Second, we would fully support that services be assigned and codified to specific agencies and include personnel support for staffing issues, benefits, technical support, etc. The Borough President's Office provides payroll support, and other administrative and technical support is lacking. The Community Board managerial staff are the only city employees in New York without personnel services and support. The newly established Civic Engagement Commission should not be under mayoral control. One other thing that's been addressed many times, urban planner staff positions for community boards. They should have a full-time urban planner on staff and the budget appropriation to fund this position. Right now, the city charter does mandate the community boards have an urban planner, but does not actually fund that position. Second, one other thing that's been mentioned is the charter mandated time for notification periods. This has been mentioned in regards to the ULURP process and other things. Right now, the mandated process is to take into account the community board's schedules by giving notice at an earlier stage or lengthening that notification time. This would be extremely beneficial for public notification and public input. One thing that was briefly mentioned earlier, the periodic revision process for the SECR, which is the Civil Environmental Quality Review process, and the technical manner. Currently, the charter has no requirements regarding updates to the SECR technical manual. This manual should be revised to address flaws in the current method of analysis for indirect residential displacement and neighborhood demographic changes. The universe of dwelling units considered in the indirect residential displacement analysis should be expanded to include rent-regulated units, and a racial impact study should be required to accurately disclose the demographic changes and compliance with fair housing obligations. We also recommend that the NYCHA Housing Authority land go through the ULURP in order to promote transparency and give residents and local officials input into the process. The NYCHA land should follow the same public review process as city-owned land when it is disposed of to a private entity. And the last thing was just measures to promote representative community boards. We recommend they consider creating standards and promoting transparency by publishing board demographics and vacancy status. This would promote more representative and effective boards, and that's pretty much it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmeltzer. Are there any questions? Jim?
First, I wanted to thank CB3, but also CB8 and CB5 for the work they've done and for testifying. I know a lot of the Manhattan community boards, it's not just the person who's testified, but they've had task forces or subcommittees working on charter issues, and I just wanted to thank you all for that. My question, though, is for Mr. Mehta of RPA. In your proposal, how do you conceive who sets the general goals for the comprehensive plan? Are those set by us? Are those set by some kind of community planning process? Are those set by the mayor?
So, I mean, in talking about the index, the idea is that there is some objective analysis that's not done at the city level, but that the community has components of that that they can then feed into. So right now we have community board district needs assessments that are not, the community boards can just sort of pitch what they want, and it doesn't really allow for this alignment with citywide goals. There's the investments that are made in community boards are not tied to, citywide priorities. So for example, if we were to do some type of index that outlined citywide needs and what community boards are in distress about, you could then mandate, for example, that a community board district needs assessment speak to some of those challenges that are identified by a citywide process, and then also tie that to some capital budgeting process so that there is an alignment there.
But who creates that the equity principles?
So we have equity principles that the coalition has put together that we would like to see embedded into the charter. But
okay, that's what I'm asking. So you want those in the charter from us. You don't want the mayor to decide what or the whatever the planning body that's going to coordinate these plans.
Right, and this has been brought up at other hearings that planning is a political process, but having the values actually embedded in charter would then force any new administration to say, okay, I have my own priorities, but I have to meet these certain value-driven processes that have been identified.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? I thank the panel, and I am calling up the next panel. Richard Ash. Chris Olmsted. Mr. or Ms. Komatsu? Yes. Okay. Jennifer Ramini? Thank you very much. We'll start with you, Mr. Ash.
Thank you. First, I just want to say that I'm absolutely amazed at the staying power of the commissioners. I've been here for 4.5 hours, but I haven't had to pay rapt attention the way you all have. So congratulations to you. My name is Richard Ash. I'm a member of Community Board 7 in Manhattan. I don't know exactly how long I've been a member, but I was appointed by Andrew Stein, if that gives you any sense. For most of that time, I was the chair of the, co-chair of the Land Use Committee, and so I have some familiarity with ULURP. I think the problem is not so much with the ULURP process. I agree with the commissioner who said that you don't want to tinker too much with the process. I do, however, think that a pre-certification requirement of 60 days would be a tremendous benefit to community boards that don't ordinarily have that. It's been our experience that developers are anxious to come to us, and even the city is anxious to come to us in the pre-ULURP phase to try to iron out any differences. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't, but it's a very worthwhile process. The developers obviously have a pretty good idea of what they want to build more than 60 days before it gets certified at ULURP. So I would strongly recommend the 60-day rule. I would also recommend that rather than expanding ULURP, because we always like to, one of the things we don't want to do is to stall the process. But I do believe that August should be excluded from any ULURP clock permanently. We don't meet in August, and most community boards don't meet in August. And there's no reason to count the 31 days in August toward the ULURP clock. I think that the problem, and we've recently had enormous difficulties with the City Planning Commission, most recently with respect to the 2 tall buildings that are going up around Central Park. So much so that we have had to, against our better judgment, approve a state proposal to address the issue. And that shouldn't happen. I agree with the speakers who said that there should be address the composition of the panel. I don't know, of the commission. I don't know exactly what the arithmetic should be, but I would suggest that more than half the commission should not be in the real estate development business. I think there should be a separation of the department, the head of the planning department and the head of the planning commission. I think that NYCHA should be, if you have the power, I don't know that we have the power, but if we do, NYCHA should be included within the ULURP envelope. We've submitted, my time's up, we've submitted something in writing that addresses other issues. If I can touch on 2, with respect to the BSA. We don't believe that we should have the power to overrule BSA, but we do believe that if BSA overrules us, they should be required to put their reasoning in writing and transmit it to us. I think it adds a certain amount of discipline to the process. And our written submission has a few other points, but I'm out of time, and it is almost late.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ash. The next speaker is Chris Olmsted.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Chris Olmsted, and on April 1st, I began working as an investigator at the Civilian Complaint Review Board. I do not speak on behalf of the CCRB in this or any other capacity. My views here are my own and don't necessarily reflect those of the CCRB. I come before you as a member of the public because I have an uncommon perspective, which is the view from my desk. I hope in sharing it to amplify the need for and benefits of advancing the proposal to make the CCRB's budget proportional to that of the NYPD. As a new hire, I'm an investigator level 1, assigned to an investigative squad. Investigators are designated as level 1, level 2, and level 3, those with the experience and demonstrated investigative abilities to receive the most complex of cases. One of these level 3s has been assigned as my mentor. I'll say he's doing a great job. Still, as I've been learning about my new role, I've become worried. Recently, my mentor had 24 cases. The level 3 at the desk next to mine had 20. To put that in perspective for you, I once heard an investigator fantasize about a case docket somewhere near 10. In the month I've worked at the CCRB, I've seen every member of my squad put in overtime. My level 2 and 3 colleagues are often in the office when I arrive, and they are often in the office when I go home. I've heard level 2s and 3s across the agency describe nights and Sundays in the office. In my experience, every 2 weeks and often more frequently, investigators catch an average of 3 cases per person. And for further perspective, several level 3 investigators have told me this week that when they request body-worn camera footage from the NYPD, they wait an average of 3 months to receive it. An investigator could catch 18 new cases while waiting on crucial evidence for 1. The preliminary staff report does not include the CCRB's request for direct access to body-worn camera footage, but I cannot overstate the positive effect that would have on their work. But I digress. Since 2017, the NYPD has equipped thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of members of service with body-worn cameras, and that is an excellent step forward, but as far as I can tell, the resources available to the CCRB have yet to be adjusted to reflect the effects more body-worn camera footage would have on investigations. Footage is key evidence, and I'm told it takes hours to review, let alone analyze and transcribe, and I haven't even gotten to the Right to Know Act. This past month, my experience as an employee has convinced me as a taxpayer that the CCRB is worth the investment. The CCRB is asking for their budget to be set at 1% of the NYPD's. In that light, it's a small ask, but that change would more than triple their budget, providing better, faster investigations benefiting civilians and officers alike. I submit that the people of New York City deserve to vote on the issue. It is a measure I would support whether I worked there or not.
Thank you very much. Could you give us a copy of what you're reading from, or would you be willing to provide us with your comments after the meeting, either by email or any other?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Komatsu.
I'm Tawaki Komatsu, and a Navy veteran with a federal lawsuit against the city. I filed papers in it earlier today to greatly expand its scope. I'm here to tell all of you how useless the NYPD, CCRB, and Public Advocate Office are. Since you let someone else greatly exceed the time limits, I may minimally do so in accordance with my 14th Amendment equal protection and due process rights. Both Letitia James and Jumani Williams are useless because I apprised both of them face-to-face about the NYPD's illegal acts against me at public forums that the mayor held, and they have done nothing about that after the CCRB stupidly exonerated Defendant Redmond and more NYPD officers for their illegal acts against me that were whistleblower retaliation, viewpoint discrimination, and voter fraud. On August 30th, 2017, Mr. Albanese and I had a chat outside the mayor's town hall in Brooklyn after Defendant Redmond and other NYPD trash illegally kicked me out of that meeting in response to my having told members of the public about Defendant Redmond's lawsuit by Mr. Sherrard. On September 26, 2017 and September 28, 2017, I briefed Gail Brewer that I was illegally prevented from attending town hall meetings that the mayor held on those nights outside of those events. She told me on those nights that she would look into that before it appears that she lied. On November 27, 2017, Mr. Vaca, Margaret Chin, and I had a chat that was recorded by NYPD security cameras as members of the NYPD illegally prevented me from attending a public hearing that the mayor held in City Hall that was about privacy rights. I have that video recording. Defendant Nieves told me on that date that Defendant Redmond directed him to prevent me from entering City Hall. On that same date, a legal filing was filed in Kalan Sherrard's federal lawsuit against Defendant Redmond that stemmed from him having illegally caused Kalan to be stopped near Civil Court in Manhattan while he was lawfully riding a bike, and construction caused an adjacent sidewalk to be closed to pedestrians. I had the video recordings that the New York State Law Department used and didn't use in that case before the jury was too stupid to find Defendant Redmond guilty. On March 18, 2019, a member of the mayor's NYPD insecurity gang illegally assaulted me and kicked me out of the mayor's public hearing on video while the mayor illegally interfered with my ability to expose the fact that he and his administration condone wage theft by partnering with a firm named NTT Data that has been subjecting me to that for 7 years that I talked with the mayor about on March 15, 2017 and July 18, 2017 during chats that were recorded on video. Here's a video that was recorded on April 27th in 2017 at the Mayor's Town Hall in Long Island City of my chat with Defendant Raymond Girola of the Mayor's NYPD security detail, as he told me that the Mayor's staff were to blame for illegally preventing that public forum, me attending that public forum that Defendant NYPD Inspector Howard Redmond implemented with other members of the NYPD and members of the Mayor's office before NYPD Officer Beto illegally assaulted me on a public sidewalk while I tried to alert the mayor about that as he left that meeting from a sufficient distance away. This is going to be very quick.
Okay.
The whole issue is because I'm going to try to see other events. So I don't know. It's not about you. No, it's not. When the mayor wasn't allowed inside. That I have nothing to do with. That's from the mayor's staff. I don't do anything with that. All right. So when the mayor comes out, if any area, it's got to be secure. So it doesn't mean it could be you. It could be any event we don't put inside. No, right over there. That was his staff. I'm the mayor. That's his staff. Something or another that you want to.
Mr. Scott. Thank you very much. Ms. Ramidi? When the light is red, the mic is on. And you want to pull it closer to you. Then push the button.
Okay.
That's it.
Yes, okay.
My name is Jennifer Romine. I'm here as a lifelong Manhattan resident. I grew up on the Upper West Side with a mother who taught in the public school system, both on the Upper West Side and in Harlem, who was very active in the fight to save the public school system for our city's most vulnerable kids, and a father who was a broadcast journalist who, among other things, worked with Edward R. Murrow to bring down Senator McCarthy. I moved to Little Italy in 1997, and it was much like the Upper West Side of my youth, which was, it wasn't the same people, but it was similar. The Upper West Side was Black, it was Puerto Rican, it was Dominican. There were a lot of immigrants, particularly Jewish immigrants. Little Italy is actually still made up of Chinese, Italian, Dominicans. There are Blacks, contrary to what is said. What I'm here to speak about is my vantage point. I live at 21 Spring Street, which is affordable housing, though it's expiring in 2.5 years. And 21 Spring Street is on the same lot as the Elizabeth Street Garden. And though Margaret Chin divided the lots, and a deal was made in 1981, the 1981 land use disposition promised to preserve 20,000 square feet exclusively for recreational use by the community. I was in this room on May 2nd for a council hearing, which I have to say, I can only call it a charade, and I'm deeply concerned about this mayor, this borough president, and this speaker, and the planning board. And I will end with, there were other things I want to say, but before I came here, I emailed Eric Botcher at the Speaker Johnson's office to let him know about the investigations that are being submitted tomorrow to the Attorney General, to the Controller, to the Public Advocate. There are 17 investigations in total, and I mentioned just 5 of the 28 evidentiary documents, and I urged him to consider halting the council hearings on the Haven Green development until those investigations are concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay. I would like to thank the panel and thank you for your endurance.
Thanks for your work.
The next panel is Michael Kaufman. If you're here, when I call your name, raise your hand or otherwise indicate to me that you're here. Brian Watson. Mr. Watson. Michael Sherrill or Sherrill. Jessica Katz. Casey Berkovitz. Christopher Rodenbaugh. Rebecca Sauer. Okay. No. Yeah. No, she spoke. Wait a minute, just a little piece of housekeeping. Ms. Katz.
Yes.
You've got the mic.
Great. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. I'm going to go off script for 1 minute and just say that I have myself a master's degree in city planning, and I worked very, very hard to get it, but everything that I learned about actual planning all happened kind of in the halls of going to community boards night after night after night and kind of meeting with the lay people and some of the elected officials that do this work. So off script for CHPC, but I think we wouldn't be in favor of a requirement for masters in city planning for city planning commissioners. But we do want to make sure that New York, as a city so huge and diverse as it is, that requires a decision-driven land use process that balances both local and citywide needs. There's no process that'll guarantee that all parties can be happy, but we can do better to ensure that all parties are heard. But I also want to point out that it's impossible to legislate consensus, and that even small changes to this process could disrupt the delicate balance that ULURP was created to achieve. You've heard a lot of concerns about ULURP. Communities want more information sooner on the projects in their neighborhoods and more time to meaningfully influence them. Any changes should directly address those concerns by advancing transparency and meaningful community engagement. CHPC is in support of requiring community boards be notified of ULURP applications prior to their certification. Building discourse and trust early on is beneficial both for applicants and communities, and local stakeholders can have more time to prepare for the ULURP process to begin. However, duplicating a comment period during the pre-ULURP process will only add opacity, confusion, and conflict. The certification process that precedes ULURP is so that applications can reach technical compliance before undergoing a public review. And if a community were to spend time and energy commenting on an uncertified application, they'll only encounter more frustration if it's then significantly revised. And residents will only have that very short period of time to comment, and so the pool of voices contributing to that process will be narrower and more exclusive during that pre-certification period. That pre-certification, so we support a notification, but not necessarily a comment period prior to ULURP. But in that spirit, we do support an extension of the community board comment period from 60 to 75 days. We would believe in that throughout the entire calendar year, leaving the August matter aside. That extension can give community boards more time to host multiple meetings or hearings to diversify who gets to participate and how. And how to participate to us is the critical question. The current means is to participate in hearing, just like this. But obviously these hearings can be long and crowded, and it really only clearly a certain number of voices who have the stamina and the time and the temperament to participate are around. So having more time would give more people options to participate, and also make sure that there's a voice for people who have questions about a process as opposed to just who want to testify in opposition or in favor of something. There's relatively little voice in our system for people who have legitimate questions or who want to just learn more about a project. You really only go if you already have a preformed opinion. And then again, I'll just put in a plug for experimenting with ways to capture the voices of those who are not well served, including future residents and people who are homeless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Katz. The next speaker is Casey Berkowitz.
Hi there, my name is Casey Berkowitz. I'm here with Open New York, which has been previously mentioned, but I do not speak on their behalf. First, I'd like to speak about some general principles that I hope will guide your process moving forward. Then, if I have time, get into specific recommendations. I am here, frankly, because the public engagement process in New York City and in cities across the country is broken. I'm also here still, despite the fact that the public engagement process in New York City is broken. This hearing is a great example. I've been here for now over 4 hours. If I had to work, if I had children, if I was sick, if I was disabled, I would not be able to be here. I'm sure there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of New Yorkers who similarly would like to have an input if they even knew that this was happening, which I'm sure many of them do not. This is true not just for this revision hearing. I don't mean to blame all of you. It's true for public engagement in the city. It's true especially at community boards, which by nature of the fact that they meet every month, more than one time a month because they have committee meetings, they are not representative bodies. They are older, they are whiter, they are richer. Community board members are more likely to own homes, they're more likely to own cars. I wish that I had specific statistics on all of this to share with you, but there aren't any because this data is not public. Borough presidents have promised transparency and frankly have not lived up to that promise. In just one analysis of Queens community boards, 55% of community board members were white, compared to just 26% of Queens as a whole. New York voters showed that they knew this was a problem when they voted for term limits. You can do your part by not upholding community boards as a method of public engagement. At the very least, if community boards are given more power in the public input process, particularly in ULURP, that should be very, very strictly tied to more requirements for public engagement so that people who are not on the website where community boards post their agendas, who have maybe not necessarily been to a meeting before, are able to give their input. One way is to move that up the city government ladder. Every city council member, every mayor, every citywide elected knows how to do that deeper engagement. I know because they won their elections. To get into some more specific proposals, the land use section, as has been mentioned, and by people who are more expert than me, earlier engagement could confuse the process, and I oppose that. I also actually would support plans to simplify the many overlapping zoning requirements and systems. People have mentioned quite frequently that they would like large developers to have less input in the ULURP process. The current system is extremely opaque, it's extremely long and drawn out. That raises the bar for entry. It means that large developers who can afford expensive legal battles, lawyers, consultants are able to navigate the system in a way that smaller developers and nonprofit housing developers are not. And I think that simplifying the many systems in place would go a long way in lowering that bar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berkovitz. And the next speaker is Christopher Rodenbaugh.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, go right ahead.
I am here as a volunteer to support ranked choice voting in both primary and general elections because I'm a public school teacher, a social studies teacher that spends every day in my classroom hoping that a better knowledge of history will create more civic participation. And I'll be in that classroom tomorrow at 8 a.m. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, so thank you for sticking around to hear my voice. I support particularly goal number 3 of the commission that states, quote, focus on ideas and proposals that would A, improve government effectiveness, transparency, accountability, or efficiency, and B, encourage meaningful participation by New Yorkers. As a teacher in East Harlem, I spend a lot of my time trying to engage students in the democratic process. Yet, what do they find when they start following politics more closely? A system in which, to get support or attention in an election, you must first be considered electable. That means different things in different places. In our national politics, it might mean being white and male, a 21st century veil for discrimination. In our local politics, it often means having friends with a lot of money or political connections. Therefore, the doors of the political world feel shut to many of my students. I want our politics to focus on the exchange of ideas and the empowerment of all citizens of our city. I came here today because I think ranked choice voting will do that. In cities where ranked choice voting has been implemented, many women and people of color have won elections, making local governments more representative. The most frequent question I get in my classroom when I encourage students to register to vote when they turn 18 or get their family members to vote is, does my vote really matter? In our current system, I genuinely feel insincere at times telling young people that every vote matters. With our current plurality and runoff structure, it is impossible to determine the actual preference of voters. Ranked choice voting will end the concerns of throwing away a vote or my vote doesn't matter and replace them with a reality in which every vote expresses an idea or vision for our city. After each election, parties and candidates will be able to see which candidates gained a lot of enthusiasm, in addition to the eventual winner. Ranked choice voting will allow me to tell my students that you can share your passions and beliefs with your first choice, but still protect and make sure that the candidate who wins will respect your human dignity. With that in mind, I would be remiss if I didn't represent my students and say that they are deeply concerned about the lack of accountability for police officers in our city, and I think ranked choice voting would be a powerful way to empower more young people of color to participate in the political process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodenbaugh.
Yeah,
and,
thanks.
excuse me?
That's right.
The next speaker is Barbara Sauer.
Rebecca Sauer, thank you. Hi.
Rebecca, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's 10:30, so that's totally fine. I'm the Director of Policy and Planning at the Supportive Housing Network of New York, so thank you to all the commissioners for staying so late. I'll be testifying on land use, specifically ULURP. So for those that aren't aware, although I think most people in this room might be, supportive housing is permanent, affordable housing with social services for vulnerable individuals and families. Thousands of New Yorkers who live with mental illness, substance use disorders, and chronic health conditions rely on supportive housing. In fact, there's 32,000 units here in the city. At the same time, thousands more are languishing in shelter and on the streets until more units become available. The network is extremely grateful for NYC 1515, which is the city's initiative to create 15,000 units of supportive housing in 15 years. And we were thrilled when the City Council requested the administration accelerate implementation of the plan by fast-tracking development from 500 to 700 units of new construction per year. So how do we do that? Well, our members have to go out and find sites. And in many cases, our members then have to go through ULURP because a spot rezoning is needed or it's a public site, which adds 1 to 2 years to the development timeline. Our members enter ULURP willing to engage with neighborhood stakeholders, and we understand the desire for a longer and more robust feedback period, but we are very cautious of proposals to lengthen the formal timeline. A significant portion of the current supportive housing pipeline will be going through ULURP, so any addition to the timeline will have a collective impact on reducing the homeless census. Both expert testimony and the Commission's report advise that ULURP be left largely unchanged, with the exception of pre-certification review. We recommend that any changes to pre-certification also incorporate a set time limit for agency review. Additional agency staff capacity may be necessary to meet a mandated timeline, but we feel it's essential to make progress on reducing the homeless census. Finally, we believe there should be an expedited pre-certification system for 100% affordable housing projects that would allow them to move to the front of the line or enter a separate line entirely. If the Commission is considering altering pre-certification review to include community feedback, the participants should be truly reflective of the entire community. Too often at community boards and other public meetings, discussions are dominated by a few voices. Anyone affected by a project yet absent from the hearing is excluded from consideration, including people who are homeless, future residents of the project in question, and evening workers, among others. So DCP-hosted public meetings or focus groups specifically addressing representation could be a better alternative. I'm going to wrap up now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for
Madam
this
Chair.
panel? Carl?
Yes, first of all, with the three of you, we have written testimony from Ms. Katz, but could the three of you submit testimony in writing to the staff?
I will, and
Thank you.
as a testament to the democratic process here, I would like to revise my testimony based on some things that I've learned tonight, so I'll be submitting that tomorrow.
That's what I.
And I have a very specific question for you. You really represent the most sympathetic of constituencies and the populations that really need housing the most in the city of New York. Do you find, generally speaking, that when you are going through the ULURP process that communities are resistant to your clientele and to your projects? And that's one question. And a related question is, do you usually, because we've heard a lot about community boards not hearing, not getting advance notice of ULURP projects, do you usually, in fact, provide advance notice before the ULURP process starts, and do you speak to community boards, borough presidents, and other elected officials well in advance of the formal beginnings of the ULURP process?
Thank you for the question. So I'll say we're a membership organization, so we represent 200 nonprofits across the state that develop, own, and operate supportive housing. So to the second question, our members are very good at engaging with the community at all levels, community boards, elected officials, any relevant community stakeholders, and we actually, the network, we conduct trainings and technical assistance with our members to ensure that they're doing that in a manner that's going to be conducive to the best possible project in the end. And for your first question, I think, you mentioned that it's a very sympathetic population, but I'll say that there's a lot of stigma around homelessness and mental illness and other kinds of disabilities, and I think it doesn't always necessarily present itself in the most direct way, but I think that it does bleed into some of the processes that we have for engaging with community members, and they may not always say outright, you know, I'm opposed to supportive housing in my neighborhood, but I think there are many tactics that some communities do use to delay or the process of approving supportive housing or try to change the nature of the project in some substantial way.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Fiala.
Let me thank the entire panel, but Christopher, forgive me. I tried to listen to the name twice, so I didn't get it. So that's why I'm calling you Christopher.
It's okay.
Rodenbaugh.
Yes, that's exactly right. Rodenbaugh.
Rodenbaum?
Mm-hmm.
No, Rodenbaugh, B-A-U-G-H.
I need a hearing aid. Let me just say, it's really inspiring to see a teacher here at this late hour. And your students, the school you work in, not knowing you, but I can just tell, you know, you have a passion for your vocation. And those students are really fortunate to have you at the helm. I'd love to be a fly on the wall because the idea of civic literacy is so important and it's so lost in today's world. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
My question is for Ms. excuse me, Katz. Am I correct? I don't know if you're here earlier, but the Deputy Executive Director of City Planning, Mr. Slotkin, was here and offered testimony. There appears to be a congruency of thought between your organization and the position City Planning took. You're advocating for an advance notice period. I guess the question I have is, you're confident that there's enough of a distinction with a difference between, you know, advance notice and a comment period, that it wouldn't upset a fairly delicate apple cart?
I think in the vast majority of cases, the stakeholders are already aware that a ULURP application is coming, and so for that, I don't think that it is going to upset the apple cart. In the rare cases where that's not the case, I absolutely think that it shouldn't be a surprise on the first day of the ULURP process that a project is coming to fruition. So I do think that I think in most cases, notifying people early already happens, and when it doesn't, it definitely should. I think that a community board or a council member would start thinking about what their response would be to such a project is reasonable. I don't think that there should be any expectation of getting comments responded to within that 30-day window, but just to let people know that the project exists, which I believe happens the vast majority of the time.
Okay, thank you. But it would have to, in your view, be really distinct from a comment period, because, did I hear you correct, the commenting would impede the process in your view?
I think the idea that a land disposition action or rezoning is coming at a certain location should be well known prior to a ULURP project being certified. I think most of the time that's the case, and so it shouldn't do any damage to create that notification. If it's not happening at some times, which it feels like we've heard through this process, it sometimes doesn't, then it should, and so we can codify that.
Thank you so much.
Sal?
Christopher, right? Yeah, I want to echo what Commissioner Fiala said. I'm impressed that a classroom teacher actually came
You may
here
know
to
that
testify.
Sal used to be a teacher, so he's very attached to
I
teachers.
spent 11 years
and
in
is-
the public schools teaching, so I know it's a very rewarding job, especially when you're engaged with young people who are interested. And this is an area that they really need to get more involved in terms of political engagement, in terms of the history of the city, and that you could spend an awful lot of time talking to them about this. And maybe at some point you can actually get them to go on the website and view what we do as a commission as a lesson. By the way, did you plan your lesson plan for tomorrow? Just checking.
Luckily, we have some tests tomorrow, so I'm just proctoring. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Then I would like to thank the panel and call the next panel. Tammy David, Are you here? Okay, thank you. Timothy Lunsford Stevens. If someone could sign, is someone here who can sign? I understand that Mr. Stevens is hearing challenged. The signers have gone. Mr. Lunsford Stevens is profoundly deaf. We don't have a. Well, but I can't, if he is here, he doesn't.
What is the name? I have the name. Yes, this is, we've already spoken. Okay. But can I hold it for a second? Oh, let me just take a quick picture to get the name and confirm. Thank you.
Seema Reddy? Seema Reddy, are you here? If you are, please raise your hand. Councilmember Kalos, if you are here, please. Okay, so that's 2. Who else have we got? Melissa Presley, are you here? Sorry. Gloria Matera? Okay, and Jane Margareton. I assume she's Jane then? Thank you. Okay. Benjamin Yee. Mr. Yee, is this you? Thank you. Ms. David. When the mic has the red light on, it's on. Push the button if it's not.
So, sup? Thanks
How are you?
for everyone here who's testifying, civic participants, community leaders. I really appreciate all of you guys coming out because as you know, and as has been mentioned, not everyone has the opportunity to come out today and speak on their own behalf, like this gentleman, Sahid Vassal. Commissioners, I'm not thanking you for your time tonight because it's your job. It's your job to sit here and listen to what the public demands. And in my opinion, there hasn't been a good job done at all. The recommendations for a CCRB are horrendous. They are an insult to every black and brown person in the room, in the city. They're an insult to mentally ill individuals who get targeted by the police every single day. And it's an insult to everyone in our campaign who has stayed up all night doing legislative research that you guys haven't even had the gall to read. It's an insult, and I'm over it. I'm tired. We've been here for actually 6 hours almost 6 hours. And we get Mr. Nori saying, democracy doesn't always work, so why should it be elected? We have Mr. Vaca, who left checking his phone 8 to 12 times per panel. It's an insult. The ECRB is the only proposal I have ever seen in my very young life that actually holds police accountable, that has the potential to change so much in this city. It's not even about just life and death or safety, but it's about community trust. It's about rebuilding. It's about getting people involved in civic projects. It's all of that and more. And if you guys don't see that, you're not doing a good job. We've dropped off stacks of legislative research. We have sent emails begging for correspondence. At first, this wasn't a topic until we mobilized, and now we're talking about the CCRB. Like Roxanne mentioned earlier, a lady who was speaking before, all you have to do is put it on the ballot. This isn't your choice. I find it ironic that I'm sitting here in front of an appointed board complaining about another appointed board. It's okay, Mr. Nori, if you don't believe that it would work, and it's okay if you guys have doubts. What we're asking is for the opportunity to prove that it is well-researched, that it is publicly supported, and that it has a shot on the ballot in November. For everyone out there in the room or who's listening, this testimony isn't really for the commissioners. It's not. They've shown us time and time again what they think of our proposals, and that's fine. Believe me, it's okay. It's for the people not in this room and in this room who think that they don't have a choice in the matter. Join us. Go to stoppoliceviolencenyc.org. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Instagram. If we're canvassing in your neighborhood, pull up. If we're talking to boys on the block, pull up. Because ultimately, this is an issue that is way, way, way bigger than this charter. And I wish you guys would understand the urgency. The last thing I'll say, Sahid Vassal, his father is now an activist. He was murdered April 4th, 2018, when 3 police officers from the 71st Precinct pulled up, took one look at him, and decided he wasn't worth de-escalating. He was mentally ill and having an episode. If his life or any New Yorker's life means anything, join the movement. Join us. Because with or without this commission, we will get it done. Police violence needs to be curbed urgently. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalos? Excuse me?
I'll
Wait for what panel?
Thank you to the commissioners. More of you have stayed longer than many of my colleagues would have and have in the past. And to the public, please stay involved. After all, we will need you at the ballot. I'm Councilmember Ben Kalos. The best part of democracy is that there's always room for improvement. Last September's hearing, I proposed 72 recommendations for amendment to the charter for this commission's consideration. Now this commission has identified 9 of my recommendations in whole and are in part for further discussion in the preliminary staff report. I'll be submitting only 15 recommendations across 5 categories of conflicts of interest, city budget, land use, elections and redistricting, and empowering the offices of the public advocate and borough president. Americans are losing faith in government with concerns of corruption emanating from conflicts of interest at every level. This is why I support the staff's report's recommendation of extending the lobbying ban in New York City from a laughably short 1 year, and once again call for a lifetime ban on lobbying for elected officials and agency heads. Conflicts of interest are a particular problem for the city's attorney and the corporate counsel, who can frequently find themselves caught between the checks and balances of a city government that is their client. I support the staff report recommendation for advice and consent for this important position, along with notification of conflicts, but would go further to require renewals every 2 years and dedicated funding for outside counsel that won't come out of an elected official or independent agency's budget. Since the staff report is considering widening advice and consent, the Commission should also consider expanding to all agency heads, or at least over the police. Building, sanitation, parks, homeless services, children's services, HPD, and DCAS. There's a number of folks in the audience here who think would want the City Council to have advice and consent over a police commissioner. I support ranked choice voting as proposed by the staff report, in particular a top 5 system as proposed by Common Cause and implemented for citywide elections that currently require a 40% threshold, preventing a costly runoff election. Communities must have a stronger voice in the land use process when it counts, not when it's a done deal put forth for an up or down vote. That's why I propose and support the staff report and beginning public engagement at the City Planning Community Board as soon as anyone files pre-application at City Planning, Landmarks, HPD, BSA, or DOB. The previous panel suggested that changes would frustrate the community. I would say that's actually the point. When managing, I'm just going to skip down. You have 16 pages of testimony. I propose fixed budgets for all the independently elected individuals. That should include council members so that they are not subservient to a speaker. Public advocate could be funded at 50 cents per resident, similarly for other elected officials. I just want to focus a really quick 30 seconds or so on the public advocate and borough president. They remain as additional check in government who should be further empowered in the delivery of city services, holding public hearings, obtaining documents and records, and recommending capital projects. The commission must give the public advocate and borough president power to ask questions under oath, whether at public hearings and contracts hearings, as well as compel appearances and providing documents for the foregoing, as well as the borough service cabinet. As the new chair of the Contracts Committee and the City Council, I'm excited with the prospect of collaborating with borough presidents using their contract powers. Further, all elected officials should have an expanded right to visit any city facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalos. Excuse me, is Jane Margareton here? Okay. Benjamin Yee.
Hi, my name is Ben Yee. I'm the Democratic State Committeeman for the 66th Assembly District. I'm also Secretary of the Manhattan County Democratic Party, or New York County Democratic Party, and I've been an activist and organizer in New York for over a decade. I've lived here my entire life, and I teach civics and government workshops all around the city. There are a lot of issues before the Charter Revision Committee, many of which are important, but most of which have been spoken on much more eloquently than I could, such as the CCRB and ranked choice voting. What I'd like to talk to you about tonight is the land use process. And I do appreciate the time and effort that the Commission has put into the land use process already, but I would like to make the point that the operative problem with the land use process is not that people don't have enough knowledge or foreknowledge of impending changes. It's the fact that almost no stakeholders have any voice in the process. It is a virtually one-sided monopoly of power. And so while the ULURP process might be carefully tailored as a timeline, it is incredibly unbalanced as a decision-making process. So I would ask the Commission to consider a few ideas for how to rebalance this so that communities can actually have a voice in the land use process. So first, I agree with the idea that borough presidents and community boards and I agree with the idea that there should be alternative plans put forward to the CPC so that they have alternative ideas for what should happen in a land use decision-making process. Whether that idea comes from the borough presidents or the city councils or the community boards themselves, I leave to you, but I think it is important that somebody who better represents the community be able to offer an alternative to what is proposed. Second, I would propose an idea which would change the dynamic of power in the decision-making process by doing the following. One, it's a two-part process. First, allow community boards to have a vote in the City Council Land Use Subcommittee when issues regarding their district are before the council. And then, if and when a community board loses a vote in the council, give it an additional vote in the land use committee to use at its discretion and to introduce any proposal it likes. A system like this will markedly improve the incentives in the land use decision-making process in three ways. First, it will provide an incentive for decision makers to listen to communities without giving those communities veto power over all changes, because ultimately we want a dynamic process that isn't constrained by some rubric that's stuck in the charter. We want something that allows for give and take, but also empowers communities. Second, a process like this would ensure that the more a community loses, the more influence it will accrue, making it harder to override them and increasing their leverage over time. And third, it will encourage communities to work together and pool votes over time, incentivizing them and elected officials to think of development across districts and work towards a citywide plan. The staff report has spent time envisioning a comprehensive planning program, but it doesn't include or provide any political mechanisms to support it in the face of a short-term electoral system. A 10-year plan will outlive any city elected official. A process like this would help provide pressure for consensus. So none of these proposals are mutually exclusive to the other ideas which have been put forward, but instead it creates a political dynamic that supports those ideas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yee. The next speaker is Gloria Matera.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Gloria Matera. I'm currently co-chair of the Green Party of New York, a lifelong Brooklyn resident, and a former Green Party candidate, twice for City Council, 2001 and 2003, both against now Mayor Bill de Blasio, placed in second in 2003, and then for Brooklyn Borough President and Lieutenant Governor. I want to thank the Commission for including ranked choice voting as a potential charter revision and for holding hearings in all 5 boroughs. The Green Party supports ranked choice voting for all general elections. RCV, along with more substantive electoral reforms, have been an anchor in the Green Party platform since our formation. We have a strong history of advocating for and campaigning on democratizing elections, including RCV, proportional representation, full public financing, and equal access to the media and the debates. From the federal to the local level, every aspect of elections, ballot access, campaign contributions, media attention, have favored the 2 corporate parties, Democrat and Republican. Instituting ranked choice voting for only primaries and special elections just perpetuates that advantage. Smaller party and independent candidates and those who choose to vote for them deserve equal election opportunity. We know from previous testimony and probably your own research that ranked choice voting results in more diversity of candidates, more choices for voters, and increased voter turnout. It is well liked and working in the cities and states that are using it. What possible reason could there be for limiting a voting method that adds more diverse candidate voices and offers more voter choices? As to my own experience, campaigning as a Green Party candidate, also as a well-known community activist and longtime Green Party leader, this is what I have heard from voters. I like what you and the Green Party stand for, but I don't want to waste my vote. I want to vote for you, but what happens if the candidate I really don't like ends up winning? And you are an expletive spoiler. From some elected officials, Democratic clubs, and community leaders I have come in contact with when campaigning. We need you in office. You should run as a Democrat so you can win. Ugh. In this city, primaries determine the winner, so independent and small party candidates do not have a chance. There's a lot of jingoism about the U.S. being the most democratic nation, but there is also a history of voter suppression, voter disenfranchisement, voter apathy, and vote tampering. The right to vote is often equated with democracy, but it is not really democratic when voters' choices are limited from the start because of a winner-take-all system that declares a winner without a majority of the vote in a low-turnout election. I urge the Commission to recommend ranked choice voting for all New York City elections, and I will close by saying to the Commission and my comrades here in the room, the Green Party strongly supports an elected community civilian review board, and if we open up voting with ranked choice voting, we will elect more Black, brown, LGBTQI women who will be able to stand up and fight for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matera. Are there questions? Seeing no questions, I thank the panel, and I will call the next panel. Richard Barr. John Reynolds. Frank Morano, step right up. William Thomas. And our fifth and final person, can we put another chair, is Robert Dorff, if he is here. Robert Dorff, are you here? Mr. Dorff. Okay. So, Mr. Barr, we'll start with you.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Richard Barr. I live in Manhattan. I have over the years worked for 2 city agencies, 1 state agency, and I've also been an advocate for tenants, campaign finance reform, public education, and other issues. I've always followed city and state affairs carefully, and what I'll mention in some cases are issues which could fit into your charter revision proposals. Whichever issues I mention that don't belong there, I also think they are important, and I'd appreciate it if you'd forward them to the appropriate areas of the City Council for consideration in other committee processes. In the area of land use, zoning, and planning, I think there's too much power in the hands of the mayor and mayoral-appointed agencies which don't allow other points of view, such as the council, the controller, the public advocate, the borough presidents, to have enough say in the process. In these last 2 mayoral administrations, large-scale neighborhood rezonings were pushed through without giving the points of view of community and other interests much say. The fact that just the local council member theoretically has a lot of say on whether these proposals go forward is faulty governance, in my view. The mayor should not be the only one in government to whom the Department of Buildings, the Board of Standards and Appeals, the City Planning Commission, and the HPD answer for their decisions. We've seen recent instances where decisions of these agencies have been opposed by local and borough-wide elected officials and their constituents, and yet those oppositions have been ignored by those agencies because they only answer to the mayor. When public hearings of these agencies are held, they're often in a tiny room on Reed Street, too small for most of the public who show up to even enter the room. I think that as of right, designations should be eliminated, and building projects should always be more carefully regulated. I think sale of air rights should be eliminated. No one should be allowed to sell the air, and certainly not-for-profit entities which don't pay real estate taxes should not be allowed to sell off air rights for $50 million, which, while with we the people then having to live with enormously high buildings uninhabited by foreign purchasers who are laundering their money and not paying real estate taxes. I have just a little more. I think the public advocate, to make the office more impactful, should have a larger budget, not determined by the mayor, and should have subpoena power and have standing to sue. I think the Campaign Finance Board should allow primary and general election candidates to participate in public TV debates based solely on collecting enough petition signatures and not require them to raise enough money as well. The public should be able to hear other ideas even if the candidate is not likely to end up the winner. I think the Department of Education ought to be moved back to at least partial decentralization, with the local school districts regaining at least limited self-governance and decision-making ability, and the current iteration of the Panel for Educational Policy ought to have voting members appointed by the council, public advocate, the controller, and school parents, with the mayor not controlling the majority of voting members. And lastly, I think we need more home rule over taxation, over our rent laws, our public education system, for example, and not have so much set by Albany. And thank you all again for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. The next speaker is John Reynolds.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. Thank you to the members of the audience who made it through the night. I testified 2 days ago in the Bronx hearing, and my testimony was focused on the ranked choice voting. By the way, let me say I'm John Reynolds. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of New York, and for 50 years a social justice activist. I've also run for elected office twice, and I have that viewpoint. But let me just, I don't want to go on too long. My testimony on ranked choice voting was that I'm in favor of ranked choice voting in all elections. And I recommended this as a good governance measure solely. And yes, it will bring some more democracy, and it should. But in my testimony, and I want to reiterate, I'm recommending this as I would recommend it to any big corporation. The City of New York is a corporation, and this is a good governance measure. We'll save money, too. In fact, I'm a socialist, actually, and I'm a bit embarrassed that I could not find anything in this whole agenda that I can really give a radical advocacy for, because everything here is corporate liberalism and reform, which are good. So I favor these things. On the matter of the campaign finance boards, which I haven't spoken about, yes, the campaign finance board should sponsor debates for any candidate that is on the ballot across the board. All candidates that make the ballot should be in the debates. This is standard liberalism. On the elected community review, police community review board, I'm totally in favor. They should be elected by the communities and be diverse. I also favor the election of a special prosecutor in an independent election in all cases of police violence against civilians, against unarmed civilians. And finally, let me say this. Something should be placed in the city charter so that when there are unfunded mandates for social justice matters, like a very important reform that was enacted by the City Council for the right of tenants in eviction cases in housing court, was passed and not fully funded, so that now this right only exists in certain zip codes. This is the responsibility of the City Council and the mayor, but it should be enshrined in the charter that unfunded mandates should receive top priority in the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. And once more, you're speaking right before Mr. Morano, which you did last time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being here again for the 7th or 8th time, I think it's important for me to reiterate that the reason I come to all these hearings is not because I have nothing else to do, and it's not because I think you have nothing else to do. And trust me, other than my girlfriend, there is nobody that has a better appreciation for how irksome I can be upon being heard repeatedly than me. And I don't come here just to hear myself speak. The reason that I've come here repeatedly is, one, believe it or not, I do try to limit my comments on each of the items mentioned in the preliminary staff report to 3 minutes, although tonight it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And because I really do have an interest in moving the ball forward in terms of public awareness on a lot of these different issues. And the bucket that you focused on in the preliminary staff report that I've spent the most time looking at and working towards is elections. And I had intended to come here in anticipation of speaking about special elections and the timing of special elections, which in the aftermath of the preliminary staff report, that's one of the areas that I think's gotten the least amount of attention from the public. And I wanted to come here and say that I think that it makes absolutely no sense to conduct special elections in the manner in which we've conducted them. To have someone immediately running for re-election after they're elected not only costs the taxpayers in some cases tens of millions of dollars because of the matching funds program, but it means that that elected official is not at all going to be focused on their job. But in coming here at all these hearings and hearing the most well-organized contingent of the public come before you, I really feel compelled to address the elected civilian complaint review board issue, because I don't know that the people coming before you advocating for an elected civilian complaint review board have a full comprehension that unless we fix our city's elections, that a civilian complaint review board really won't do all that much. And, you know, Mr. Norrie was exactly right? So if we don't fix our electoral process and we still have special interests dominating elections on the local level, whether it's for city council or the CCRB, and every neighborhood comes down between a contest between Black Lives Matter and the police union, I'm not sure what good that's doing the public. So I want to urge you, before you tackle the CCRB issue, you have to look at nonpartisan elections, democracy vouchers, ranked choice voting, ideally through star voting. And the last thing I'll say is, because no one else has said it in this round of hearings, and maybe this is controversial, and I don't know why it should be, but the police of this city are doing a remarkable job. Crime is at a 50-year low. Now, the police in New York City are not terrorizing the public, they're serving the public. They're not terrorizing minority communities. The police is an agency that's majority-minority. There's almost no other job in this city where you literally put your life on the line and get targeted for being murdered just for going to work. And I have to say, I'm very respectful of all of the arguments that you've heard about better police accountability, and many of them are right on the money. But aside from the legal aspects, which the staff report does a brilliant job in laying out, the moral aspects, the ethical aspects, and on the merits, the police are doing great. And it's the solution to helping the police serve the community better is not another layer of oversight. You already have 5 DAs, 2 U.S. attorneys, the Civilian Complaint Review Board, the Department of Internal Affairs, and a federally appointed monitor. And I'm sure I'm missing a few. But the solution is to elect better people. If you don't like the job the police department is doing, the police are accountable to the mayor. And we need to reform our electoral process to make the mayor and all of our city's public officials more accountable through nonpartisan elections, ranked choice voting, democracy vouchers, and please, please understand that until we fix our city's elections, everything else is academic. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Will we see you in Staten Island on Tuesday?
I'll see if I have anything else to do.
Mr. Thomas.
Good evening there. My name is William Thomas, and I live up in the East Village. I'm also a member of Open New York, an independent, all-volunteer pro-housing organization. I'm here tonight because I have some thoughts about the ongoing review, specifically the land use section. I would like to start by noting that New York is in the midst of a historic housing shortage, and any change that the Commission recommends should be grounded in that perspective. According to Comptroller Stringer's latest report, since 2009, the city has added 500,000 residents, but only 100,000 homes, sending rents skyrocketing. This city has had an emergency vacancy rate since the 1970s, and yet builds less per capita than both Baltimore and San Francisco. Last year, Jersey City built almost 4 times as many homes per capita as the entire city of New York, and Hudson County, New Jersey built more on an absolute basis than the entire island of Manhattan. With no growth, when someone moves into this city, they have to displace someone poorer than them. This has unsurprisingly resulted in historic rates of displacement and left 1 in 7 school children in this city sleeping in a shelter. We desperately need to get to a point where we provide enough homes for everyone who wants to live here. As such, I would like the Charter Commission in its land use dealings to consider how their proposals might affect this dynamic. Please don't make the problem worse. That said, I am an optimist about certain proposals, namely comprehensive planning. So far, under this administration, all rezonings have occurred in an ad hoc manner, and namely in poorer communities. This is frankly unfair. There are burdens that come with growth, and it's wrong for the city to shunt it all into low-income communities. More comprehensive planning will allow our city to plan out growth in an equitable manner. I believe development as a whole will be seen as much less toxic when rich neighborhoods take on their fair share, if not most growth. Up that alley, I would also ask that any comprehensive plan come with teeth, because again, many rich neighborhoods fight proposed development tooth and nail.
I'll give you an example. CB2 in Manhattan is one of the wealthiest community boards in the city, but built substantially less housing than every district surrounding it. It has only allowed 93 units of affordable housing since 2014, and I've watched the board vehemently oppose 123 units of deeply affordable senior housing in the time since. This is not limited to CB2. By median income, Staten Island is the wealthiest borough, yet it permits far less housing than any other borough. Currently, I do not trust these places to ever welcome more growth than their less wealthy neighbors, and so would like a comprehensive plan to actively zone for more growth if they or their council member continue to block housing. For me, this is personal. Every wealthy person who isn't living in a condo in Greenwich Village is someone with the funds to gut renovate my apartment. My lease is up in June, and I would like any comprehensive plan to zone for growth so I don't end up another cog in the displacement machine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Stephen Fiella.
I'm sorry, everyone. I know the hour is late, but
Okay.
I want, again, thank you to the entire panel. I'm going to direct my questions, surprisingly, to Mr. Morano. I'm going to preface it by saying this. You're not irksome. At what time do you have to get up to do the show?
3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock. So, you know, what you are is like that school teacher that was here. You're displaying a lot of passion, and I think in each meeting, you've been tough in some instances, you've been direct, but you've always been informed and thoughtful, and I really appreciate that. And I think Commissioner Norrie started the discussion earlier today about democracy being, we could really use a booster shot.
Disinfectant. Democracy disinfectant is what he.
Yes. And you know, we could use a booster shot, and your argument aligns with his, and I think that is, and I don't mean to speak for either of you, that reforming that is the gateway through which other reforms have the potential to come about. Is that right?
Well, in my view, first of all, aside from the fact that it's not at all clear that state law permits the kind of changes to the Civilian Complaint Review Board and to the police department that a lot of the advocates of an ECRB are proposing, that's exactly right. I mean, Commissioner Vaca, who was here earlier, expressed some concerns with the manner in which community school boards were elected. And the fundamental problem with community school boards wasn't that they were elected through proportional representation. It's that no one understood who the candidates were. Nobody showed up to vote in the elections. And that's exactly what would happen in elections for a Civilian Complaint Review Board. So I think until we can tackle problem A, the solution is not more elective offices. The solution is better elections, elections that are actually more representative of the public. And while you don't have the power to actually make some of the police reforms that the public has been asking you to, you do have the power to make the electoral reforms that I'm asking you to, or at least move the ball forward on studying some of the areas you may not be ready to move the ball forward in. When it comes to ranked choice voting, around the country and around the world, we've seen a world of difference made. When it comes to nonpartisan elections, we've seen even the public advocate, Jumaane Williams, New York City's only citywide minority elected official, asking you, please, implement nonpartisan elections. And until we get there, until we reform our electoral process, I really don't think that it matters what those elected officials do.
So on that point then, Frank, with ranked choice voting, there's one element of it where there's been a divergence of viewpoints, and that's with respect to the number that voters should be permitted to rank. You've spoken on this, but could you revisit that and with respect to your advocacy, what is the magic number? Is it 3, is it 5, is it 6, or is it endless? And why?
So I think the two terms that have been used by the people coming before you and by the commissioners themselves that have been used interchangeably, and they're really not, are ballot exhaustion and voter fatigue. They're really not the same thing. So ballot exhaustion, as the staff very, very articulately points out, means that the number of choices that a voter makes gets exhausted, meaning there's no choices left for them once they're first choice, second choice, third choice gets eliminated. Voter fatigue, as Susan Lerner and others have pointed out, means voters just simply can't keep track of ranking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 candidates. The solution to that is have the voters give all the candidates a score. That's why the star voting system works so well. Have all the voters rank the candidates and give them a score of 1 to 5. And then the top 2 scores advance to the runoff, which would be an instant runoff. That's what STAR stands for. Scoring, then advance runoff. And I really think that that is the best of all worlds. It's the simplest, it avoids the problem with ballot exhaustion, and it avoids the problem with voter fatigue. And I would encourage you to look at that.
I'm sorry. No, thank you. What would you do with the situation that was described by one of the panelists earlier from California, where the person who was actually the third, they all got about 12%, but she was the third, ultimately was the winner?
Well, so
and in your scenario, since she was third, she would not advance to the runoff.
Well, so with star voting, I think that the first aspect of it is that it's simpler. You wouldn't be asking voters to keep track of who they like better, their 12th or the 13th choice, and it would allow the opportunity for the better scored candidates among everybody to advance. So I don't see what you almost have the best of both worlds. You have all the benefits of ranked choice voting. You save the cost of a runoff election, but you also have all the benefits of minimized choices in that you're not asking folks to rank 14 places. So I don't think you'd see a candidate that was the third choice of everybody winning a star voting election.
It did happen.
Well, they didn't have star voting there.
That's correct.
It was conventional ranked choice voting with instant runoff. So that's why, and I really applaud the staff so much in asking and soliciting public input in how the votes should be tabulated. Because with star voting, you wouldn't see someone that was the preferred choice, the third preferred choice of the public winning an election. That's what's so great about star voting, because it's only the first two. It's you score everybody, and then it's out of the first two. Simply the preferred choice out of the first two candidates wins the election.
Right, but what that leaves, I mean, I don't want to hold everyone here, but that leaves open the possibility that in a race with 10 candidates, the quote top 2 candidates get 10%, or 20% for both of them. So 80% of the people didn't choose them. 80% of the people chose some other candidate, and they no longer have any choice. Their choice.
I think the scenario you've laid out points out exactly the problem with conventional instant runoff voting and points out exactly the benefit of star voting. If I were if there were 4 choices for election and...
No, but I'm talking about like the public advocate race.
Right.
There were 17 choices.
Right. So let's say that there are 13 of you sitting here now. Now, and if I could score all of you on a rank of 1 to 5, I would, obviously as a Staten Islander and a South Shore resident, I would score Commissioner Fiala 5.0. And as somebody that's been an advocate of democracy vouchers, I'd score Sal Albanese 4.0. And as somebody that's put up with my testimony through 8 times, I would score Chair Benjamin 3.0. The problem with conventional ranked choice voting is that if I were to just rank you 1, 2, 3, I might find Steve Fiala the greatest choice possible and Sal Albanese just a little bit worse than that. And then I might find the third choice just terribly falling short of that. But with scoring them...
The third choice?
Well, no, but that's why I would give you a high score. That's why I would give you a high score.
I don't want to be told I'm your third choice.
No,
I want to go up.
But understand, so that's why scoring matters as opposed to ranking. So that's why scoring the voters, scoring the candidates, it presents a much clearer, much fairer representation of the will of the voters than simply ranking them. So you
I
wouldn't.
hear you, but I'm not convinced.
Okay. Well,
You got one more meeting to
I'll work on it.
As long as Steve is still getting 5, sorry.
I kind of feel bad myself.
Staten Island, Staten Island's
I
strong.
thought I was tied with Fayal.
We have scheduled discussion amongst the commissioners. However, I am going to take that off the agenda. I don't know if anybody would like to stay and discuss, but
Madam Chair.
yes. With that, the business of today's meeting has concluded. Our next hearing will be on Tuesday, May 14th, 6 p.m. at the College of Staten Island. Commissioners, while you're more than welcome to take your written materials with you, please remember to leave your folders and name cards behind so that we can recycle and reuse them. Do I have a motion to adjourn, Carl? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? This meeting is adjourned. I'd like to thank all of you who have stayed to express your opinion to us. It really does matter. I may be getting silly right now, but I just wanted to thank you all and to let you know that your opinions and your thoughts really do matter to us. Good night. Good night. Good job.